East Asia starts out the final chapter of the regular season. Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon have already punched their tickets to the World Finals, but it's not over yet. SK Kalalas are just one series away from locking in the last chance qualifier, while Fennel need a 1-point miracle to steal it away. Welcome to the Brawl Stars Championship August monthly finals. My name's Sunny and I'm your host today, alongside Spoo and the runner-up of the Red Bull MEO 2019. He has won a Creator Invitational title, 3 Kaizo Cups, and a single monthly finals back in 2020. Spen, it's great to have you.
It's a pleasure to be besides.
Hold up, I feel that we're forgetting something, some very important.
No, that's not very important.
Were you not like some world champion or something?
That's
No?
prehistoric times. We don't talk about that anymore.
We don't talk about it?
No.
We all forgot about it, right? He's also the winner of the World Finals 2019. It's so good to have you, Spen, someone who actually knows what he's talking about. Now, with Zeta and Crazy Raccoon already locked in, gentlemen, it's a brand new meta hitting this stage. Is Zeta Division gonna take this month again, or do we see someone uprise today?
I think it's possible. I would like to see SK Kalalas personally finally reach their full potential. But looking at this bracket, they're going to have a long pathway to get there.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to beat Zeta, especially the form that they're in right now. But I feel like we spoke about this pre-show, that the meta is quite favoring Crazy Raccoon right now. Very slow, very methodical. So, but I'm hoping there's another surprise element, because it just seems to be these two titans that just face off every single time.
I would really love to see someone surprise us still at this stage. We had Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division taking most of the monthly finals so far. FA0, for example, could cause a huge upset today. They're qualified for the very first time in the monthly finals. Might also have to do with some teams now joining the Challenger Circus. Reject is not here today because they decided not to play even.
Yeah, with one less team inside that qualifier bracket, everything kind of threw itself into pandemonium, and as a result, some teams slipped through. These are the teams that did go to Challengers. There's a very long list of 12 teams, which I shall not go into, but as you can see, Reject is right there. They're the ones who chose to opt out and participate in Challengers instead of the BSC.
Challengers excites me as well, because there's such a long path towards, through LCQs, towards the World Finals, where only one of these teams makes it to even LCQs. So imagine the storylines there. I think if I was a player, you'd be the first person in history to just go through that absolute gauntlet. I mean, I don't envy that position, but I'd bring the challenge, especially if you're like an SK.
12 different teams from 12 different regions, and they have still one last shot for glory. One last shot to win a last chance qualifier ticket. Now, we're in East Asia today. This is the first show we have for the August monthly finals. This is the leaderboard as it's presenting to us so far. Rival isn't here today, Spoo. How's that gonna change this leaderboard?
It breaks my heart, and it will absolutely change this leaderboard, because these are the points before the quarterfinals has been played. So once you include those points, SK Kalalas is guaranteed LCQ if they just get past that first match. And for Rival, I think that they might be beating themselves a little bit, choking here at that last second, not even being like Reject, who's like 219 points, but they went through Challenges, so they still have a postseason to play for, but truly breaks my heart.
It hurts as well, like you said, it's not even in your hands anymore, and it's not even like it's the most unattainable thing for SK Kalalas. Just win one game, all of your preparation, all your hard work just needs to go into that one quarterfinal. Everything else is just an added bonus. So it also could work against them, because there's so much pressure. It's how these players handle the pressure. But to be honest, winning one quarterfinal shouldn't be too difficult.
Technically, they don't even need to win. They just need Fennel to not win the whole thing as well, and then they qualify as well. So 2 pathways, but yeah, Fennel has to win the whole thing if, that is to lose their spot.
We just saw the Challengers teams, by the way. If you want to see which groups they're in, it got posted, so make sure to stick to our socials and Brawl Stars Esports. And if you want some tickets for the World Finals, you're going to find a link there as well. There's still some tickets left, so make sure to lock those in now. There's not many left from what I understand, so you better do that now. Now, for the first 4 matches of the day, we already locked in our predictions. I'm eager to see if we agree, because on some of them, I wasn't quite sure what to pick. I feel especially the quarterfinal number 2 is kind of a 50-50 throw-up.
Yeah, Ark's with me. on that note, and I wonder if he shares the opinion that I think Fennel are just not in a good spot. Looking at the way that they qualified, they just don't seem to strike me as a particularly in a good form at the moment. Whereas Ignum, on the other hand, have just been on the rise, monthly final after monthly final, and they might be a team of rookies, but I think they can bring it home.
I'm a kind of believer in storylines, right? Like, this is the one storyline we're really trying to make happen. And Fennel, I don't know, it's kind of like not a last hurrah for a Choppy, but it's like, it's kind of now or never. Like, if you really want to give it one last final shot, you need to be winning this game and going even further, like you said. So it's difficult. The rest of them on paper seem a little bit lopsided, but I think the second game is one that we're really honing in on.
Yeah, I'm on the same page as you there. Fennel has to win it all today to still turn out to be in the postseason, so they better do that today. If you haven't locked in your predictions just yet, still do so in event.brawlstars.com. You can get these rewards. They're changed every weekend, so you can collect new pins, new sprays, and so on this weekend and also next weekend. And it's the last monthly final, so you better grab that chance. Event.brawlstars.com, and we'll see what you have voted also on the show. So I'm eager to see if they more lean towards Fennel like you and I did, or like you did for Ignum. Now, Zeta Division is gonna kick things off for us today. They have been the winners also of the July monthly finals. They are the team to watch also from the community, which has been a curse until last month in July. It was actually a blessing.
Yeah, I mean, this curse is a little bit... We've been talking about this the entire year, and I don't really know if it's a curse anymore when a team like Zeta Division is performing that consistently. They didn't just win last month, they've won the entirety of the summer split so far, and if they maintain this momentum, they might just go 3 for 3 here.
It is a difficult one, because especially leading up to the World Finals for these guys, if you can get that momentum, it's going to be insane, especially for a team like Zeta, where last World Finals, as we've spoke about plenty of times, it's just an unknown what even happened to these guys. But we had a land last month, they nailed it there. Can they go 3 for 3 like you said? I mean, they're in a great position for it. And, you know, I want to see Shy Tampo on the stage again. He's just got so much aura. I want to see him make that big run. So, especially this monthly final as well, I'm looking forward to it.
I'm excited to see Zeta Division again. They just look like the insurmountable giants right now. They've won the July monthly finals, won the June monthly finals. So in recent history, they look like the team to beat in this region.
And there's no pressure on them. There's no chance that they crack here. They are on land. This is home territory, however. And on the other hand, I mean, they've already qualified in seed number 1. They could literally not show up today practically, and they'd still hold that position. And, you know, looking at the map draft that's coming in here, I think I'm expecting to see Zeta Division go for maps that are, you know, very much mechanical, you know, favoring their mechanics. Whereas I think a team like FA Zero Mercy is going to have to rely on a little bit more cheesy stuff if they want to eke out some sets here.
Yeah, that's the type of analysis I was looking at before the show. I was thinking, what maps is Zeta not scrimming so often, and what maps are, you know, their weaknesses? But to be honest, Zeta scrimmed quite a variety of maps, so I feel like they're prepared, and that's maybe what some other teams were lacking in the EMEA, was people speaking about map draft. I think with Zeta, they've nailed it. I think you've got to be good at a lot of different maps, because a team could be doing the preparation, see that you're not scrimming one map, and just target it. So I think Zeta should be well prepared for this, and, you know, they're a well-oiled machine. They've won 2 monthly finals in a row. I don't think anything should throw them off.
They're ready for everything, that's for sure. We saw the map there. Out in the open would be our random decider at the end. We don't only have a map draft now, we also have global bans. Sven, from your standpoint, back when you were really, really, really good at the game, you didn't have gadgets, you didn't have gears, no global bans. Do you envy these guys getting to play in this current meta, this current state of the game?
A little bit in a way, because back in my days, you know, the prehistoric times, it was completely blind picks, but now you get to choose your fate a lot of the times, and obviously everyone debates a lot about draft, who has draft, blah, 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 but the good teams are the ones that don't blame draft and know that it's winnable most of the times, unless you just draft horrendously, which these teams in this position should not be doing. They've got analysts, they've got coaches, so you see the global bans here. Surge Bolt as well, which is a very wise choice from Zeta, coming up against a team that are relatively unknown. You want to be taking away those cheesy brawlers. Starnova, I'm not surprised by that as well.
To be fair, both Starnova and Bolt had received a nerf just this Wednesday, so not too long ago we got another patch. Starnova with 4 nerfs in total, Bolt with 2. I don't know how strong they still are in the current meta, but they certainly seem to believe it is, or they just didn't have time enough to adapt between Wednesday and now. As you've seen, by the way, East Asia is happening as a LAN event again. Super exciting. We hope it all goes well, and we hope those teams enjoy playing on the stage yet again.
I think it's so exciting. I think we talked about this backstage a little bit, that FA Zero Mercy, first time qualifying for a monthly final, and they immediately get to play in a LAN. This is very much reminiscent of those pre-COVID days where, you know, the original idea of monthly finals was to fly out teams every single month. I think you were still competing back then, right?
I was, but after winning the World Finals, I didn't qualify for the first one. So,
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, I had a big ego back then, but yeah, like we said, it's very exciting. Like, these guys, in a way, there's pressure being in the LAN environment, but at the same time, there's no expectations. I think I would rather play the underdog in those situations. You know, not having any pressure. You know, it's Zeta. You know, if you get a set, you get 2. That's great, as you can see by the predictions.
Votes are in. 95% are voting for Zeta Division here. Not a huge surprise, as mentioned. A lot already. Zero Mercy is actually for the first time ever qualified for a monthly finals. I'm excited to see them. If it goes like it did in the past, Zeta Division only dropped 2 sets overall in July. I do hope for them that they are able to at least take a set. And by the way, guys, joke's on you, they're playing from home. FA Zero Mercy is in Hong Kong and Taiwan, so they didn't make their way all the way to the stage. It's Zeta Division all alone up there.
Hold up, you're telling me that they were given a choice to go down and meet and greet
I'm not sure
their
about that.
fans and play, and they decided, you know, I think they were given a choice, but I mean, I don't know what to think of that. Spen, is that a missed opportunity? Because that is for me.
I mean, I would be leaping at that.
Yeah,
like straight away, like getting a photo with 10 size. Like, even if it 3-0s me, I'm getting a selfie with that guy. Like, yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate.
Well, let's see if they even get to play Tensai and Crazy Raccoon later on. First, they need to beat Zeta, which is going to be a tough opponent. Maybe they chose to be at home just because they feel more comfortable playing there. But I don't know if they actually choose to do so. We don't really
could
know.
be logistics, could be a lot of things. Yeah, I wouldn't fault them. And in fact, they might be feeling pretty sad themselves. Maybe they didn't expect to qualify and they just had other plans over the weekend that they had to rush to. But yeah, I mean, this LAN environment, now that we've had 2 opportunities for Japan to have a LAN at home environment, do you think that this is going to give a little bit of a boost to them in the World Finals? Because we're kind of giving some more LANs to East Asia to prepare.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, like, they've got the home advantage, we've got a few LANs to prepare, so I think East Asia has always been one of the most dominant regions in the world. Last year, again, like, only Crazy Raccoon making a good run, Zeta falling, but I think it's their perfect chance. If it's kind of, it came at a great moment for them, these 2 LANs, and then they've got Tokyo. I think it could be another year where, you know, Shy Tampo picks up another world championship potentially here. So I'm excited. Look at the crowd there. I mean, we know the Japanese fans are crazy for Shy Tempo. I posted a selfie and they just blew up my comment section. He's like a global superstar.
He pretty much is like a J-pop idol in Brawl Stars. That's super nice to see. First maps we're going to see here, Hideout and Open Business, picked by both of these teams. Does that say us already something about their playstyle? We obviously know Zeta Division likes to play super aggressive. This is not a meta that is really shaped towards them, so maybe we can actually see someone upset Zeta today. And on the side of FA Mercy, they pick Open Business. That doesn't speak super aggressive gameplay to me.
It speaks to more team play, but there is cheese potential on the side of Hideout. There are some team play comms, you know, some glowy max thing they can pull off. But to have the gall to do it against Zeta Division, I think would be stellar to go off.
I think that's the exact map I'd probably avoid wanting to play Zeta Division on. You know, the type of brawler where they pick a Gus, they pick an RT and just outrange you and pinch you. But like I said, there's a little bit of cheese potential. I think Open Business, whenever I think of that map, I always reminisce to Brawl Cup when they faced off against Bobby and how perfectly they played that map. It was quite clear that was their favorite map.
I hear they're ready to kick things off now. We are to Zeta Division versus FA Mercy. And to kick us off for the August monthly finals, we're gonna be on open business immediately. A map where you want a lot of area control. Brawlers like Lu and Lumi definitely will show up here. Both of them either banned or picked immediately. Zeta with a very control-based first pick here, Spen.
Yeah, I was literally thinking Lumi's straight the way. Lumi's such a good brawler on this map. The zoning just gives you instant time. There's not really a lot of counters to it. One brawler I've been noticing quite a lot. I was literally about to mention Stu. They stole my spotlight. I was about to say, in this meta, I'm seeing so much Stu right now. It's just so good into so many different things. You've also got the speed zone turret, which I don't think it's intended. It's a little bit faster than it should be. So that also giving it a bit of a boost.
It's very versatile. I think that's what it makes it a very, very good 2-3 pick. If you want to lean into more wall breaks, double up with a Griff, for example, you absolutely could. Now, this Mina coming in is a bit of a familiar pick there from FA0 Mercy. This was a weapon that they really relied on throughout the entirety of qualifiers. Not surprised to see it here.
Barry also had a huge comeback into the meta. It definitely makes sense here to get with the Damien. Damien shows up quite often still. He has received a whole bunch of nerfs. He's still fairly strong into the right matchup. Now, we don't really have too much range so far on the right-hand side. I would like to see something that can go up against this Lumi.
Yeah, I'm a bit undecided what we can go last pick, especially into Berry Damon composition. Like
Wall break, maybe?
Potentially. Bull. Okay, that's actually a good one.
No range.
No range, but Bull does shut down Damien quite well. I learned that firsthand in ranked. He destroys Damien, but Bull in this meta, he's falling down a lot. I mean, if they're gonna win, it's got to be through just pure cheese and aggression, right?
I think it's very, very skill testing what this Bull brings to the table, but I think it has decent matchups in all three. Correct me if I'm wrong.
This is the very first time ever we get to see FA0 Mercy in a monthly final. I'm so hyped to see this, and I have my fingers crossed personally for them to do well today.
Jumping into set number 1, Zeta Division here. The undisputed kings of East Asia go up against a last-minute underdog, and a Scurry has already emerged inside the mid, with Zeta taking full control thanks to that wall of sound. A full team wipe emerging here as Prodigy desperately tries to stay alive.
I mean, if you're looking to counter Stu, it's the perfect way. Any type of heal, any type of big health, and coming down from Batman already, a big jumper already. We saw Fat Bear unfortunately use a Bull super, and that's just going to take so long to get back. He's only going to be gaining that through the tank trait, getting outranged, punished. It's a demolition so far.
Already 55%. The Lumi Hypercharge is a bit of a whiff there, but not even necessary for them to continue to play the point. Suzuku is just doing so much healing with Batman launching off yet another super. Fat Bear, though, tries to chain off, getting 2 supers in a row, but not going to be able to collect any more than that.
It looks so comfortable. Berry's just healing consistently, and it's just nothing that they can even do. Simon tries his best, but how is Amino going to be able to take down all of that? I mean, it's just easy for Zeta so far. I mean, it looks like a quite heavy outdraft. The Bull, like I said, it used to be good a couple of months ago, but I think unless you're pairing a Bull with like a Ruffs or something to feed Bull Hypercharge, that's the only reason you're using Bull, right? Hypercharge to get some team wipes, but I don't think he even got it there.
Indeed, I don't even think the Bull is the problem at this point. I think the 2-3 turn with the Stu and the Mina opened up this vulnerability that, you know, there's just no damage on their side. But Barry gets set up so easily, and this Lumi gadget just allows them such an easy access into the mid. That synergy between Grim and Frostbitten and that wall of sound. Now, Fat Bear's gonna be able to get at least 1 kill, potentially getting another one onto Saitama, but he's the last man standing, staying alive, even going to continue to pressure Simon here.
Oh, and the berry heals come in as well. If there was ever a time to try and get some control, but needed to do it just there. Batman's going to jump in again, and even after the recent nerfs to Damien, the Hypercharge already coming in from Fat Bear. He's going to get 2 of them, and finally some control. This is looking much better, but they need to be earning that next Bull Hypercharge as soon as possible. Let's see if they can fend it off Shy Tampo and Co.
Prodigy's holding strong inside the mid. Simon goes aggressive there on Suzuku. Going to be falling down here after against Side Tampo. And Suzuku there with the Hypercharge going to be keeping his team topped up. Prodigy doesn't have the damage to break through this roster. It's all on Fat Bear to try and bring back some momentum here.
They need to try and take down this berry, but it's just a brick wall so far. He's getting taken down easily. Prodigy with a Hypercharge Stu super. But what is the Stu going to do into 3 people grouped up, healing up together? They're just having a siesta out there.
They're literally having a party here. There's not much left that can be done. Fat Bear's going to desperately try and go in again, but the charge is moot. Zeta Division will clean up this set, taking it 1-0 in this match that was absolutely dominant from them. I saw some signs of life from our fellow underdogs, but really that was just all a Zeta dominating.
I felt like they just did everything there. The gameplay, the draft was beautiful as well. This is one thing we talk about a lot with East Asia, but it feels like they've taken some leaves out of EMEA's book there. EMEA just love Berry, and we can see why, because with good team synergy, with good communication, you can easily change your supers and keep everyone topped up. I don't think there's really any doubt there after watching the comp, after watching the gameplay, that they were going to lose this set. But one really good play from Fatbear.
I think you tried as hard as there. The early game for them looks somewhat promising. They got a really early hypercharge on that bull, but I think when it comes to target selection, Fatbat couldn't really find a good connections. Sidatampo did so much damage as every time the bull came in, and by the time he made that connection, Shizuku is ready with the gadgets, and just looking at the stats, only Fatbat and Simon has kills to his name. You got Prodigy with a little bit of zone percentage, but truly all the stats are favoring Zeta here.
Really looked like Shitampo could do whatever he wanted. 600 DPS, that's more than we've ever seen, I think. At least so far today, and this is the first match, so haha. Prodigy with 0 kills there. I really think they didn't have the range. Maybe what I said earlier, Sven, picking something up with range to be a bit more dangerous to that Lumi would have been better, or just something that can close the gap between themselves and her a bit better. That bull wasn't it, really.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward. Like, Bull, I think you need some bushes at least to, like, so you're able to close the gap that a little bit better. Against a good team like Zeta, they're very disciplined, and especially into a Lumi. Lumi can just keep you at bay so easily with the slows.
There's a tempo lead, I think, that Zeta, had from the very beginning with that Grim and Frostbitten plus the Wall of Sound. That I think this, underdog team didn't really consider that. Bull is a brawler that does indeed take a super to come online, and at that point, by the time he actually came online with a single hypercharge, the game was over.
Mortis comes out of Zeta Division immediately. They usually like to pair this with a Byron, which I would love to see here. Also left open still. Now on the right side, let's see if they're gonna show something creative again. I honestly don't mind it when the underdog teams try something new. That Bull could have very well worked out, because Zeta is also just not used to playing against it.
I think with Mortis, he's been going down the meta a little bit, and you're starting to see Olympic Siren. I think they might pair this with a Fang, the brawler that I wanted to mention real quick before they snag it away from me. Fang was really popping off in the last meta, not played so much because Mortis isn't being played so much. So I think at this point, just maybe lock in the Fang.
Could be 2-3 Byron Fang, I think could be a good shot. But there's only one good matchup here in the form of that Mortis. I think he was really popular in, other types of knockout maps like in the Open, because Damien was also really popular. And that was kind of a matchup that the Fang would be hunting down here. But I don't know if FA Zero Mercy want to reveal it that soon. This Byron feels more like just trying to cover their bases, deny that from Zeta Division, as Sunny pointed out, as their, dynamic duo of the patch.
Meg instead of the Fang there, no aggression so far, a bit more control, slow and steady for the side of Zero Mercy. Now again, Zeta Division usually like to play Byron, and I'm sure Zero Mercy has the data on Zeta, whereas Zeta has almost no data on Zero Mercy. So they use that fact to take away the Byron themselves. A bit of range now for Zeta Division to make sure they have something against the Byron too. Leon is an interesting one for me. They double down here on the aggression spend. What do you make of that?
Leon has fallen off a little bit, but I think it's okay in some maps where you need that little bit of sneak to then pop into the bush and catch people off guard. It's great on hideout. Like I said, Fang, maybe Fang call was a bit too early, but right now it's got unbelievable matchups. I know we've got the knockback with Pierce, but into the Leon, into it, and here we go.
You're a genius!
This is what you brought me here for. I'm a genius.
This is why he's a world champion. He's absolutely bringing the world champ diff here.
But they've still got to actually perform with it. It's a risky brawler, especially if you've got some nerves. You need to really lock in here if you're playing the Fang.
Definitely a winnable matchup here for the side of Zero Mercy. Now, can they win a match against the biggest team in East Asia, even if they have draft?
Well, I don't know if they necessarily have draft. I would say that there's still some holes in it. For one, Blue Star is not going to be in their favor, and it's a lot riding on this Fang. Let's see if he can make it work, though.
I like the Meg as well. Meg is one of the most frustrating brawlers in the meta for me, and especially why Mortis is falling down a little bit, because Meg's survivability is insane. And now you're pairing it with a Byron. Whenever you get close to Meg, she's just going to throw out the toolbox. all she has to do is hit one shot and she's back into her mech at full health. So yeah, like I said, picking up the blue star is going to be a great advantage for Zeta. They're just letting the opponents try and make the first play, trying to force out any mistakes.
And on the side, Batman's already completely crushing Prodigy here. You can tell he's swapped over to the mid, just opting to play more of that cleric role, heal up his brawlers, and Shizuku, yeah, already not liking that Fang matchup. And this is the strength of the Mortars. You can just dart to the back line, claim one kill so easily, and while the enemies are disjointed, just reposition with the rest. This is Zeta Division showing us how this brawler is played.
Tampo's going to go invisible here. He's going to have a good time against the Meg because I believe she used the gadget. Fang's going to go in. Great kill from Fat Bear now, but they still need to find one more. But with Bounty, it's all about patience. It's all about not overextending, making sure when you get a kill, you're not going to get traded out instantly. So Fang needs to just follow the Mortis around. Of course, it's pretty hard. Mortis is very mobile, but just follow the Mortis. Try and gain your super, and honestly, just wait until the last 15 seconds.
Tempo was getting a bit sneaky there with that super. Opting to stay invisible here. You see Shizuku there, maybe might just dive in here. You see Simon popping that toolbox gadget there. Shizuku is so low, 5 HP. Manages to get out of there, but this is an insane tempo lead for the side of FA Zero Mercy.
Backs against the walls here. Shy Tempo needs to try and gain his Leon super. I'm amazed that they didn't go for it, but again, it's fine. They've got the pressure in the end. They just need to find that one kill. Shy Tempo's got a hypercharge and a super to use here. Let's see if he can target the Byron at least. Makes getting some great pressure here at the end. Can be doing.
Pressed against the wall, there's Zeta Division. One member goes down there. The toolbox, as you mentioned, is critical to warding off Shizuku there. And it's Zeta Division that have to run for the hills, but they can't reach it in time. FA Zero Mercy will be taking a game here.
They won a game.
They won a game.
We're celebrating. I mean, that's exactly what they needed to do. The pressure is always in their favor, and especially in a game mode like Bounty, I'll always talk about pressure. It's one thing that maybe viewers at home might not pick up on, but it's when you're forcing somebody back, eventually you're going to find a kill. They've got nowhere to go, and especially with some pop-up brawlers with Meg, with Fang, they're going to find it. So obviously the Blue Star's going to keep going the way of Zeta this time around. And I think this time around, they're a little bit more angry. They've just lost the game. They're a bit more aggressive at the start.
Yeah, I think they made the call. They realized that between Batman and Siddhitampo, the brawlers that they're playing are not the most defensive. It's not like you're playing a Pam or Lola. They can just hold down the lane, auto-aim yourself to oblivion. There's no Pearl on their side either. So opting to go on the aggressive just might be a good call.
Yeah, and this is the problem with the Leon pick as well. Leon used to be good in the previous meta, but his only free kill is going to be into Byron, but only Fang when you've got a hypercharge super, and it takes a while to build that up. So I think Zero Mercy are they're fine just waiting it out to the long game again, just trying to build up some utility to hopefully just buy a kill.
Now pushed back into that similar position as game number one. Siddhitampo is getting dangerously close to that super. He pops it now, and Simon is a little bit vulnerable, but scouted out there by the vision gear. A two-pronged punch will bring him down there, and that's going to bring the star lead up to 3-0.
That synergy was just beautiful. It's just small things, the small things. The Fang goes in. That nearly connected onto Batman as well. Shy Tempo is so weak. They need to keep up the pressure. Baron super as well. Just throw it onto anyone. Great tap by Prodigy. Misses the Baron super though. They need to find a kill onto Shizuku, and that's going to be incredibly difficult with a hypercharge super coming down. Toolbox coming out though. Perfect timing. But do they read Shy Tempo? He's going to get a kill onto Prodigy. Trade it out as well.
It's good time as well. 20 seconds left on the clock. Zeta Division just need to stall, and you can see Siddhitampo pops that hypercharge, goes forward with that invisibility plus the healing. But he's fallen back into a similar position. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Fat Bear does have that gadget. He's going to be doing so much zoning there onto Siddhitampo. Nowhere to go out here. But he actually goes on a solo mission up against Prodigy, trading it out. It's going to come down to the interaction here on the right. And Shizuku in the back line cleans it up for Zeta Division. They will tie the setup.
That was pure ice. In that position, I would even be shaking, but Shizuku, he just knows he can easily find a kill. He knows the maths. He's that good. These pros just know that sort of thing. Really cool interaction there. And what I really loved about this this game in particular was Shy Tempo was using his supers a lot more effectively and in communication with Shizuku. So if Leon got somebody weak, Shizuku can just go in, finish off the kill easily like Mortis does with his gadget.
And immediately here, Battleman lands a single tap there that sends Shizuku in, but the blue star will go in the other person's favor there. Prodigy did manage to get a fair amount of taps there, and that's going to put us in an awkward spot for Zeta. This is the first time they have run behind the entire series.
And now I'm interested to see how Zero Mercy's comp fares off when the backs are against the wall. The Fang gadget as well, by the way, is a great counter to a Leon Super. If he can time it perfectly, he's going to scout out that Leon Super. So Shy Tampa, I think, has just done an amazing job to get as much value as he has. Prodigy with some decent taps. Suku's going to get some pressure down the left-hand side. Byron's got to be very careful here. I know they're leaving him very vulnerable because you don't want to group up too much with a Mortis, but Baron's just such a free kill for either of these aggro brawlers, and now we can see Shy Tampa with a super. He's surely going to get a free kill here, but is he going to get traded out? 700 health.
He does, indeed, and it's going to be another kill there onto Batman, the next member to fall. They wanted to follow up there, but you saw Simon's positioning, just beautiful, putting himself between the rest of the roster while Fatbat went in the back to clean that up. Zeta Division, they are now down by 3 stars and only 40 seconds left on the clock to claim this one.
Oh, great kill there. I was really struggling, like trying to find a way how Simon could get his mech back, but he's allowed to die in this situation. Just 1 star in it. Shy Tampa's going to go in on Meg. Does he have the toolbox available? I don't think so, but yes, he does. He does use it a little bit too late, though, but Meg just shreds anything. It's so hard as long as you're very disciplined here, but with 19 seconds left, Zeta are putting under pressure early.
Hypercharge popped there by Zeta Tampa, but no super to follow up with. This is Battleman there with that super. Pierces through absolutely everything. Prodigy gonna go down there. Fatback had wants to make a play here on that right lane. He has to go now, but he doesn't have the help. No connections from him. And Zeta Division will rob Zero Mercy of a set that they should have won.
That's gut-wrenching, it really is. I really wanted Zero Mercy just to pick up 1 set against Zeta. I'll be putting that in my Twitter bio if I manage to do that nowadays.
I think that was very winnable, that situation on the top left. Maybe the mech could have body blocked for the Byron a little bit more, just getting healed up from him in the back. But other than that, not too many mistakes from Zero Mercy. They played that so well, especially Fat Bear. How patient he played. He never went in when he wasn't sure he would get a kill out of it and survive it, which is the hardest part about Fang. Usually you go in, but then you fall, you trade out, it went to nothing.
I was really impressed. I think Zero Mercy, I mean, even this is just an audition in the, for the 2027 season, but they are showing up to play. This is their first monthly final ever, and I don't think that they're playing like a team that is as unseasoned. I mean, as you guys already mentioned, they did have an amazing draft, and these stats almost mirrored 3-5-1, 3-5-2 on both teams. Yeah, this is an amazing series to catch.
Yeah, they did great. I mean, like I said, but when you're in this position, you've not got too much pressure, right? Like, you want to be showing the world what you're capable of. So, like Sonny alluded to, the Fang plays were really good because I know at first hand that I can't really play aggressive brawlers because you need to be patient on aggressive brawler, weirdly enough. If you waste your utility, you're just a sitting duck. So, I think he played that amazingly, but need to use this momentum now and belief to at least try and pick up this 3rd set.
I'd love to see it. Simply taking a set of Zeta Division is something that not many teams managed to do in the last 2 months. I would love to see a team like FA Mercy, who show up in the monthly finals for the first time ever, do exactly that. If they win it all, hey, we have our storyline of the day, so I'm happy with that too. We're now heading over to Triple Dribble. I do hope they already ban out Shade, because Statampa is just so good on that brawler. He's going to do so well. It is the map pick of Zero Mercy, so that's something to put out there. Maybe they feel a bit more comfortable on a map like this one. Shade could be super good on here. What shows up recently, Rico and Stu, you mentioned earlier. Stu just so strong at the moment at any mid-range map.
I think with, like you said, one thing that really annoys me, especially about the map, like the brawler-specific bans at the start, especially in Brawl Cup, we spoke about, like with Angel Boy with Mina. When you think about Shy Tampa and Zeta, like you mentioned, you've got to be banning the Shade, and it's exactly what they do. There's like these really obvious things. Some people and some teams are like, okay, well, they're just gonna go Shade, right? We can counter it, but sometimes you just can't. When someone is that good on that brawler, just ban it out. So I'm glad Zero Mercy have done that.
It's the smartest thing they could have done today. They're banning out the Mo and the Rico as well. Good shouts there from Sunny. As usual, these are all brawlers that I think are just so easy for, Zeta to pick up. And this is arguably, I agree, this is the best version you can run. You have to snatch up the Lumi. You can't just allow Zeta to get a free Lumi 2-3 together with a thrower. So they're going to deny that from them. But, Zeta, they snap back immediately with this Willow and the Meeple. That covers nearly all their bases here, actually.
Yeah, I was just thinking in my head, like, where do they go?
Where do you go? High health, I guess.
So far, they seem to steal away Zeta's pick, so they definitely have their data. With Lumi, Zeta has a 100% win rate, so it is very wise to pick the Lumi for yourself. Now, they already have the range, they have something to deal with that Meeple, they need something to deal with Willow. Cordelius is open, for example. Would be a great answer, I feel.
Sashimi style.
Sashimi style though, that's the aggressive option they're gonna opt to go for. Not the most traditional of tanks here, but it does work very well inside triple dribble. It is one of the few brawlers that also doesn't immediately get burst down by the Meeple. I love the Hosumaki healing for that. And it can be cheeky for the Willow to control, so a little bit of a risk here for them to go for this.
I feel like they could go a throw, but then if you're going to thrower, you're risking like a thrower and Lumi are vulnerable together. Ems is okay, but against a team like Zeta Division, I feel like they could get pinched out pretty easily. Cordelius, potentially, especially if you jump into the Ems' face.
I meant more for them to jump into the Willow's face.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gone with that.
Missed opportunity maybe, but I can see the vision, right? They want to grab that second gadget from the Ems, just push off a really, really good catch and then try and maybe secure one goal. Subsequently, maybe play off a Kenji Hypercharge to get the second going. And yeah, actually, I'm super surprised to see this. The Zeta Division is the one that's opting to play more of a reject comp. They're playing a very control style, whereas FA Zero Mercy, there's really very small margins of error here for their comp to succeed, but it can work.
Now, yeah, it can work, but my question would be, do they have a winnable draft in this one, Sven? No one better to answer that than you.
I think they do, but it's tough, especially against a team like Zeta. Kenji is one of my favorite picks in triple dribble, just because of the pressure that you can put out. But can he follow up with connecting supers and everything else? It's winnable, but the thrower is going to have such an easy time. The Meeple box already providing so much value.
Yeah, I mentioned that they have to have a good early game, but how do you get a good early game up against Mansions of Meeple? That's a failed attempt there from the Kenji and Fat Bear using the gadget, but it was completely whiffed. And that's Zeta Division now in full control, and the second box is going to catch out 3. Thankfully, Simon will break through. You see Suzuku there goes for an interesting play there. Opts to control it, but just too much damage there from Fat Bear brings him down.
I think they were a bit too confident in that moment. They were just playing like in second gear. They just knew, well, they thought they would be able to score that. So one weakness from Zero Mercy's comp's clearly got to be their lack of range, right? Ems, Lumi, they're getting outranged quite easily by the Meeple and their Otis in particular here. But if Simon can get a super onto any of them, he gets a connection onto Batman, the kill from Shy Tampo onto Shy Tampo as well. And that's going to be an early-ish goal from Zero Mercy. Really well played there.
One mistake from Zeta Division gone completely punished there by FA Zero Mercy. You see the Grim Frostbitten's thrown down as well to zone completely, and Simon now on his duties on this Kenji, just putting out so much pressure. They're just trying to buy time now that they have won a goal up.
With so much time on the clock, you can easily cycle out your resources if needed to. Kenji Hypercharge as well, by the way. We know that he's good at aggressive brawlers. Shy Tampo's going to pop Hypercharge. Same with Meeple as well. And this looks like an easy goal for Zeta, but a bit of a blunder there. But nevertheless, they get the ball back quite easily. They respond in good due time as well. Let's see whether Simon can pop off with his Kenji Hypercharge.
It's going to be coming down to him. Batman's the target there. Good caught there by the Grim Frostbitten. You now see Simon trying to play fickle there with Suzuku, who's going to miss things out there. Well played there by Simon. Is going to open a pathway for Zero Mercy to get a goal and the game.
They're really in this game, surprisingly. The Bounty game, they were really in that. Just a small margin of error. And in Brawl, they're taking their opportunities so good. What I loved about Simon there, the first time he supered onto the Willow just dived down. Then it was like, oh yeah, she's got that ability. He was so disciplined at the end there. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah, he did a, yeah, I can do that too, you know. You've got a super, I'll dodge it, I'll make you look a bit stupid. I did it to Sida Tampo, I can do it to Suzuku as well. A better start now there from FA Zero Mercy. No one getting caught there by the Mansions of Meeple. That's a good sign. And now on the second rung of pressure, Simon is just doing so much, and there's no utility online there for Zeta to stop him.
Simon very weak here, but Fatbear's going to go in for the kill. But the ball's not in the greatest of positions to really do much about that. Wasted utility there from Prodigy as well. Zeta reining back the control. I feel like all they need to do this time around, Zeta is overextend too much. Finally, Suzuku connects the super onto Simon. That's going to get a lot of damage onto the Ems as well. Now they need to utilize the weakness of Zero Mercy here. 2 players are weak. Mansions of Meeple is going down. That's surely an easy kill onto Prodigy. Can Shy Tampa walk this one in? The mute, but the ball is in the hands of Simon.
A little little bit of a questionable hit from Siddhartampo. Could have opted to pass it over to Suzuki, but nonetheless, the ball control remains with them, and they are in very good control. But Siddhartampo got caught there a little bit. Batman's going to pop the hypercharge to try and compensate for this. He's opting to go for Prodigy, choosing target, gets the ball over, tries to get it in, but couldn't pocket the ball there. Great defense there from Zero Mercy.
Honestly, how did he defend that? That was insane. I thought Willow's super, surely he's going to score that. That was a great dodge, but can they get out of spawn? They're getting spawn trapped. It's relentless in triple dribble. Hypercharges galore here from Zeta. A hypercharge super surely going to confirm the kill onto Ems. Can try Tampo pick up the ball. Hypercharge here as well. Surely this is a walk-in. Another missed pass. Lumi's going to get the kill, but surely there's enough health in this. Batman barely walks it in. That was nearly the defense of the century there.
Oh man, I felt like that was a little bit of Zeta playing with their food here. Maybe they were just farming up their supers there, but yeah, I mean, could be the land nerves as well. Here in the second set though, they're just absolutely dominating, just in full control, getting 2 kills, and now patience from them. They're in the same position that we just saw 30 seconds ago.
Better Zeta. The kill's going to go through from Fat Bear though. There's a little bit of pressure. With 15 seconds left, can they build up an attack in time? They need Simon to try and get some pressure as quickly as possible. Willow's super's going to be hard for the Genji to deal with. With 8 seconds left, let's see whether Simon can get into a good position. He's just going to get boxed up. Fat Bear also maybe in a good position now. He's going to get walked away. Surely Zeta will home with that game. That was way more comfortable that time around. I didn't really feel like there was any opportunities there for Zero Mercy.
Yeah, it feels like Zeta are playing a comp that as long as they don't make any mistakes, on paper, they can deal with any situation. I'm not saying it's a winning draft necessarily. It still takes an insane amount of team play and discipline to cover all your bases. But I love this adaptation from Zero Mercy. They know Mansions of Meepo is just too strong here, and they're happy to play from behind.
Zero Mercy this time around. I don't even know what we can realistically do because the Ems and Lumi are just getting outranged so easily. It's just all the keys are in Simor's hands. He needs to be able to try and make a pop-off play here with his Kenji super, but it's hard when there's 3 good damage dealers on the side of Zeta, but we're in a great position here. Unfortunately, Fat Bear, he gets boxed out and an easy takedown, but again, pressure wins you games. If they can keep this map positioning, they'll be in a good chance once all 3 members are alive. But Simon, he said screw that. He's going to go in anyways, and maybe a bit too aggressive there.
Most certainly too aggressive. It does buy time for Fat Bear to get in a little closer and get a nice kill there on the Siddhartampo. But without that stalwart, strong little pseudo-assassin here, they can't really do anything. Simon's just going to go down here to get another Mansions of Meeple, and that's going to be Zeta regaining full control here.
I just don't see a way how Zeta are not going to score in this position. It's now 3 versus 1 with an Otis mute as well. Surely the blunder doesn't come in, but I'd speak too soon. Surely the super pass in. Okay, that was close. There are a few, like, I wouldn't really say nerves from Zeta. I think they're getting some over, I don't know what the word is.
Inaccuracy.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, like, they're not playing perfectly. They're not playing like, I don't know, Foot Esports or someone with hacks here, for sure. But on the side, though, in Zeta Division, they are piloting this comp to a disgusting pedigree, and right now we're seeing that happen. Stun there onto Simon, Batman in the back, just zoning out with just Meeple Super after Meeple Super, and that is going to be a clean goal there for Siddhartampo to walk in, taking the set 3-0.
Wow, that was insane from Zero Mercy. Honestly, fair play. I know they didn't win a set, and I kind of felt bad, like, even rooting for them to win a set, right? Sometimes that can feel a little bit demoralizing, but they really did themselves proud, especially, like you mentioned, going into the next season. Honestly, there's a couple of players on that roster that could easily pick themselves up on a great roster next year.
I hope they get picked up. You saw now what they can do. They are amongst the top 8 this month of East Asia, so definitely a couple of players that you should look into. I really like what we saw from them today. They came close twice to actually snatch a set of the hands of State Division, which again is something that many rosters with a lot more experience didn't manage to do this season.
And very bold drafting coming out from them. I don't know if they have a coach, but they've really put Hong Kong and Taiwan on the map this year. They were the only team to qualify from those 2 countries across the entire monthly regular season, And here they are, you know, making their debut up against Zeta Division, but they were just too strong as usual.
Yeah, and you can just see it. The kills were in there. The Lumi first pick is quite interesting to see how Zeta respond to Lumi first pick, because if you're saying by the data, right, Zeta like to go Lumi a lot themselves. So I think other teams leading up, facing off against Zeta in the semi-finals, they need to be using Zeta's own draft strategy against them here, potentially.
13 kills in the end on a Batman. In the end, it's not about kills, of course, on Brawl, but if you make sure that nobody else is standing on the other side, you probably win the set here. Zeta Division look as dominant as always. My biggest questions coming into the show today, Spoo, was will they win it all again? Or do we have a team that can upset them and surprise us at this last stage of the regular season?
One thing's for sure, I think it's possible. Now that I've seen Zeta Division's performance here in the quarterfinals, I'm a little bit concerned. You know, they don't look like they're playing absolutely perfectly. They are making some minor inaccuracies here and there. But coming into this next series, I think regardless of whether they face Ignum or Fennel, they will unveil for sure whether they are in form today.
We bring you one of the smoothest voices and prettiest faces in all of Brawl Stars. Ark is back with us on the desk here.
I'll take it.
You watched that match in the background. Who are you rooting for, be honest?
I'm always an underdog rooter, you know that. I mean, there was some glimmers, some hopes, some amazing turnarounds by Zeta. I agree with you guys. I don't think that Zeta are looking on their full form here today so far, but it's still early days, right? We have no idea how they're going to fare later on. I think it's going to better for them to be in that location. Obviously, having the fans is going to give you that lift, so.
I'd like to see an all-new winner here at the last stage. It's the August monthly final. After this, it's only LCQ, World Finals, Challengers still in between, and yeah, that's it. So you better get your tickets. Zeta Division is, by the way, one of the teams who is going to the World Finals already. They're currently in that #1 seed. So if you want to meet them in person, get your tickets. There's still a couple of them out there, not too many, so be quick. Now, for our next match in this series today, it's Ignum Esports versus Fennel. And this is such an interesting one, because what has to happen today in order for Fennel to still clutch an LCQ slot, Spoo?
They have to win it all, and they have to pray to everything that SK Kalalas loses their quarterfinals. That is the only pathway for Achapi to actually make LCQ. And I just want to point out that Achapi has not missed a postseason in the last 5 years. It would be a massive upset for him to not show up in this one.
They're trailing 74 points behind SK Kalalas at the moment. They need a win today. They need SK Kalalas to lose in the quarterfinals. And Fennel almost made it to Challengers too, so it's heartbreaking if they wouldn't make it even to LCQ, Arc.
That was where, for me, I felt that they had the best chance and was kind of certain that they would at least be able to make challenges. So, I mean, it's really quite heartbreaking to see like that they are actually in this position now. I think that it's not only what they have to do right today, it's hoping on the other side of things that SK Kalalas have a downfall. And that's never a place that you want to be, ever. You want to be able to take control from start to finish. So not only does everything have to go right for them, but something has to go wrong for someone else as well.
In the end, for Challengers, it was Reject taking that spot away, kind of playing spoil sport for Fennel. We have another team that did that coming into the monthly finals. Ignum Esports, they're out of postseason contention, but they did a couple of very funny things. Well, not so funny for Rival. They play spoiler for so many teams this month. They have another chance to also beat Fennel and knock them out of LCQ contention. Rival was sitting in that LCQ slot, but they lost to Ignum 3-2 in the qualifiers. And now they're out. They can't do anything about it anymore.
Disastrous. I mean, absolutely disastrous. I mean, you got to remember that, you know, back in July, they lost to Rival Esports in this qualifier, so they got their revenge. But not only did they get their revenge, but in the most ridiculous of ways, because Rival Esports now, I mean, coming into this monthly final, we were kind of gutted here on the desk that we had like less of a storyline.
I was looking forward to this last-ditch race between SK Kalalas and Rival Esports. We've been building up the hype the whole time. Real Hayes revenge, redemption arc, no roster, yada, yada, yada. And then he doesn't even show up today. He just chokes at the last second. And my heart goes out to them because I don't think anyone would have even thought at the start of this year that Rival would have been third in the leaderboard. So now it's kind of like, did the timeline correct itself? That, you know, they send Ignum as the executioner to knock them out early so that, you know, SK Kalalas actually gets to shine.
We painted you a little triangle between Fennel, SK Kalalas, and what has to happen in order for Fennel to still qualify through. They need to win this and then all the other coming matches today in order to beat SK Kalalas for the LCQ slot. Well, in the monthly qualifiers, they lost to SK Kalalas, so if they can't win against their biggest rival in this leaderboard, it's really tough for them. They come through the lower bracket here. Ignum demolished the competition, so there's that. Once again, this was the hardest qualifier or quarterfinal for me to predict. It is a 50-50. We are split also on the casting desk. I believe Spen and I said Fennel. You two said Ignum Esports. Explain a bit further, please. Why do you think Ignum has what it takes to beat Fennel today?
Personally, I wasn't really looking at Ignum. I saw how they beat Rival and I was kind of impressed, but it was more of looking at Fennel's Challengers performance that really stood out to me as this is a team that is kind of grasping at the straws at the moment. It almost feels like there's some kind of internal issue going on inside the team and they're not meshing. And here at the last second, I don't know if they can pull it together. That's why I went with Ignum.
For me, it's super simple. I mean, back in February, they made the grand finals. But ever since February, it's just been getting progressively worse. I mean, you didn't qualify in March, you didn't qualify in July, you had 2 quarterfinals exits in April and June. You know, I really wanted to go with Fennel. I went with Fennel and sided with them last month, but I'm just not feeling the return. You know, I need to see more, and if they are going to do something today, I think should be that day. I think that certainly when you've got that additional pressure behind you, it does elevate your performance somewhat. But I mean, again, I think getting ahead of ourselves to think that they can go all the way today, but the quarterfinals, I'm open to.
I want to say now, who are you siding with? Do you believe like those two, Ignum is going to take this one, or Spen and I said Fennel is taking it? So you better lock in your predictions over on event.brawlstars.com, and we will show on stream also what you have predicted at home. You don't go home empty-handed either. You will get these rewards if you get your predictions right. A pin at the very end. Next weekend we're going to mix them up again, so you get different rewards every single weekend. It's so worth it to lock in those predictions. And I'm honest, I didn't do every single prediction on the website because I kind of am busy these weekends, you know?
Oh,
you forgot.
The crown with the mirror, though. Can we talk
So
about
I need
how
these
epic
points
that is?
today. I'm just saying, I locked in my predictions for today. I need the points, so please go
Do the
the way
button
I
press.
You could do it live, technically, on the desk. You could just open up event.brawlstars.
True.
I'm
You could start
definitely
it in.
not doing that myself.
We could
as we
do
speak.
an we could do an infinity mirror at this point. You know, just us watching us do predictions of us watching us
great.
doing predictions of us.
Inception.
I mean, we get to control the button press, right? So we could just kind of like pull a fast.
Oh yeah, that game was great. Let's push it
I
right
want
now.
to see it
oh
play
my
that
God,
Let's
really.
look at
these
some
Simons.
important things, guys. We already know which two teams are going to play against each other, but we don't know where yet. So let's have a look at the map draft here. Fennel got the first pick here as the lower seed. They got to choose who wants to go first. They chose to go first with Dueling Beetles, which is so funny. Spoo, I can show you here as well.
0%
Ignum
win rate.
played the map twice in scrims and they won it 0 times. So picking Dueling Beetles in Fennel's position is actually a very wise choice, and that is super interesting to me. Map draft can be used in so many different ways. You can just pick the maps that your opponents aren't that great in. You can go with the maps that your team has the most consistent win rate. You can pick the maps that you see the other team might have just not scrimmed that often. Your favorite map, whatever you want. And I think every single team so far has shown us some different strategy.
There's only a limited amount of time in a month, right? And if you have to prepare for 18 maps, that seems to be Zeta Division's approach. They kind of just spread it out. And then there's Foot, who plays like pit stop 18 times in a row and doesn't lose a single time. So Humble was like, yeah, they're going to pick that first. There's nothing we can do about it. I wonder if that differs from region to region as well. Like, what is the meta strategy for how to make use of this new strategic resource that we have map draft now?
Yeah, I think as well that ultimate decision of do you want to kind of go with the open maps, you know, have that kind of long-range sharpshooter affair, or, you know, in what is a risky kind of method to do so, go with those kind of claustrophobic maps like Dueling Beetles and have those options of Surge, Edgar, and all those really troublesome brawlers to come to the forefront. That's the kind of decision-making that I'm witnessing in this region.
We already know which maps they want to play on now. I want to shine a light also again on the balance changes that we had just 2 days ago. You were talking about they already have to spread their time across the board, 18 different maps to prepare, and now a new meta in the last 2 days. It's not an entire meta shift, but these strongest brawlers like a Griff, like the Crow that we've seen so often also in this specific region are now changed. Max was the most picked brawler in East Asia, probably for the last 10 years or so,
Yeah,
but also last month, and she had a huge nerf to her gadget and the supercharge rate. I wonder what these nerfs will change today already.
I don't know if it will deter 10 size love for the brawler? I don't think so. We are in the max region, and you did mention that Crow also got a nerf as well, so it's kind of even, you know, like the most, valuable checkup against Max also took a big hit. Griff also taking a hit as that as well. We'll still, I think, see Max in play overall in this region.
Griff's an interesting one as well, the piggy bank nerf, but we were already seeing a rise in coin shower last month, and I was trying to spin in the cab on the way here, and there's an interesting kind of a strategy there where you can kind of swap the gadget at the last moment to kind of throw off your opposition. They go then with a wall break kind of comp and a long range comp, and then you just kind of change the gadget last second. But I'm hearing a lot of good things around the meta at the moment, that now that those balance changes have come in, hasn't drastically changed a lot, but it's kind of definitely made things a bit more balanced for sure.
It feels like one of the balanced patches we had all year long, really. It's so great to see. So I'm sure we're going to see some new brawlers. Now, for the global bans, we already saw that Starnova and Bolt are still banned out very often. Great cosplay. I do want to
We are not worthy.
explain why my two co-casters are moaning over here. As I mentioned, Bolt and Starnova, they're still strong, it seems. They both have received a whole chain of nerfs, still showing up in the global ban stage twice today.
Something that I know about East Asia in general is that they don't really like to deal with uncertainty, and Bald and Starnova are still the most, new brawlers on the patch. Maybe they just haven't figured out a way to beat it in scrims, so they decide, you know what, it's just not worth thinking about. Let's not try and reinvent the wheel. Let's just use this global ban against it. And meanwhile, on the side of Ignum, though, they just decided cosplay is more important.
I'm all here for it. I absolutely love that. I think we should make it honestly quite
Can we give him bonus
for teams
points?
to have to do that. Yeah, I know, we should have something as an incentive, really. And of course, me always back in a cosplay for sure. But I mean, the Griff ban here, I really like personally. I think there's quite an underrated global ban. I mean, there's very few brawlers that can have that instantaneous ability to break open, but also be so effective against the assassination brawlers. So I'm really kind of all for it for that reason. We get another replay. I love that we get a replay of the cosplay intro.
How many different brawlers have we seen from this guy already? He was Barley in the first monthly final, Finks later on, Mortis as well, now Brock. That is incredible. I'm a huge fan. Let's hope it brings him luck for the match.
I love you, Shigemion. I love it. I think it gives him so much luck. It would be so aura-full if you think about it. If this man picks up Brock, 5 times this series and just absolutely bodies Fennel with it. And every time he rocket range, he stands up and actually, hypes it up. I mean, it's a pretty, he's hyping up the crowd. He's looking loud. He's like, okay, do I see any Ignum fans in the crowd? Do I see any? Okay, looks like you at home are not fans of Ignum. I'm shocked you and I are the 17%.
I mean, I can understand why. I mean, Ignum, in all fairness, they are still quite a young roster. You got to remember, this is only Shigemion's 4th monthly final. Now this is 3rd, Drake's 3rd. I mean, 2 of them were this year. So it's hard to kind of root for them in that regard, but they've been doing some really amazing scorelines in the kind of more recent months. And, going 2-3 to Crazy Raccoon, by the way, in June, that's a tremendous a feat. I mean, when you look back to March, when they lost in a sweep to that very same team. So they are making some moves. It is still young. I think Fennel, for many, will still be the favorite in that regard.
We do have to mention here that for both of these teams, it is their first time they get to play on the stage. In East Asia, we had a LAN event already for July. Now again, this month, and neither of those two teams have participated in July, so they now get to experience the stage as well as the crowd and the lights, it seems. Shigemion was doing this, so he's not used to that much spotlight. Well, I would love to say maybe you get to have a bit more spotlight later on this year, but they are out of postseason contention. As I already mentioned, they can just play Brawl Sport now for Fennel.
They already did it once. They already eliminated Rival. My heart goes out to Ryohei, but now they might just do it to another brother of mine, IC. I want, honestly, Fennel to, at least for the plot, go further than this, but I have to stick by predictions-wise. That was what I felt would happen, but in my heart, I hope that Fennel can muster up at least some kind of showing here this month.
Yeah, I want to see more. Like, in whatever capacity that is for Fennel here today, I need to see more from you guys. It really feels like if things do not go well in this series and it's a sweep, and that's how they end out this year, it'll just kind of leave a little bit of a pit in my heart for, a really accomplished organization and fantastic players. They're capable of so much more. That's my issue at the moment.
Well, we're split down the middle at the casting desk. Our predictions are literally 50-50. The viewers' votes almost 50-52, right? Almost. So let's hope for a 3-2 today.
I think this will be the closest quarterfinal yet.
I mean, we had a 3-0, so that's a safe bet.
Yeah, I mean, compared to all of the others that we'll see later, spoiler alert, I mean, this was the only one we disagreed on predictions on, and for good reason. Now, I must say that Fennel has already technically beaten Ignum before, just earlier this month in the Challengers final. They did 3-0 them and then proceeded to lose to Reject in the most unceremonious way ever that I've ever seen. But that's not important. Now, Ignum, they understand what they're going into, and inside this monthly final, as you mentioned in qualifiers, I think they're just looking so much better.
You know, it's going to be putting them to the test. You know, it's one thing in qualifiers, being at home and being comfortable, but when you're on the stage, I think it's a different thing to be said for sure. I think that Fennel may have a little bit of an advantage in that regard with their experience. But, you know, again, you've got to praise Ignum for their confidence on stage, because already coming on, they're already gearing up the crowd, they're already getting everyone going. And I think that says a lot about a team like them. You know, being able to come in and be able to exude that kind of confidence is not a normal or natural thing for teams to do. So I give them a lot of credit for that.
And a lot of corp work went into that Brock rocket as well. I truly hope Shigemeon will be able to take at least the sets just as a bonus for his beautiful cosplay. We're heading into our match, and now I hope you're ready for Fennel versus Ignum Esports. Ignum versus Fennel. Will Fennel do the unthinkable, show us a Cinderella run today and make it all the way through to the grand finals, win that one and take the LCQ spot as well? A huge opportunity for them here. We see a Choppy. It would be a shame to not have him at least at LCQ this year. Draft now at Dueling Beetles. As mentioned before, Ignum has a 0% win rate. They scrimmed it twice. I hope they play different brawlers this time around. Many of them are actually banned out. They love to play Lu here. 8-Bit gonna come in. Actually, brawler they didn't show us at all in scrim, so I guess third time's the charm, right?
Well, you did say that they scrimmed this map twice, so clearly there's no data to go off for what they actually play. But I was looking more at the bans, and my big concern is that the big bad Grey has not been addressed by either team. On the side of Ignum, by banning out both this Gale and the Lu, the two icy combo, that's kind of like the parody to the Grey that you can opt to trade for, but instead they left it wide open and have gone for 8-Bit instead.
So just a big one. I mean, Damien as well, Edgar here, there's some real problematic brawlers that are left wide open. Max as well. You know, these are the ones that I'm looking for specifically here, and if Fennel pick any one of those three, I'll be happy, honestly. There's a lot left open. Does make me quite concerned here. Meeple as well is kind of one in the back pocket for later that could cause a bit of a problem, but 8-Bit already is going to be a strong brawler on the other side of the field, but one that has a lot of weaknesses.
You need some range, you need some damage against this 8-Bit, so very HP heavy, and as soon as he has that turret builds up, even more survivability and a lot of damage output. Ruff's coming in now. Ruffs and 8-Bit together would be such a toxic comp to play against, so it makes a lot of sense that they pick it away with the Surge. I don't mind it. He did receive a slight nerf to his attack speed. Let's see how strong he still is in this current meta in competitive gameplay. What I'm missing here is range on the right side.
I think what Ignum is missing as well is more range. I think they could double down here. It could be the cosplay brawler making his appearance if they opt to go for Brock and tear apart the map. They're not going to go for that. Going to be a Draco coming in here instead. Is this going to be the Grey that they're pairing this up with?
Yeah, it could be, or potentially, I mean, another healer-based comp idea. Poco's obviously banned out here, so it won't be that one, which is primarily the best one for it. I'm still not necessarily too sold on Draco here. It can get a lot of value. Berry could be an option, but with the Ruffs and the wall break, it makes me concerned that that's kind of maybe what they're thinking.
Why the long face?
It's going to be the Berry. I mean, it's just a consideration there, especially if they double down with another wall break. I'm just kind of a bit worried for that Berry. This map can stay on its feet. There are some good indestructible walls, but things to consider.
I was with Spoo there. I was sure they would come in with Grey there. Also, they banned out the Gale, who usually is a pretty good counter to it. Well, Berry is going to be the last pick here. He definitely makes sure that his two tanky teammates have even more HP, even more capability to stay alive. So now, on the right side, we need damage, we need range. Same thing as I said before already. Bring me a Bell, a Pierce. It's going to be Brawl instead. Definitely the damage needed. A counter kinda to the Berry has a bit more range, but overall, the left side looks so tanky. I fear for Fennel in this one.
It's going to be Barley that has to really pull his weight here. Together with that, Ruffs getting a couple hypercharges, maybe bring up that surge to level 5. And that's going to be their, battering ram into trying to break through this comp. But that is so much HP arc to get through. This Barry plus the Draco is just so deadly. And with time going on, the 8-bit coming in as well on the lane is going to be so difficult for this Fennel roster to bring down.
Honestly, I'm amazed. Damien skating through. Maybe the balance changes are working in that regard. It's a pretty decent start so far for Fennel. Great control, really great aggression on the left-hand side from Icy. And now all 3 members locked in. That's exactly what you want to have as a starting hand.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head looking at what Drake had to do there, but, opting to just throw away his entire life there just to get a little bit of control there. Now, he has to play from behind the entire time. He's going to be pushed back there by the Ruffs, and with IC standing there, there's just no way for this Draco to make headway inside the mid.
Last call with a hypercharge of Kenji. Gonna litter the map now. It's time for a push, but honestly, it is dwindling down. Very hypercharge will fall on the way through though to Kenji. And these shots from now have got to land, and he's still struggling to find the angle. I think that they're already trying to make up for some very much lost time that Fennel are not moving an inch.
And Kenji just continuing to dominate there. Now with the rough spots, he does so much damage. The triple buff is online for the side of Fennel. He's even going to be giving one there to IC. He's going to be popping that hypercharge. So much damage going in there onto Draco. Now chaining off there onto the 8-bit. Should be another easy pick for him. And he's chaining over there to Shigemitsu. He's looking for one more. He wants to get the full team wide. Just opting to come back. There we go. Pops it a second time. Not even necessary. Fennel had an amazing early game and carried it all the way through to a game win.
Shout out to Look there as well on stage. Good friend of mine. We have a lot of laughs at Lands and giving some good words of encouragement to his team for sure. I really liked how Fennel approached it. That early control is what they're all about. And to be honest, I didn't really feel like Ignan were pushing much as a team. It's just kind of like every man for himself and a bit scatty, a bit all over the place. I want to see them be a bit more united this time out.
Interesting choice there, Shigemitsu going aggressive on himself. He's going to be picked off there by IC. And so patient there, this Surge, opting to wait there instead of jumping there onto the 8-bit, holding down that control. And on the right lane, Drake can't even leave the base. Chappie's just tapping away now. 20% already in Fennel's pocket.
No, yeah, this just cannot enter the map. I mean, and the 8-bit was their first pick brawler, remember? And it's not really showing me its worth as a first pick worthy brawler. I love the way that IC is wasting no time at all in this match. I mean, he's over every single thing that they can throw at him. And again, Ignan pushing alone. Shigemitsu just gonna have to try to stay in this position here, stay healed, allow this team, but unless it's a full-on united push by Ignan, and look at this! I see it's just littering the map every which way you look at it, and there's not an open door at all for Ignan, who've got 3% to add to whatever they had in the previous match, which is barely anything at all.
Big push there down from Ignan though. Drake together with Shigemitsu now going in, but the last call rebuffs them, just spreads poison all over that mid, and there's just no way for Ignan to enter scorched earth here. We see the 8-bit, he's just doing absolutely nothing here on the left side. It's going to be a last-minute Hail Mary play, but it's too little too late. 3 hypercharges are enough to secure Fennel the set, and there's going to be some minor celebrations. You see the smile on IC's face. I love to see it.
And that, my friends, is why we scrim every map in terms of our prep and not play it twice and lose both times. Some learnings, for sure, that Ignan will take on board. But, I mean, that was a bloodbath. And the problem with that is that's not how you want to start things off. You want to come in and give yourself the best possible fighting chance. At least make it a close affair. That's going to be good for your mental going into the second set if you do happen to lose the first. That's really going to dampen their ego, and now we're going to see how Ignan are going to try to recover from that. That'll be a testament to what happens next, really. If they can shake that one off, and that's a big one to shake off,
yeah,
then we'll see a battle on our hands, but Fennel needed that. It's been a very disappointing summer split for them so far.
Oh man, and just looking at the cameras earlier, you can see the Ignomenergy when they were drafting, they were so excited about this comp. They definitely agreed with this as a team. And then they got flattened by IC, who has 8 kills and the second highest damage on the team. The last pick, Bali, that came in there really answered all the problems there. But I gotta feel, I mean, on the side of Ignom, it just feels like they've got too many holes in their draft. You know, there was no answer, no real answer to Surge really, other than, well, we'll just tank everything. And the 8-bit was a non-factor in the game. They picked up a brawler and then didn't support it in any kind of reasonable way.
Wow. For Fennel, their previous scorelines since April have been 1-3 exits in the quarterfinals. Will that be their only set and they'll match that same scoreline, or will we see a bit more back and forth going on here? For Fennel, they've been really fighting for a win. Today, it could be coming their way, but even if they win this quarterfinals, they do have to go the entire distance to win the monthly finals, and then hope that SKC losing their quarterfinals match to have a shot at changing this leaderboard. It's not impossible. There is a chance. It's just very improbable. That's the only thing that stands against them. But hey, I love the fight so far.
I love it as well. I want to see a Choppy go back to another LCQ. And he's going to start here in the second set, then triple dribble. The bans are in, and it looks like Fennel might have copied Zeta's homework a little bit here. Immediately banning out this Meeple Willow, plus the Shade on top. They don't want Ignom to get any funny ideas from that previous series.
I think for me here, the Shade ban is so pivotal. I think it's a very good map for Ruffs to come in here as well. Ems, I've always been looking out for Ems. I've been surprised at how heavily she seems to have dropped off in this meta. So pleased to see her coming forwards. Glad to see the Surge ban here as well. And going to be keeping my eye on Rico this weekend to see like whether that Brawl now is being banned frequently, whether it's kind of found its place so far. It seems to be still up there in that regard still. But I'm still convinced on Max. I would like to see it picked up here personally. I think that despite the nerfs, I think that in Brawl especially, that ability to place a maximum amount of impact and pressure is going to go a long way. Sirius definitely here seems to be still a very strong idea in East Asia specifically. So I think we're seeing more Sirius in East Asia than any other region really at the moment.
It's a big favorite of Zeta Division. I think that's the reason why the rest of the region has kind of just copied them. A trend that we tend to see in East Asia is that there is something that we nickname the Shiritampo effect, that when he pilots a brawler and mains a brawler, then the rest of the region just follows. This is more of the Batman effect. I mean, he's the serious player for Zeta, and the rest of the regions seem to opt to go for this as that pseudo throw. And there's the Max, as you were calling out, Ark. Despite the nerfs, despite the changes, the second gadget from the Max is just still so oppressive and so good in this current meta.
Glad to see it. Mortis is still around, and that's the brawler which scares me quite a lot. I mean, the Sirius as well, I think the reason why is it's a very big deterrent of Damien. I mean, it's still open here, it's a massive threat, but against the Sirius, you're fighting against yourself, and it's like the best way to kind of get in early doors and really shut the idea down. Also, just to point out, Ignom Esports have got a 100% win rate on this map, but they did only play it twice. So, which is the same amount of times that they played Hot Zone. I've got to question a little bit in terms of how prepared they're coming into today. I think that Fennel have definitely been putting in more of a grind, but then again, they did only play this map 5 times as well. So both sides really haven't been necessarily focusing on this particular map.
And Fennel have a 20% win rate out of those 5 games. They only won 1 of those matches. So a bit interesting. I don't know who this favors, or maybe they're just kind of drafting out of preparation, right? Like maybe they're hoping that by playing a map that they haven't really scrimmed, they are able to, hide a little bit of that information for, the other team here. Let's talk about this Primo pick, Ark. We have to react to this because looking at it, I can't tell. What's the idea behind this? Are we in a different meta, different patch now? Is that a missed draft? We're seeing the draft go down now, so suppose some wonky business might have gone on down here.
I don't necessarily hate it, even if it was intentional, honestly. I mean, it's a map that you can run it down in, but I think that in this kind of meta, it's definitely at the stage of the draft that I wouldn't love to see it. I think that you're opening yourself up to a lot of potential hard counters. I think that might be in the practice range as well, so maybe there may have been a misclick or something along those lines. But I still feel like it's a very kind of like non-meta brawler pick. I think that, put it this way. Damien's around and you're picking Primo. That's the kind of way I see it. But regardless, I'm still open to those ideas because with teams like this, at this caliber, and this level, you'd expect that if you do see something like that come through the draft, there's a plan behind the madness, But I think it's probably safe to say that there may have been some funny business going on there.
Madness indeed. You know, Primo still works up against certain matchups. I think up against Damien, it's a decent check there. But, I mean, all this talk about Damien coming down here as the big bad in Triple Triple, now that Shade has been banned out. But everyone's just kind of responding to it. You're picking counters to it without actually picking it up yourself. No one really just wants to go there and deal with that. And looks like teams maybe having to enter a bit of a redraft here. Yeah, that might have been wonky business indeed.
Either way, though, I'm surprised to see that we haven't seen much of Damien so far yet. Be curious to see when the other regions approach as well, whether that's something which is like universal, whether it's global, or whether it's kind of one of those things that he's in a more balanced place. I definitely felt like he was worthy of dueling Beatles earlier, despite the the fear of the wall break stuff coming in. I think that Damien can just assert himself so quickly on that map, and especially in Brawl Ball. I mean, even if you go down in early doors, you're still going to come back, and as soon as you got that super, I mean, everyone else is pretty much toast. There are some counter plays, especially in East Asia as well. Like, they do like to bring in Charlie as a countermeasure. It can kind of force your opposition's hand to have to maybe deviate away from their drops and what they were looking to lock in, and bring in something which is just a dedicated Damien counter. But that's kind of what I would like to see. I think that if you've got Sirius on your side, though, realistically here, if Fennel don't pick it up, it's definitely a last pick Brawler worthy thing for me to see on the side of Ignim. If there's not enough wall breaker potential on the other side of the field.
Yeah, at the moment, Fennel only have this Ems, and with Friendzoner, you do have a little bit of a stun that you can use up against the Damien there, but there's a lot of counterplay against it. So yeah, this makes a little bit more sense. Not the Primo that's coming in for the side of Fennel, but it's going to be this BB plus the Stu. Now, when you look at this, do you think the Damien can still go into this comp?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I'm totally all for it. I'm kind of surprised. BB can definitely assert a lot of aggression, especially when, you've got a Max on the other side of the field. You need something that's going to be able to just assert some pressure. They really charge down those side lanes, and the knockback, especially of BB, is quite brutal. If they combine speed zone with the Stu as well, that's going to really elevate BB somewhat and give her a bit more maneuverability.
First aid theory!
Buzz? Don't hate it, don't love it.
I think it's alright here. I mean, it does force this Ems to pick up Friendzoner again here, just to deter the fact that this Buzz can do. And it has decent matchups there into the BB. Very, very skill testing. I don't mind it. I think it's a different approach from the Damien, as you mentioned. A little bit less reliant on the timing. You just pop the torpedo from the get-go and just get pressure going, which is something that I think on the side of Ignim, they were really, really lacking. The early game was just so weak from them, and I think they didn't want to capitulate that just from the start.
It's interesting to see, isn't it, though, how much a Griff global ban can really deviate the draft. We're seeing a lot of these non-meta brawls. I see so much tankiness here. They need to come back to defend this. Nicely done there from Drake. Good stun as well, but actually doesn't get the takedown. The help for Chappie. Fennel made that look pretty straightforward. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a walk-in surely for me. No butt stun yet. That's going to be it. I see we get an early goal in early doors. 23 seconds gone, and already Fennel wasting no time.
Very precise play there from the side of Fennel. Kenji breaking apart that 2x2 really saved it for them. And now in the ball control in the mid, Shigimion's shadows are completely dealt with there. We see a lane swap. We see IC going on the side of the Sirius. Drake is looking for that matchup there on the side. IC wants to get the stun in there, but he's being pinched out. He already is falling to half HP. Chappie now doing so much work with the super, and surely this should be Fennel going in there. A big goal Friendzoner coming in there. Total team wipe, obliteration, and a very fast game for Fennel.
Fennel are looking unstoppable right now. They've really, really been doing their homework to come in to this monthly final and put us all to question as to why we were doubting them from the beginning, And I love that for them so far. They are keeping up the pace, and it feels like Ignim just really haven't come as prepared as we would have hoped. It's still turnaroundable. I'm going to make that work. So far, Fennel already pushing forwards very strong. They need this max speed to be able to defend us on the side of Ignim.
Love the way that Fennel navigated the lane swap early, just opting to send IC down Drake, even though it was a pretty bad matchup there. It bought time for Kenji and Chappie to sort of assert themselves, and now we see Drake there popping off there with one stun there, opting to go for a second, but the Friendzoner does connect, and IC can clean this one up. Nyasushi here, this is trying desperately there to pick off them, but doesn't have the damage to finish these brawlers off.
Have a charge from Drake, gets a nice stun, then finds IC as well. This needs to be a goal here for Ignim. They cannot falter. Respawns are coming in, no time to fumble this one. It's going to be straight forward for Drake. And a goal on the board, finally. Something from Ignim to write home about.
Huge play there from Drake with the hypercharge. He's got a super now and a very, very good matchup here on the left, but Chapi is the one that's going to be going in there with the stuns there. Nice play there from IC to block down a Drake there, but on the right lane, Shigamion has really won his lane, so no real consequential play coming out here from Fennel so far.
I like this from Nihilus on the left-hand side, waiting for that max speed and the respawn of Drake to come in to assert some authority. Nice there from Drake, but again, these trades are not going in his favor. In a 2v1, that's going to be a straightforward walk in for Fennel. Not just a goal, but one goal closer to claiming the set.
So much is riding on Drake here. I mean, a single misplay from him is what's spelling defeat. And see a max hypercharge going out there. Should be able to chain off to a second. Nice. Give supers to his entire team. You see a hypercharge there from Shigamion as well. Stun there onto Drake's going to connect onto one. Shigamion pops the hypercharge. And this surely should be a goal. So much pressure coming in there. As long as they don't fumble this. But the defense of the century. A Chapi with a hypercharge of his own. Easily cleans this up. And Fennel now back in the center. 30 seconds left to overtime. Well, it may just be better.
There's no world in which that isn't a goal. And I'm not sure whether it's just a fantastic defense there from a Chappie or mistakes and fumbling on the side of Ignim now. But look at this pressure. Drake's going to fall down as well here. Huge hypercharge there from IC as well. And there's no defense to be seen from Ignim. Another set as Fennel are in the process of a speed run.
2-0. Completely dominating this series, not just with drafts, but with the gameplay. To be honest, the draft isn't even that much in their favor. This Buzz last pick, we did see the potential of it, but I think you're right completely. Ignim there, they kind of fumbled it for sure. I saw goals everywhere in that play. I have to watch it in slow motion to really catch the micro details of what happened there. But I have to think that to myself that it has to be something that Drake did wrong there that may have allowed for Chapi to get that crucial hypercharge. Without that, surely it had to be a goal.
I felt like he's the player which definitely struggled at that game the most. I think that the BB was a really strong idea. And you've got to remember, in terms of the draft, they were playing the Buzz into the BB. It wasn't the other way around. So that was a risk which they undertook, and it just didn't really pay off. 9 kills for a Chappie, really doing a lot of work for his squad, but a full team effort. And despite things being pretty balanced across the board inside of Ignim, just not making the plays that you kind of expect them. I think that comp absolutely has legs. I think the Buzz is my least favorite of the 3, but regardless, I think that they could have still made more with it. It wasn't kind of like just a complete and utter outdraft.
Yeah.
I think, this is a new environment for them, for a squad that are still on the rise, and Fennel know what it means to whatever happens this month in terms of their prospects going forwards for LCQ. It's for them about just showing us that they have still got it at the final hurdle. I think that is their primary focus, like regardless of what happens later in the bracket with SKC and how close they will fare in terms of those points. They've just got to make it through these quarterfinals to make a stand.
It could be a Chapi's legacy as well. He doesn't want to go down, thinking to himself, my last potential monthly final is a top 8 finish. We don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to retire, but a lot of people have been, questioning a Chapi, thinking about the fact that this former world champion hasn't made a world final for so long, always falls short at the last chance qualifier. And this year, with this roster starting so strong, coming in, getting second place, and then, as you said, just downhill all the way from there, have Fennel finally found a way to utilize the former world champion.
And hey, he was casting at Brawl Cup. I mean, he can still be casting at LCQ as well. So it's still doors. I mean, he's a multi-talented guy, But what an amazing career for him. He really has displayed so much excellence over the years, but it can't be denied. In the recent time, it has fallen short, and, I kind of expected to see a bit more from him, specifically this season so far. Bans are in. I think it's going to be still open here, potentially here. Max. Yeah, this is a Brawl which I thoroughly expected to see way more in other regions, actually, after we witnessed how versatile she is on Heist. So I really quite like this first pick here coming through from Fennel. Colt's going to be open here as well, and that is always a brawler which I love to see. And Anjo is still not out of the mix. It's not my favorite brawler. I still feel like it's one that can be very punishing and against the max. I mean, you can't really even consider it for Ignim, but it is still viable on this map.
Yeah, with Lola out of the picture as well for Ignim, I'm scratching my head to think, what is the most natural way to deal with this max? Do you just go for things yourself, or to just run down the mid and just force that control? We see this Rico coming out here now from Fennel, and on a map like Kaboom Canyon Arc, I am a little puzzled, not gonna lie. This is something that I wish we had spent on the desk for to ask, like, what's the idea
I think
behind this
multiple launcher onto the safe, fill it up with the balls, and then explode it, and potentially, or even if you reset it, it will explode the other one, right? So you can, you're not dependent upon your opposition having to shoot it, because obviously they won't be doing that on the side of Ignim if that is the case. But it's definitely a bit of a head scratcher, Brawler. Not necessarily
really
too solid. I think, like, brawlers like Kaze for me, really going to be up there in that regard, way more. I wouldn't even mind necessarily brawlers like Meg on this particular map, or Melody. I mean, Chuck not banned here. I don't think it's the hardest brawler to counter, but you've got to have time to counter it. So if it's a final pick worthy brawler in the back pocket for Fennel, it could be one of those things that really puts Ignim to the test. Either way, it's a really tough set for Ignim to have at this stage, being 2 sets down. You've got to get this draft right. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing from them, though.
Yeah, Meg or another brawler that's similar in nature to it, just something to really deal with the max. Yeah, Finks, I think, as we talked about it already, is a brawler that can just run it down in that mid, abuse that slightly faster move speed, and just go blow for blow with the max. It's funny now that they both have the same gadget, if you think about it. So it's really just going to come down to the individual player's skill here. But Max does have more of that team play element. On this map, you know, getting that hypercharge online, I'm looking to see Fennel wrap up their comp with something aggressive here. A Melody wouldn't be too bad. I think they need something to just get across and get on the safe. They've already got more than enough for defense. There we go. It's going to be the Edgar instead. But this is a super skill-testing brawler to play on this map. You cannot miss a single one of Let's Fly. You know, if the Scarf misses, you're a dead brawler, basically.
Yeah, I would kind of maybe prefer something like an Otis just to have to really mute out the Melody. The Kaze. I'm not too sold on Edgar. It's no doubt about it. A really scary brawler, one that can get a lot of cycle ability and, you know, just have its way with the map and just roam free. But, you know, I do feel like on some level you're right. It really is going to be dependent upon getting that initial starting point. And if Icy can have his way with these pushes, have that speed gear rolling in, get some early utility down, then I think he'll give himself the best chance to be able to cycle from that point on. But I'm looking to see how much value he gets on this map with this pick.
Yeah, first max basically going out here. He's going to allow IC to potentially spy a kill here if his gadget is off cooldown there. It's very difficult to target down these brawlers. He's going to be very reliant on a Choppy and Kenji to do the scouting for him. Now, the first fan storm going down here, and it's going to be a big push there from Ignim. Going all 3 members on the safe. The first layer of shooting has been cracked, but we see IC starting with a base race of his own on the other.
Yeah, Icy being left on the safe is not a great thing. We're going to have to see a defense here from Ignim, who are now respawning in themselves. But, you know, again, they're not really able to do so without 2 players being back for it. If Icy is left alone here, it's going to be really troublesome.
Icy now backed up with the Choppy there. 2 layers of shielding gone, but it's still a Kaze on the safe that's doing so much on the other side. It's a pure East Asian base race here, and Fennel, they're down to their last legs on their save. They need to reset the tempo, take back the mid to equalize this game.
Well, Kenji giving speed to himself here. That might not be the play here. Some good aggression coming in. Damage with the safe as well. There's going to be a chance here for Ignim to be able to bring things back. They can just get IC, who's actually going to have the final say here. Get some big taps as well. A Phantom on the safe. But I think misplaced. 8% is going to stay, and that could be a mistake.
That could be what loses them the series with IC going in at the hypercharge. And beautiful play there from a Chabi to support it. Oh dear, Fennel has absolutely robbed Ignim of that one. A pixel perfect mistake there from the side of the Kaze. Drake's got to be beating himself up for that one.
Oh man, I think Ignim did it to themselves though, really. I mean, especially against a team like Fennel, when you get that sort of open door, you've got to walk through it and you've got to land those moments. Some nerves definitely starting to shine through here on the side of Ignim, and they've not really been in this series so far either. That may have been the very thing that they needed, but now up against the match point, and already, you know, they've got to shake that off mid-set.
Tough one to do so. Choppy as well. Now lasering down on the left. No connections there onto Neades, but he does have full mid control. They've left Kenji inside the base to deal with this Kaze. Might not be sufficient, but on the other side, we see kills flying the other way. Icy's already gotten 1. Let's fly into the back. He's now going to be completely difficult to pinch out.
I think Drake got some decent damage there, to be completely honest, despite being shut down. He went in low HP, got 13%, not the end of the world for him. But again, I need to see more in terms of the accuracy. He's the playmaker. He's the person that needs to get up the field for Ignim here. And so far, IC is just doing a fantastic job of being a thorn in the side of this defense. And Nerdis is really struggling to shut him down.
Should be going down here for sure, up against Drake. There we go, finally getting the cleanup there. Back inside the base of Fennel there. They are down to 74%. It is a tie again for both of Hypercharge online there for IC. Going to be jumping onto one and then claiming a kill. Going straight onto the safe, and Kenji just runs down to the other side. Bolts to the corner there, leaves the gadget in place. Just playing with his food there. He will be going down there to near this, but once again, it is IC in the back. He's now looking to make a little bit of play there. Just trying to get down that last layer of shielding. Oh my word. Almost managed to get it down there. Huge advantage there for Fennel.
Wow, if they can just do with a chappy here, Fanstorm might be a good deterrent of keeping him back. He'll be able to heal up in the meantime, but this is where Ignim have got to stay firm. They cannot afford to let IC slip through, and that is the player that's now got jump as well, so I'm quite concerned. If they can get this safe crack on the side of Ignim, give them the best possible chance here. Kenji going to go on the aggressive before then teleporting back, and now the speed coming in. This is where things get dangerous for Ignim.
Sending things there, the right, the Hypercharge tried to stop this one up against IC, but it's just going to go straight for the save there. A Charpy there's got a super at the ready, just going to pop this, and it should be an easy laser throw, and that's going to be Fennel through to the semi-finals. They will take this match 3-0.
That's the Fennel we wanted to see today. Great stuff from them. Through to the semis, finally getting something to say in the summer split that has been a long time coming. For Ignim, I think that a lot of it came down to draft as well for me, to be honest. A lot of the brawls that they were picking in to an already complete draft on the other side of the field, just some questionable decisions. They had no defense there at all. You know, it was really troublesome to see how they were trying to make what they could. Okay, it was a final pick egg on that instance, but I think it wasn't just the nerves is what I'm trying to say, really. I think some of the draft really kind of displayed a lot of weaknesses, and Fennel exploited that. They came in prepared. Fennel, despite having a pretty worrisome win rate, actually, overall in terms of their scrims, really put us all wrong here. Well, put me at Spoo certainly wrong here on the desk, which is good to see. But, I mean, I'm liking the way they've approached this. My concern now, though, is regardless to how good they look, if SKC just win the quarterfinals match, it's all for nothing.
What motivation can do? Fennel has to win it all today to still lock in LCQ, and they certainly want to keep their dream alive. So far, looking like another team to beat today. Also, Ark, another 3-0. What is this? Not what I wanted to see.
It's definitely one of those days that I hope doesn't continue on this way.
Yeah.
I would like to see some more back and forth for sure. I feel like it's definitely got potential later on. That was the one that for me was that kind of 50-50 match. So like I would like to see that there be just a bit more consideration. But again, in this environment, it's so different. We've got to always consider that. Not everyone is going to be feeling as comfortable or as at home on that stage. And I think Ignim, that will definitely have added to a lot of those struggles. Kenji didn't even need to get damage to the safe. He was all about the defensiveness and getting his squad forwards. Really great stuff from him today so far. Looking forward to seeing how he will fare in those semi-finals. Crazy Raccoon versus T5S up next is our third quarterfinals match. Then SKC and Frenzy. I've got my eye on that one specifically for sure because SKC need to do that match to be able to, put Fennel in a position where they are drawing blind.
Exactly. In order for Fennel to still qualify through to LCQ, they need to win it all today, and SKC has to lose in the quarterfinals. Well, Fennel got step 1 done. Now SKC has to lose, so stay tuned for the quarterfinal number 4. You were watching the match in the backstage. Is there anything that stood out to you? Does Fennel really just look that strong today? Can they maybe even beat Zeta in the semis?
Well, I think one thing that played into their hands is it Look, the analyst, the coach on the stage, he's got some EMEA drafts going, you've got to spruce that in there a little bit. But I think their preparation
He's
really
so
just
biased.
Yeah, I'm a little bit biased. I think it just paid its dividends because I think they literally are a 50-50 team in terms of skill. But it's quite clear every time I heard you guys speak, they've only had 2 preparations here on this map. So Fennel did their analysis work and then executed perfectly.
Also, Spen, we got our predictions correct.
Oh, yeah.
Can you bring that up again, please? Oh,
Oh.
sweet victory.
Congrats.
Beautiful.
Do you want a medal?
Yes, please. You can edit.
I'll work on it.
You can edit to his 1 monthly final win, the 3K Cup
Yeah, I know.
titles.
Yeah, that's your injury for tomorrow, mate.
Maybe you'll get a medal one day, mate.
But yes, next up is going to be a banger of a match. I hope it will be. Us all said Crazy Raccoon is going to take this one, which kind of indicates it could end in a 3-0 again. Not what I want to see. But up next, Crazy Raccoon versus T5S. And this isn't the first time we see either of these two teams. T5S already qualified for the July monthly finals. It was their first showing in East Asia. They had Zeta Division as their opponents, got beat 3-0. Will they have better luck today against Crazy Raccoon now?
I'm not too sure. I don't know. Crazy Raccoon are just aura. Like, when you think of aura, look at that beautiful man on your screen. Tensai screams it. But there is a chance that they can pull off the impossible. Of course they can. But they've got to go in with a game plan. They've got to come up with a strategy. Like I alluded to before, I feel like there are a few teams that have a little bit of a weakness in at least their map pool selection. And Crazy Raccoon is one of them.
I think for me, I'm always looking for that underdog story. I mean, those are the things that really make it for me, and a huge upset. I mean, I would love that, especially leading forwards into the World Finals. You know, Crazy Raccoon to take a loss here, absolute cinema would be for me. I think realistically, T5S though, and you've got to look at the stats and what is the reality of this. For me, have 2/3 of their roster complete unknowns. Senakama goes back a long way in time. They've been playing since 2022. Has had a monthly final in every single year since that period of time. 6 monthly finals played. Today will be his 7th. He's got a ton of experience, but I think that when you're looking back to July and a scoreline against Zeta, that double match point, which really could have been a massive talking point had they won that match. I think that may have just come down to draft. I think that it's still too early to say whether that was a one-off. I would lean more towards it being that one-off. I think that they've got still a lot to display, but certainly some promise. Is this a match that they can win? Possibly. Is it one that I think they will win? Probably not.
Crazy Raccoon sitting in the number 2 seed here in East Asia. The number 3 seed, Rival, who had locked in LCQ but then didn't qualify today, so they're out of contention now, was beaten by none other than T5S. This is one of the 2 teams that is the reason why we don't see Rival today. So I do think if they can upset Rival, and it was a pretty convincing 3-0 against Rival 2, they might also be able to claim that against Crazy Raccoon.
Close games though. 2 out of the 3 went to the 3rd set, but I mean, it does say a lot. They are growing. You can see that month by month.
Yeah, I think for this one, I think you've just got to take small baby steps. That's what we were alluding to in the first series. Like, I think if they can just get like 1 set on board, that could give them all the confidence in the world. But something's telling me, especially with like the bans incoming pretty soon, I don't know, I feel like Crazy Raccoon have done a little bit of homework.
Yeah, let's see who done their homework. We are heading into the map draft, and what we've seen earlier came true again, kinda. First map is going to be Pinball Dreams, picked up here by T5S. Guess what was the win rate of Crazy Raccoon on this map?
Yeah.
It wasn't the best. Out in the open next, Safe Zone, Dry Season, and then the random decider is going to be Dueling Beetles. I look forward to some of these maps because we haven't seen them at all yet today. And Spen, you and I discussed this earlier. Pinball Dreams is actually a map that isn't picked very often so far.
Yeah, when I was doing my analysis, I was looking at a lot of like how much teams prepare for each map, and Pinball Dreams is not a map that pros really like, because in draft you can go a whole lot of nonsense. You can go
Is this on?
I know, is this on?
New phone, who did this?
He would only have more aura in a cosplay. That's just my 2 cents.
Literally. But yeah, Pinball Dreams, you can go throwers, you can go assassins, you can go wall break. There's so much cheese. So I think in terms of what T5S have done in terms of map selection is actually quite clever. But like I alluded to with the global bans, Rico was the key to their success, I believe, in qualifiers. And Rico's very good in Pinball Dreams, very good in Safe Zone right now. So, I mean, the perfect bans from Crazy Raccoon.
I'd like to point out Star Nova open for the first time today, sliding through the global bans here. She did receive some nerfs. Did we finally get to see her played today?
I'm totally fine with Star Nova being played today, as long as Bolt is constantly banned. I don't want to see any Bolt today. I think there's a brawler which honestly can just like deviate so much away from the draft plan. You end up drafting 2 brawlers with the specific reason to target and counter that brawler. It's a distraction. I think that if I'm a pro player right now, which I'm not, I'm not, no surprises there. Someone used to be, but it's been a while. Let's be honest. Do you leave Bolt open at any point today?
No, I just don't leave it open. Especially,
board.
it's mainly
That's enough.
it's last pick. Like you said, you've got to prepare for it if you leave it open. So why don't just ban it?
Yeah.
It's just, yeah.
93% of the people who voted on eventaprocess.com went for Crazy Raccoon. No surprises there, as mentioned, Crazy Raccoon in the 2nd seed currently. And if you don't know the name already, you probably just go with whoever is the higher seed here, realistically.
Or whoever's got a logo, you know. Like,
Good strategy, to be fair.
Who needs a logo these days, you know?
oh, there's some bang, especially in North America. They bring some of the best logos there are in the BSC. So sometimes, get a bit of artistry going, get some memes flying, then you might even just win over the public with your logo, to be fair.
Well, let's find out soon who will take our quarterfinal number 3. We don't know what that semi-final is going to look like yet. For Fennel, it would be important for SK Kalalas to drop out there. For Fennel, it doesn't really matter who wins this one, as long as they win it all today. So they probably hope T5S takes it and Crazy Raccoon is already out of the way.
That would be a good plan, actually. That would be a good plan. But one thing I was kind of considering, like with Crazy Raccoon, I think this would be a time to kind of attack them because they haven't really got anything going from them. They've got to, this is like their last chance to pick up some momentum before World Finals.
Yeah.
But at the same time, nothing's at stake. And sometimes when you lose that little bit of edge, that's when a team can come in and attack. So I think if there's ever a time right now, it is the last monthly final to try and nick something against Crazy Raccoon.
They will definitely be feeling the responsibility to enter that stage of the contest with having like a good result. I feel like that's going to be in the back of their minds for sure. But you're absolutely right in what you're saying. Is it's like if you're not necessarily fighting for that thing that is going to determine that prospect, then you can get lazy with it. And Crazy Raccoon cannot afford that here today.
Our 2 teams are ready now, live in Tokyo on this stage. Crazy Raccoon and T5S. We don't know yet who is gonna walk through to the semi-finals and the grand finals later on. 2 things are certain. We're not gonna see a Bolt today. Global ban so far 3 out of 3 times. The other thing, Max is gonna have a showing in East Asia. That's just a rule.
But it's not Tensai. They took it off my glorious king, Tensai.
SR Tensai.
Boo. It's
Fine.
basically Tensai. Yeah, but I don't know, like... for Pinball Dreams, it's a little bit of a weird one because there's not much like data to go off. So again, like for T5S, this is the perfect situation I was talking about. So we're going to go with EMS. EMS is a great one because with EMS, you can be flexible with your gadgets, 8-bit. It's good, but on a map with a bunch of walls, you'd think 8-bit with walls would be okay because your turret's protected, but you need range with 8-bit. You need to be able to defend yourself. This is leaving it very vulnerable to a thrower. Especially.
Walls for now.
Yeah.
I mean, Griff's not banned here in any instance.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it's like one of those brawlers that can just absolutely take away so much from what Crazy Raccoon are trying to build here. But I liked what you were saying coming into the studio as well about how like Griff's so versatile now with Gadget. You can kind of threaten the idea of wall break and then change. I think here though is definitely viable, going to come in as well. So I think that wall break is kind of where I would be leaning because it's going to leave the 8-bit and the M's with little to go on.
It's so fun to see Griff out there because you can decide to play piggy bank and open up the map. You can also just draft him, make your opponents believe you want to open up the map and then go with Coin Showers instead, who might even be the stronger gadget right now since he didn't get any nerfs for that gadget. Now on the left, I do see that Crazy Raccoon, the only time they actually won the map, they played 8-bit and Stu. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see that brawler come out as last here, and there he is.
Well, yeah, Stu's perfect.
I got it too,
You have got it. Bro's got it. No, but I think you alluded to that because it works perfectly because you've got Stu with the speed zone turret and then you've got 8-bit. So whilst 8-bit's charging up that first super, that's the only time where you can really get him without his super. So Stu is great for that reason. And we know Crazy Raccoon, they're mechanical geniuses. So Stu is a perfect brawler for that.
This was your match though. Which comp would you prefer?
I think I'll go with Crazy Raccoons. Stu is just so good on Brawl, and then they're alluding to their weaknesses with the turret.
Already, some big taps from Tensai, and those shots going to be able to ricochet on towards Sanakar on the right-hand side. Look, Rio going to be positioning himself nicely in this top right-hand side as well to inflict maximum pressure. I'd imagine running acid spray to get through this wall as well to get that slow effect coming forwards, and so much utility, so much speed here, despite not having the max on their side. CR have got many back pocket ideas to be able to do so.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going to get out of this spawn trap. Already pinched down, and just a singular Mo, and he wastes his super as well. There was just no chance, especially since the ball mechanic changes. You can easily score in that position, but already a hypercharge from Max, pairing it 2 times with his teammates, and now they can start to push up, but they need to use this utility wisely. A lot of members going down here. Crazy Raccoon are fighting for their lives, but 3 versus 1 now. This is surely a walk-in hit, or can Moya pull off to the defense? He can't. It's 1 apiece now.
There was a world that I could see Moya just taking all 3 then, to be completely honest, and that's 2 picks, but good pressure. Nicely done then from T5S, and they're not going to be taking this one lying down. Going to equal up the scoreline in terms of the goals, but it's Crazy Raccoon now for starting to push their way forwards. Piggybank going to be going down, but again, there has been a bit of a nerf to that now. Going to be having less of a explosive radius, but Thundercover choosing not to even shoot it to get that that Buffy in motion. Hypercharge is coming in now for T5S. One from Milk Rio as well, going to shut it down so quickly. He'll fall, and now starts the move to get some value. This could even be availing to a goal. I think it will be. That is not the start that we expected from the world champions.
Wow, he got 2 max hypercharges.
He can barely believe it himself.
Oh, and he's playing on the phone as well. Bro's just farming aura at the minute. You hardly see anyone play on a mobile device nowadays. But wow, I mean, it's just a synergy with 2 really good hypercharge brawlers. We talk about this a lot in Brawl. Brawlers that have powerful hypercharges, you pair it with a Ruffs, you pair it with a Max, you get so much utility gained out of that. Griff's hypercharge is insane right now, especially since the buffies. Most hypercharge has always been like a guaranteed goal, or at least a guaranteed kill. So for CR, it feels like the clock's kind of ticking. You've got to try and win the game early before T5S get all of their utility.
Well, this could be a chance, despite Tensai being low. Moira and Milk Rio still going to play this one just a little bit slow here. Get some good taps though. Good defense potential there. The ball is loose, but it's down here for a maximum defense on this Max. And big taps coming in, almost done, honestly, by T5S, but not quite enough, as Tensai will slide that one in.
I really thought for a split second he might have been able to clutch that. Max super comes in to give a little bit of utility, but Mo's still trying to pick up another super after using it just before that goal. Now the pressure coming in from CR. Moya on the stew. It is absolute cinema. He just cooks every single time. They're not going to overextend this time, though. They know that they can't really score unless they get good timing with the respawns. But this time now, Mo has a hypercharge, but he can realistically use it on once Moya gets his super. He's staying quite cautious now because his teammates are struggling a little bit. Mo hypercharge comes down, gets the kill onto Moya. Hypercharge pop from Tensai as well. Gets a few beams. The unlimited ammo is just raining down. Not really connecting too much, though. And now the Mo's in a difficult position, but he's still got a bit of pressure.
Nice pick up there from Moya. Crazy Raccoon have got to be feeling the pressure for sure here. That goal in the back pocket will be somewhat of a saving grace for them unless T5S can find a chance for the next 50 seconds to equalize something up. Milk Rio is going to fall though on that left-hand side. Tensai doing a good job of defending this from the mid. So his teammate can respawn back in. Moya's got a hypercharge now as well. There's a lot of low HP. He could choose to go for the jugular here. Nice there, sneaky sneakers to keep there alive on that left-hand side. Moya going to come in and get a nice defense yet again. And CR still holding firm.
Moya is just putting his team on his back right now. It's like a 1 versus 3 so far. The defense is still in, but it just feels like they're kind of delaying the inevitable here. Mo super can be a little bit unpredictable. Milk Rio is going to pop the hype charge. Walk that one in. Much better from CR this time around. And I think that's just thanks to a lot more composure, not allowing the Max to get as much value with the hypercharge. I'm also seeing he's not using the, I think it's, what's the other star power? The one that gives shields with the Buffy. I don't know why he's not opting to use that, because in Brawl, I feel like you especially need that shield, so then you can push up.
I feel like as well, though, there's much more value that game gained by Yamasuke's on the left-hand side of that Mo pick. He's starting to now make that utility work better. I think CR, though, like, in terms of Milk Rio's performance in that game specifically, I feel like his attention to the defense, Tensai, starting to get a bit more warmed up now, but I think this is still a very aggressive comp. There's going to be shared speed there, actually, from Tensai, which is a bit odd for me. Piggybank not going to be, again, in a position to shoot to get maximum effect and open up the map, so some question marks here. Now a great line of sight for Tensai. Going to be able to tap down this left-hand side to help them look rear from the right-hand side. This could even be a goal-scoring opportunity. Down to the defense again. Oh, that was a close one.
so close. But the thing I'm noticing most is Moya, the way that he's pressuring up the map, the second that he gets a little bit behind that wall there, the defensive wall from T5S, then his teammates just go. They go at the same time, they enable a pinch, but Hypercharge soon loading for Max. I think T5S would really favor this position here, but Tensai popping extra credits. The bounce causing so much pressure. Milcreo now in a great position with his super, but he knows the members on Crazy Raccoon are pretty weak. We can't force this one too fast. But Hypercharge from Max might need to optimize it now. Great interception there. Doesn't use Hypercharge super, just pops a normal one. Tensai popping Hypercharge, deletes everybody with extra credits as well. That's such a scary prospect. And now Crazy Raccoon should pass this forward. Oh, a missed opportunity. Can they still score this one in? Another missed pass start.
Not great. Not great from Crazy Raccoon. Hard to say whether it would have availed to a goal, a bit of defense if that had been a connecting pass. But you could see that was the intention, right? So either way, a missed play from Crazy Raccoon. Moya trying to make good for it with a Hypercharge, but not landing the shots into the grip here. Mo going to be going in. The Yamasukas might be able to do something here, but with Milcreo still in this defense, it's going to be hard to make it work. As Tensai now comes in off the spawn to join Moya, who's doing a great job of surviving on and just keeping the pressure of the top side of the map. Now T5S respawning back in, and CL, despite these blunders, are still back in an advantageous position.
Now 3 versus 1 on defense. Surely this is a goal that CR needed. Hypercharge popped on a great defense from the Mo. That is insane. I was just about to say, I can't believe he didn't use his Hypercharge on offense, but this is why he's a pro and why I'm at the casting desk. Now with 7 seconds left, all the map position is the way of CR. Can they score this one in? A knockback from Milcreo. Surely this is the inevitable. Tensai misses it, but hey, it was always going to score that one in the end. We weren't worried at all.
Just another bump in the road, you know, but nonetheless, meeting the point that they were looking to achieve. I mean, it's definitely not clean. I mean, we can't ignore these little moments that Crazy Raccoon should be making much more streamlined. You know, just kind of misjudging the boxes going down there in overtime. It didn't come back to bite, but you know, these are moments that later, as the day goes on, absolutely could be brutal for them. They cannot afford these mistakes if they are to go into the semi-finals, so I'm just going to put that one out there. Like, I think T5S had a good showing. It wasn't like necessarily, you know, completely in their favor at times, but they made some moments happen. They made some opportunities, and for a team that are, you know, as much, you know, in their youth as they are, you've got to remember, 2 of these players are complete unknowns realistically here. They've got very limited experience, but I think against the world champions, that was about as good a showing as I could have expected.
To be fair for Crazy Raccoon here, this was T5S map a pick, and did came close to potentially winning that set in the end. It's the second time in the last few weeks where Crazy Raccoon has won this map, by the way. That means if it matters, they can win. They feel comfortable on that stage. They played on it last month already. Tensai with 10, Moya with 13 kills. Again, this isn't the objective of this game mode, but if you make sure your opponents can't even come out of spawn and just spawn trap them like that, it's gonna be your game. Now, Spen, you mentioned something super interesting to me, the choice of the star power, not the shield. Also, for me, Max now being played with Sneaky Sneakers, the gadget that allows you to teleport back and heal your teammates. A much more defensive gadget, I want to say, compared to Phase Shifter. How does this pop off now, pop out a bit more often, even on Brawl Ball?
Yeah, you make a good point. I think with Phase Shifter, it got nerfed, but it's still just as good. But I think you won't really find the value with it into 8-bit, because 8-bit's just going to beam you regardless. What pros have been doing, they've been throwing the Sneaky Sneakers behind them, going in, trying to build up some max super. They're fully healed up, and then when you pop back, pop your super and try and re-engage. It didn't really work out too well. I think it was more the star power, to be honest, because in Brawl Ball, you need that shield.
Surge first pick coming in from T5S. Bit of a risky brawler on a map like this to get off the mark quite quickly, so they're going to be depending upon landing some early shots. A bit concerning. Mina going to be open here. Definitely a very, very dangerous brawler. Brawlers like Pierce as well, I think, are going to be very much up my neck of the woods. Got to be careful with the kind of Byron-based kill comps for tanky affairs. Damien actually has shown its face a little bit in scrims here as well, but brawlers like Chloe as well feel like can certainly kind of fit that same mold of having that kind of healer prospect. Or Jean, which is often, well, it is actually banned on the right side as well, so good to see. Still some healing ideas available though. Naja going to be coming in as a first pick brawler for Crazy Raccoon. Well, we haven't been this in for a while, but Charlie is definitely saying to me, we're going to be looking to counter your Damien.
Naja is a brawler we see a lot more often in East Asia compared to other regions. What I'm still waiting for is that wall break. Yes, Pearl and Brock are banned out, but we still have something like a Griff or then an Angelo. It's wide open and usually one of the first picks on a map like Out in the Open, where it's all about getting into mid as fast as possible.
It's going to be tough for T5S. Surge first pick, I feel like you kind of have to pick it. It has its obvious weaknesses, but as long as they try and push up as a team, they need some utility. Mortis is bold and the kit as well. This is kind of what we're talking about. I want to see some cheesiness. I would hate facing off against it. And then the Finks. So Finks is a great counter pick to it. You can run the other gadget. I don't even know what it's called because it's so niche. But now, against the kit Mortis comp, you can use it and be detached from each other.
As a Swiss person, I love me some cheese. I just put it out there. I like to see that from T5S because as the underdog, sometimes you have to go with some riskier comps. Some, I don't know, leather ranked comps with that Mortis kit. I usually ban out kit because I do not want to have that against me.
As a man on a diet, I'm not a fan of cheese. I'm glad you're here, Brisbane. I don't know whether I'm all for it in Brawl either today. I mean, the thing with this comp is it can work really, really well, right? It can overthrow and it can just be the very thing that as a team like T5S, you actually kind of need to bring in against the world champions. It's giving themselves a fighting chance. But if this doesn't work out, they're going to have egg all over their face. This is really so dependent upon what this kit and this Mortis can do. We're about to find out whether it was the right call.
They need to strike before Charlie gets super, because I was excited by the prospect, but then you're into double counter here. If Finks misses the gadget, can they get a kill onto Moya? A really well-timed super there. Niger Snake's surely going to clean up the kill as well. And now with Surge being a single-shot brawler, he's not going to fare well against a Niger. Niger can just play the long game here. Surge has no range, he has no super available. It would need a miracle, and it's just not really going to happen here. I mean, even if he builds up some of his super, it doesn't really matter because he's just going to respawn with it anyways. So at this point, I don't know, just try and die as soon as possible.
I'm enjoying these dukes, but at the same time, I'd much prefer to have that be displayed from a comp that's less derived from cheese. I think that, you know, for CR, they're an accomplished team. These are things that they prepare for. You know, they're not going to necessarily, especially with the Charlie, going to have many issues at separating out this kit versus Mortis interaction and kind of being able to overthrow things. They can just kind of sit back and wait. They're not in any hurry. They've got some good utility from the previous round anyway. So let's see, though, whether T5S can make this one work and try and get that more balanced affair between that aggressiveness and that defensiveness. Already, Crazy Raccoon getting pushed back slightly into this bottom right-hand side pocket. But as quickly as that, it didn't really kind of lead to much avail. Tessa now out of position as well. Gonna have to go back here. Got to be cautious. It's just not surviving on. Surely gonna go down now. Does.
Yeah, now it's just, Moya's got super, and it's like, what do you even do at this point? I mean, one strategy that you can go with is to try and super onto Charlie, so then the Mortis get the kill, but I just don't think that's really going to happen, especially now. I mean, they're flanking, Milkray was pretty weak. Now they're going to target the weakest brawler, Tensai, but even with a Bats chain, I don't think that's going to be enough, and CR just... It's very plain sailing. Again, I like Kit Cheese, but into double counter, they already picked Charlie. It was maybe one of them. It was maybe one of them ones. It was just like, well, whatever we pick, we're kind of screwed with drafts, so let's just try and cheese them and try and find a way to win. But CR are just too streetwise.
You hit the nail on the head for me, and you know, I'm always looking to see at what stage in the draft that decision was made, and it was made after the Charlie had been picked by Crazy Raccoon. So they were going in, they were already trying to, you know, going against the wind, and it's a really, really tough thing to see. Senekar there with the pin that is just in the shop right now, by the way, if you want to go and check that one out. I really quite like it. I like the way that the pins are starting to really be elevated in Brawl as well. Speaking of pins, you can get some exclusive ones at the World Finals, so I would absolutely go and check out that. Go to the pin tweet on Brawl's Twitter account and see what the ticket sales are looking like for Japan. I personally cannot wait.
What I can wait for is for Surge to try and do something this game. I mean, it's Surge on an open map, but it's one of them ones I was just thinking in my head, like, you go a brawler that is weak against range. Well, CR are just known for being the masters of range brawlers. They won the World Finals last year by just outranging the opponents consistently because they're so mechanically good. More is super coming in, though. Charlie, Cocoon misses. This could be an opportunity to T5S to win. Mortis gets an important chain as well to stay alive. Now Surge up against it, against Tensai. Surely they have enough health. That was kind of close, you know. If anyone to clutch, it would have been Tensai.
this is the thing. Oh, so unseen back in the spawn side inside of T5S, but back up and running now. It may have actually been intentional, to be fair. It's often the case with Kit that you kind of just sit back and let that kind of cardboard box gadget, like paranoia, get to your opposition. Now, CR struggling a little bit here. Nice Sphinx gadget as well. Going to be keeping Sana and Karma out in a precarious position there as well. Tisar going to be trickling down with the poison. And there, CR know that they can capitalize down on it with Milk Ryu and Moya hunkering down. But in the meanwhile, that has given them away from position. And there's a great connection there from, oh my word, that's exactly what T5S needed now to get one on the board.
I don't even know how that happened. How was Surge even able to get up so close and personal? Fair play. I mean, I told you I was waiting for Surge to do something. Well, I'm just the ultimate,
you wish.
I'm the ultimate jinxer at this point. If you guys know me, I don't get any predictions wrong. Right, sorry.
Well, now you're on the desk, so something called the Caster's Curse. Ben.
Yeah.
So that is going to be an inevitability that you're going to have to come to terms with here.
I mean, this time around, though, I don't think they contained Kit Mortis as well. I felt like Mortis was getting his... I don't know how Mortis even managed to get his super in the first round, and already Moya overextending. This is a little bit sloppy from CR.
They were better off just sitting back, you know? And now they're trying to make the plays happen. It is going against the very thing that they need to do and implement to have a shot at keeping the cheese at bay. This Kit and Mortis, I feel like they've got the perfect option to counter with Moya. But I think just getting utility, finding things out, there you go, straight away. That's a much, much better outcome. That poison going to trickle down. The Sanakarma's still going to survive, so it's not yet a lost round here for T5S.
Yeah, like you said, I don't get why they pushed up, because against a Mortis, against a Surge, just sit back, let the range rein in, get map positioning, and just don't feed. Just don't feed the Mortis super. Then what else is he supposed to do? His super's going to run out, though, so this gives CR a little bit of time, I believe around 20 seconds, maybe a little bit short of a cardboard box. Now Surge still got his super. Oh, Sonic gonna jump in. Okay, Charlie super. He's got a bit of positioning, but he's just getting pinched out too much. There's so much action happening. It feels like it's a base race at this point.
Sanakarma's going to have to launch pad again back into the map here, and Moya can actually land and landing with the cocoon if he really wants to, saving the utility. I don't mind that, but at the moment, it's going to be a lost round anyway. CR going to be able to bring this one back, and now, I mean, T5S, we're in a great spot. I don't understand the jump in with Mortis. I wanted to get behind the field of action at that time in the game to assert some pressure, but it really kind of left T5S in a precarious position that they could not come back from.
Yeah, I think their backs were against the wall, and maybe they thought to try to get Mortis their super. Now Hypercharge pop from Moya. Surely he can connect this. Cocoon misses again. And Moya is very, very weak here, so they need to sense blood here and try and pinch them down before CR warm up into this set. Tentai opts to jump in here. That is a wise decision considering he's so vulnerable. But now Sanakarma gets the kill with Mortis, gets out as well. Hypercharge coming down from Nigeria. Can it confirm any kills though? Not too sure because Kit... Oh no, I guess the Kit on Kit. I was about to say Kit has the ability to swipe through. But 2 versus 2 now. Getting really tense. Hypercharge from Surge. Now it's a 1 versus 2 with Mortis against Niger. I don't see any way that Tensai can win this one. And T5S actually managed to win a set. Wow. I mean, the Caster's Curse is just so hilarious because they faced off against double counter and still it managed to work out. So CR maybe slipped up there, not banning the Kit. I feel like they forgot about the Kit and knockout, which you can't afford to do.
Yeah, welcome to the desk. You know, like, this is how it goes. Like, you know, as an expert, you know, everyone looks to you to be right, but the reality is, like, it does not necessarily ever work out that way. I think CR, I mean, for me at least, looked a little bit shaky and Brawl anyway. I mean, they were already displaying signs to me that they were not necessarily feeling entirely comfortable, but they started off so strong. I don't kind of understand why they felt the need midway through to go so aggressive. They were sitting back, they were letting the Naja do her thing, try to scout out the Mortis, let that poison trickle damage go over time, and then allow, you know, everyone else to land some shots and to get that Charlie to a position where she's going to be able to defend against it no matter what. I mean, that is what just completely alleviates the pressure of a Kit and Mortis connection, because you're forcing them to apart. But then they went on the aggressive, started to try to make those early plays, and it just punished them so heavily. And they just kind of had the winning formula all along, is what they were doing at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, winnable by both teams in this one, I think.
Yeah.
So even better for T5S to take this set off the hands of Crazy Raccoon in the end. Just too cheesy for them, I guess. Crazy Raccoon doesn't really like that. Now, safe zone, I don't know if you can go with something super surprising here, Spen. This map has always been kind of the same. You want something with a bit of range in the middle. You want something aggressive, maybe able to cross the water. We had Daryl and Carl in previous metas. Now, more so, yeah, Chuck would be an option, but immediately banned out here. Colt and Colette, really good damage dealers. Both of those are open. Brock as well. What would you pick as first pick here?
Energy!
Apart from Max.
Yeah, I was about to say Max. But now, the thing is, they pick Max. You can't really play Brock into it, but then again, do you want to give the enemy team a free Max Brock? It's a difficult one, because in safe zone, the meta's kind of shifted a little bit. I think a couple of months ago, the way that I'll tell people to draft in safe zone and how all the pros drafted was always just one defender. You know, you need an Otis or a Finks or something that can defend. Then you need a safe brawler, so a Kaze, a Melody. I think Kaze is the only one. I would be very surprised if they don't pick Kaze. Because it's 10 times Kaze, and he always makes it work. So Colette's an interesting one as well. When looking at the data,
really your best?
In other regions, Colette doesn't really get picked up too much. Maybe she's a little bit underrated in other regions, or maybe overrated here. But I still think she's good in heights. Like, she didn't get nerfed, well, she got nerfed heavily, but not like unplayable.
Yeah, you know, when you were saying about Kaze, I would have been so shocked if Crazy Raccoon didn't pick her up, because it's such a great brawler to have in their specific hands as well. I'm with you. I looked at this region very much to see like how the other regions will react and kind of see what they're picking, and I really love the meta in this region, honestly. I was expecting to see a lot more of Max in Heist in other regions last month, and it didn't really kind of resonate forwards. And you know, I think that, you know, East Asia really demonstrate exactly why this brawler is so worthy. Now, Eve was a brawler that I used to love on this map, but it is a bit of a tireder meta, I would say. But with the Max, I think that Eve could get more value, having that additional speed to really kind of close the gap, as Eve's not necessarily going to be doing that. So I don't mind it, but it's just a little bit old school for me. It's okay. Bans-wise, though, with Chuck ban, Melody is an option here. I wouldn't mind seeing that one come through.
I would like to see a
That's
Pearl on the left-hand side here against the Max. Was one of the most picked brawlers in East Asia, and such a good answer to Max specifically. And we need some mid still on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They have the damage with the Colette, they have the Kaze. Overall, I'm really happy with what we're seeing here. I wanted to see something to cross the water. We have the Eve. I wanted to see either Colt or Colette for the damage. Bell coming in here with the range against that Max. Not the best of matchups, but into that chassis turret, into the Eve Brabies, it's going to be so good. Jessie, in general, didn't have many showings this year. That might be the first time she was picked in a monthly final all year.
Can I just say, like in North America's qualifiers, like, I mean, Bobby almost didn't qualify because they picked Jessie.
Yeah.
That was what took them to the fifth and final set and maximum pressure. I'm not a fan of Jessie. I think you can get away with her maybe in hot zone. I think it's kind of ladder material for me.
See, Jessie's a good late pick, like you said, in hot zone, but against a guy like Tensai who can dodge and weave so easily. I know she received their projectile speed buff, but I just don't like Jessie and Eve. Just feels a little bit wonky. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me. And what I was thinking about in the draft, I was thinking they need a mid brawler with range. You can't really go the Brock, so either a Piper or Bell would have sufficed. Also, Eve is very outdated. I think a couple of months ago, Eve was a good draft brawler, but now there's just so many powerful brawlers with buffies and whatever else, and just seeing the complete control go the way of CR. Milcrea already with a hypercharge, by the way, in about 30 seconds. This guy's insane on the range brawlers.
I will remain reserved from the Jessie, but I am concerned for the Jessie. So far, Team 5S, regardless, are just stuck in spawn, and that's kind of where this Jessie's going to be problematic for, you know, in that scenario, because that turret's will be placed primarily in a position where it gets the least amount of effectiveness and damage to the safe, and CR know that with this comp, they can just sit back, allow the Bell to land the shots to litter the map with those nest eggs, and just keep cycling the cars they Fanstorm. As long as Moya and Milgria can handle a 3 versus 2, which they absolutely can, and especially with that nest egg support now over time, I don't really kind of see a world that even T5S can get a shred of damage.
It's just frustrating to see Eve and Jessie into Kaze. It hurts, it hurts. It's like you want to pick a brawler that is pretty easy to hit onto a fast mobility brawler, right? Well, you've only really got Max that can do that. But now when this fully set up, maybe this was the idea that they originally had. And if Max gives hypercharge to Eve, that's a bit of pressure they can get. But that's the only really saving grace here, because Jessie didn't receive like a buff to her damage or like her turret to give her more life. It just, for me, it just feels like they're shooting marshmallows at CR here.
Yeah, it's not it's not a balance change that particularly excited me to the point where I think that she's necessarily viable. I think it's, again, a niche game mode kind of pick. Nonetheless, some damage coming out from T5S, but it's too little too late in my opinion, and especially for Hypercharge fans. Storm Hypercharge there from Moira as well, the last little shred of damage onto the safe. And Crazy Raccoon, despite dropping that last set, I mean, that's like, you know, old news to them now. They're just wiping the slate clean and making that look so straightforward.
I'm always open to interesting ideas because against CR, you do need to think outside the box.
You never know.
But I don't know, maybe in this one they can make some adjustments. I've just not seen enough even Jessie in this meta to know what adjustments they can make, to be honest. I mean, a great gadget there from Tessar, and he's able to stay alive. And maybe this is what they were hoping for. A Jessie in this pocket to rebound shots off the safe. Eve can just pick off kills now and then, but bro, Tensai can just keep running up the map, and he's just going to deal so much damage as a Kaze. I mean, you can leave Jessie, because with Jessie, it takes a long time to get the turret, and only a max on defense as well. That's just not enough to shut down Tensai. Kaze, so close to getting that kill there.
Absolutely ridiculous. Tensai's going crazy this game. I love it. Max speed hypercharge going forward over T5S, trying to create some space. And we'll see this Eve hatch spawn now, because last time CR were able to take it down. Moira low HP, still going to make light work of that left-hand side. And survivability so far of Crazy Raccoon, it's disgusting. But now the Jessie turret is down. Can CR defend against this? It's not going to get the most amount of damage even. I mean, that with a safe crack especially was a bit of a waste.
It's a tough one because with the changes to heights, like that would have been good before the changes.
You've got to time it for
yeah, you've got to time it properly. I mean, they've got map control here though. They're narrowing the percentages down pretty well. And like I said, maybe their whole strategy was getting Jessie behind this wall, but there's no wall break to stop Jessie. They need a pinch. Tensai's going to get another fan storm onto the safe. It's quite neck and neck at the moment though. Jessie's doing her work, you know what? Maybe we're jinxing this so well, it's going to work against CR.
I mean, to be fair, the scoreline is actually very, very close. 50 seconds on the clock now, only 1% in it. But Crazy Raccoon just get their act together a little bit here to get that control back. There's some great taps from Moira and a hypercharge to be able to do just that. Neversuga's on the right-hand side, though, does get a turret, which will be a concern for CL to have to defend against with that nice bell mark there of Tsar. He can't really aggress too much on the right-hand side and to be a problematic thing. A few taps now, hypercharge turret at the good time to do so. Might be enough to get a safe crack here for T5S.
He's using the slow, which is great to confirm kills, but that's a moment where you would have preferred recall springs instead. But now CR on the reply here with 15 seconds left, near enough on the clock. Tensai's getting pretty weak though. They're getting a good pinch in here. This could be pretty good for T5S unless Moya is close to his supers. Trying to push it in now. Now T5S with this Jessie pick, shooting it across the lake. Maybe this is a strategy they always needed. Now Tensai with 5 seconds left. Does he have enough time to get onto the save? Oh, he just gets it in time. That was cutting it short. That was just Tensai stuff. That's all we can say.
I love the nonchalant smile there. If you looked with a little microscope, you could just about see a little side glimmer there, because he knows that that was absolutely ridiculous. Unbelievable. Unreal. I thought T5S had it. I thought they had it. And out of nowhere, straight down the middle, beelining for that save. For what could have even ended in a draw. I mean, that would have been, for me, absolute cinema, but unreal turnaround.
Yamasuke was actually doing such a good job at cycling those ults. They got a lot of damage onto save, but I'm totally with you, Sven. Maybe the wrong gadget at time. It works to make sure the Kaze gets punished a bit heftier for taking out the turret, but you need a bit more damage. The other gadget might have been helpful. It came down to 2% though, so it could not have been any closer, really. What was it in the end? Why did Crazy Raccoon win this set?
Well, I think with Jessie, I'm interested to try that one out in ranked. You know, he had some potential. Probably a bit too harsh on it. The Eve didn't make as much sense.
I don't think we were too harsh on it. I think we had just the right amount. I mean, it in that second game for sure got more value. They were struggling for T5S to really make it much work. Defensively, Jessie's not going to be able to do too much. So I like the adaptations. I like the way that T5S was staying more on their feet to get up the map to make it work, but it still just wasn't quite enough. I mean, you got to remember, they drafted it after Kaze. Kaze was open. That's the problem that you should always get.
You know what? I'm kind of feeling a bit...
Go on, disagree with me. I love it. Let's go.
Feeling a bit
Oh!
Doing the
right now.
points for everybody
Out
who
of
is
nowhere.
on event.brawlstars.com right now. So make sure to head over there, get those extra 200 points. If you don't have the pin yet that you can get at the end of this weekend, you better do that now. What made you press that button, Spen? What was the play you liked so much?
I just think Jesse made me really angry, so I thought of the color red, and then yeah, it just made sense, didn't it? It just made sense in that moment.
Unleash your anger.
How dare you pick Jesse?
I see, that was the angriest red button we ever had.
Which makes it the most unique and therefore up there in terms of tier list. You're at S.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful. Is 8-bit an S tier pick here?
On dry season, it's actually pretty good on dry season because 8-bit, when he was pretty niche, his only scenario was...
Pick Max every single
I know,
time.
Max and Pierce is the two great counters to the 8-bit, literally. But with 8-bit, it's a very defensive map dry season. Normally get a blue star brawler like Mortis or Kaze, sit behind walls, 8-bit sets up turret, you push into 8-bit with like a thrower or a sniper, and it's like GG at that point. And that was before the bull fees. So, but Max and Pierce are such great counters to 8-bit. 8-bit hates, brawlers that are really like snipers that are easy to hit shots. So you've got Pierce, Brock, etc. He also hates it when he's getting pushed back. So you've got Max for that in synergy with something maybe as a last pick. So
Is this really your best?
Kaze here, good synergy with the 8-bit.
I like it as well
never
because it was a
misses.
high win rate brawler for T5S and the Bell, which is going to be fantastic with those Nestix to be able to slow the Max advance and hopefully be able to have a good solid defense against it, which you're going to have. Meeple here could be an option here. I quite like it personally, but I think so far, I like the way that Crazy Raccoon did turn around the draft. The brawlers that I was specifically looking to see from them did come to the forefront. I think that actually this is kind of like a winning position for me, honestly. I wouldn't mind to see some form of aggression, though. Amina wouldn't be the worst of ideas for me on the side here of T5S, but they've certainly got a lot of range. Going to be having the Grey come in. It's all right. I mean, against an 8-bit, if 8-bit hasn't got turret, it can get some Walking Cane connections, but I don't know whether for me, it's that kind of like brawler which is going to convince me that this is not going to end in a series of 3-1 scoreline for Crazy Raccoon.
I was almost feeling a tick here, just something to take out that 8-bit turret. Also not too shabby into a Kaze whenever you have heads prepared. Not the best synergy with the Max, but yeah, let's hope that Grey can do the same with Walking Cane here. Just make sure that 8-bit turret doesn't survive for too long.
Yeah, I think maybe the strategy here is to just push the 8-bit back as much as possible, like you alluded to. He's got two gadgets, whichever one he uses to either break open the wall, so then 8-bit has nowhere to hide, or Walking Cane, you have to connect it, but you still get to open up that wall. So maybe it's all about pressure here, but you have to connect the Walking Cane, which unfortunately he missed the first one. It's going to be hard, especially I don't think he should be aiming for Tensai there. Like Tensai, with his insane reaction times, he's got to be able to juke out that gadget pretty easily. So, I mean, Blue Star's going away with CR. I think here you kind of just wait for Max Supers, wait for a bit of utility here, and then you can start to push off.
I think for me, T5S, I'm just thinking like, okay, Walking Cane, the 8-bit turret away, because with that indestructible wall, if they haven't got that and CR get it, they're just going to be fully set up for a fantastic defense. But it is already playing off the back foot. You're already kind of going in with the draft approach of like, okay, we're going to be behind, so what do we have? And you kind of want to go in with the opposite approach and be more aggressive in those decision-making processes. Nice taps there from Milk Rio. Almost got some value and some bounce shots off there of Yamasuka's on the right-hand side. 3 stars to 0. T5S have got nothing on the scoreboard just yet. And again, with these sharpshooter comps of Crazy Raccoon, they are just tapping away. Milk Rio going to find some good aggressiveness. Hypercharge as well, gets some mark up, but not really able to secure the kill. Oh, Moya though almost did the left-hand side.
Now the pressure's coming in though, but Gray's just getting so heavily outranged, especially the longer the game goes on. There's going to be a million bell traps, and that's just going to lead to a good pinch. And honestly, even opening up the walls here isn't going to be the worst for 8-bit. There's only really Pierce that is going to rain down damage onto him. So 25 seconds left. Tensai's going to use a Fanstorm to push him back a little bit. But with the Pierce Hypercharge here, this could be pretty dangerous, although it's not really going to get a kill onto anyone other than the Bell. Tensai's going to go in here, getting people weak. Milcreo's going to get a shot onto Yamasuka here, get him pretty weak as well. Hypercharge being popped here. Pierce should be able to pop Hypercharge on Milcreo. Not going to confirm their kill though, but this doesn't seem like they've got a good enough push here with 3 seconds left. Tensai's going to push in. And yeah, that just looked too comfortable. Again, going back to the draft, Gray to me just, I don't know, it's a little bit weird. Like, you're picking it into 8-bit and Bell that's you're going to get outranged with. I would have preferred something, you know, they first picked 8-bit. 8-bit is good, but he's very, very counterable. You've got your Brox, you've got Penny, you've got Squeak. You need a brawler. It's quite clear the game plan. They're going to get the blue star and sit behind a wall. You need a brawler that can shoot around walls or at least destroy them a lot better. So maybe the other gadget.
For me, it was always Meeple. Like, just being able to, if CR are going to sit back and play defense, then you've got to have a brother that can have that cut of potential, and they just didn't go for it. But look at that. I mean, what a difference a day makes, or a set makes. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. CR getting a bit lazy in their early game approach here, already dropping like flies, and T5S now have already got themselves a 5-star lead and that blue star. So definitely going to be a different game play itself out now as Moya has to go on the aggressive on the right-hand side. There's the Walking Cane that we kind of expected to see as the grey reasoning, but I still don't think it's quite enough for me. But let's see. There's still time, and now T5S getting some momentum. They might be able to cook.
It's going to be difficult for CR to push into this now. I mean, with an 8-bit without turret, especially getting disposed easily by the Grey Walking Cane. Now, this is a strategy that they wanted to make work in the first game, but now they've pulled it around. 6 stars on the side of Grey. And this is why you pick Grey, obviously. The caster curse, again, I may as well not even talk at this point. 7 stars on his head. Sanakame just running into the face of Milcreo. And now it just feels impossible. Pretty much, I mean, it's never impossible because you've got Tensai on your team and you've got an assassin. So they can still find a kill onto the Grey, but they can't afford to give away any more kills, really.
I love the way you self-confess the caster curse and then you got to say it's going to be impossible for a change. you watch what happens next. Okay, well, there's already some good stars, but I think it's just too far gone so far. That's a great long ball. Unbelievable stuff there from T5S to finish that game with a bit of style. Again, still far from over here. I think Crazy Raccoon should go back to winning ways here. But I'm seeing a pattern recur, honestly. It was very similar in Knockout. They had the winning formula, they implemented it, they proved the concept, and then they deviated away and went back to being a bit like kind of lazy and overconfident, and they can't. They've got to have this same start. Get that blue star, sit back, stay composed, land the shots, get the utility. GG game. Like, that's what they should be looking for here.
That was definitely a missed opportunity there from the Grey. Now they need to wait another 20 seconds to get the Walking Cane. Tensai needs to try and grab his super as quickly as possible, but now he's pretty weak. The pinch is going to come in here from T5S, and they're going to find a kill onto Tensai. He stays alive with 100 health. Disastrous. Tensai just have his super, though. He's going to use it to launch onto the Pierce. Just get traded out, though. And Blue Star's going to go the way of T5S, which isn't great. 8-bit is without turret. This is what I was talking about. 8-bit is a great pick, but so early on in draft, there's so many brawlers that can counter it.
Let's see now whether T5S can hold their own in that back spawn side, which they've not really been present in for too much of this series. Let's see now as Moya, not too far away from the turret, now is able to earn it over a couple of those taps. This Hussar's going to require this max speed to get out of a perilous position here. Going to have the dimensional doors to do so as well. Hypercharged up, going to evade those taps. Oh no! A little battle bounce shot. Milcreo going to be really costly for them on the start of T5S. Oh no! Another one! Popped. There goes the nest egg for another kill on the way back for a little tasty stack. 11 stars and the blue. Oh, and another long pull. That's a bit of a potential chance for T5S, but they are really struggling here to get much in the final 20 seconds of this match.
Tensai dashes in. He is going to get traded out, but the mark is going to confirm the kill onto Pierce. Sanakame needs to be a little bit careful here, not waste his utility now with 10 seconds left. Hypercharge max super coming in. Do they have enough source to get the kill? I don't think they have, because there's so many hypercharges popping around. Tensai's going to find another kill, and it's just way too much there. That was beautiful from CR, and that's why they're world champions, by the way. Especially when you kind of got destroyed in that second game, you kind of start to think and question yourself whether do you have the abilities to really defeat that Grey, and especially with 8-bit. He was left without his super for so long, but Milcreo just doing Milcreo things. So underrated, especially on these snipers. So, I mean, T5S, they did put out such a great fight. Honestly, again, I'm really surprised by these underdog teams so far, because in such a dominant region in terms of Crazy Raccoon and Zeta, they're putting up fair fights.
I was a big fan of T5S's performance here today, honestly. I think that, in their best day, they could have actually won that match. There was definitely mistakes being made by Crazy Raccoon. Small ones, but they can add up, and especially for such an underdog squad who are full of youth in the BSC, I think that was a really, really good showing from them, honestly. I think for Crazy Raccoon, they are just so good at resetting mentally. They're a squad that are just unbreakable, in my opinion, in that regard. So, yeah, but I like your shouts, Ben. I think Milcreo for me today, like, if you watch how well he was duking throughout the entire process and just being, again, that solid component of this Crazy Raccoon squad, he was excelling. I mean, it's always Tensei that gets the flashy brawlers, but you need to have a back pocket rock, as we know here on the casting desk. And for me, that was Milk Rhea today.
I think Crazy Raccoon truly are the 3-2 merchants. They're so good when the match lasts a bit longer, very resilient, as Ark put it. They feel super comfortable whenever they're on the back foot or get pushed to their limit. T5F's almost managed to do that, almost managed to take this one also to set 5. And Spen, as you saw, that Grey actually had 7 kills. It was a better pick than we expected it to be.
Yeah, I was quite surprised because Grey did receive a buff like a month ago or so to his main attack damage, but most of the time you only really see Grey with like some cheese potential in a hot zone or maybe in a gem grab like Gem Fort or something. He used to be really good at knockout and bounty, but the meta shift away from him. But that's interesting. I mean, I'm definitely going to try that out for sure in my ranked games. The Grey into 8-bit is pretty good.
We now have 3 out of 4 semi-final teams ready. We need to know still, is SK Kalalas going to move on into the semis now and destroy the hope of Fennel? Or is it going to be Frenzy Gaming that gives Fennel the chance to still lock in that LCQ slot? I'm joined by so much handsomeness right now. Spoo is back. Spen is next to me. Spoo and Spen.
The duo.
Dream comp.
The duo. The dream.
How did you enjoy that match? It's a 3-1. We got to see a bit more Brawl Stars finally.
I loved it, and I think I agree with Spen. I mean, Milk Rhea was the man of the hour. Every single time that I thought, okay, this might go to 2, or maybe this might go to a game number 3, Milk Rhea was like, nah, I clinched the World Finals 2025 single-handedly. I brought it together. Tensei might be the star, but this is truly the man that makes miracles happen.
Now, as mentioned, we need to figure out who is going into the semis in the quarterfinal number 4. It is SK Kalalas East Asia versus Frenzy Gaming. And as mentioned already, this match is so important for SK Kalalas. If they win at this point, they will lock in LCQ, since the only team that is still ahead of them, Rival, isn't playing today.
That's the storyline, of course, we were all hoping for with this monthly final with Rival Esports. As Wiggly said, choking. I don't want to be the one to throw out that term, but hey, Wiggly threw it out. But as you can see, just one win is all they need. And they're up against a very winnable roster. I mean, Frenzy Gaming, they were good last year, right? Like, well, good. Well, yeah, good. Good's a great term. They were on the cusp of, not greatness, but one of those teams that were just outside of it. Yeah, they were a top team. And then this year, it's their first time qualifying, so it's one of them ones where if you're in SKC's position, sometimes it can work against you, but you'll be secretly screaming on the inside. You're like, this is so winnable. You've got to remain locked in, but it is so winnable.
Coming from the 2019 World Champion, I can completely get that. I'm sure that's how you felt when you look at some of your matchups back in the day as well. That even though you're telling yourself that, okay, guys, let's not be overconfident, let's not be arrogant. We have to take it games one game at a time. But in your heart, you're thinking that is so free. This is the freest matchup ever. You've given me Frenzy Gaming, who the entire year they've not made the top 8. It's a very different roster throughout. And they played for every single monthly qualifier, made it to day 2 every single time, and the furthest they've got is the top 9 to 12. This is the first month that they made it to top 8, and even then they kind of squeaked past with a kind of free bracket. That's not a very promising kind of qualification. It's not like what we saw out of, for example, Ignum, who eliminated Rival to qualify.
It is so exciting to see that we get not 1 but 2 rosters at this monthly final that have qualified for the very first time, or not in a very long time at that too. A little fun fact here on the side. Are you 2 big anime enjoyers?
Not really.
Yes.
It is a huge thing, and you can probably confirm that for me. In Japanese anime, to name certain things of the German verbs, adjectives, completely random. Ferkel actually means small pig in German, and Ferkel has his debut here today, not only this year, but he's actually the one on the roster who has never played in the BSC before.
Small pig.
Like a young little small pig.
Like a pigling. Like a piglet.
Piglet.
Piglet?
Piglet.
Pigling?
I was trying to think
that
if
is
there's any,
Minecraft, that's something else.
I was trying to think if there's any pig brawlers in Brawl Stars, but I don't think there is, right?
Griff throws out.
Oh, freak. Yeah, Piggy Bang. Yeah, that's about it.
But yes, it's Ferkel's first time in the BSC, so welcome and show us what you can do on these maps. I want to see some maps that we haven't seen yet today. Ring of Fire would be one of those. I already got my wish granted. Safe Zone, one of the ones we saw many times already. Golden Gulch Hideout as well, and then Pinhole Pond as our decider. We don't get to see a lot of Brawl Ball, I feel, today. Pinhole Pond would be definitely exciting to see, and I just want a 3-2 today. We only had 3-0s, 3-1s in the July monthly finals for East Asia too, so please give me a long match.
I don't know whether that's the game for it. I mean, we've got a global bans in here, and this time...
Who's not there?
Yeah, I was about to say, why is Frenzy banning Bolt? I mean, no disrespect, when you're the worst team, you want to keep these brawlers that can give you an advantage. And they ban Bolt, I don't know, I think that's a bit of a throwaway in my opinion.
We're gonna head into a map that we haven't seen yet today, so I'm excited for it. It's Ring of Fire. SK Kalalas locks LCQ with a victory in this specific match. Frenzy Gaming can cause a huge upset here and give Fennel a chance to maintain their dream of going to LCQ. Poco is going to be the first pick here. Certainly a pick we've seen back in 2019 on Ring of Fire as well, Spen. You should feel very comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very simple brawler, isn't he? Back in my days, everything was really simple.
Back in your
I've only mentioned that twice, by the way. So SKC pick up the piggy bank brawler Griff. Griff is a great option into Poco because Poco doesn't like it when you're outrange, so maybe piggy bank can be used there. But you also need some damage. It's quite clear when you're going with a Poco, you're going to go something at least aggressive, tanky. So to pair this, they need a mid brawler that's good into the Poco. So maybe, I don't know, like is Meg available still? Meg is available. Crow a little bit. I don't know. I'm not seeing much Crow recently. Maybe the balance changes actually finally did something.
He got nerfed quite heftily, but
Yeah.
anti-heal against the Poco never is wrong.
Yeah, it isn't, but it's also not what they're thinking of. They're thinking of going for this Draco instead. This is a SK Kalala special. If you look up the top 20 picks on this map, it does not exist. This is not a brawler that is, you know, quintessentially Ring of Fire. But what it does leave open is the possibility of sneaking in that gray last pick. And I think that's exactly what they're pressuring Frenzy. They're saying, hey, do you want to like pick up Poco plus a gray comp thing, or you know, do you want to deal with it? They're opting to deal with it. All right, it's the Pam that's gonna be joining the fray here, but Spen, I'm not really that convinced. I feel like they're now picking two brawlers that Griff is just thirsting to play against.
Yeah, I've got a sneaky suspicion. I mean, if Jesse was picked before, if you, like, again, just from my old experience, Jesse was the perfect counter to Poco and Pam as a late pick, although we could go with a Gray. They need some damage here, it's quite clear. Pam and Poco, there's not really any damage. There's sustainability on the zone, and they pick Clancy of all brawlers. I mean, to be fair, this is the one map where Clancy might work because eventually you're going to get fed the levels, but I'm not convinced by Clancy anymore.
Do you think it's a lobster or a crab?
Oh!
You know, Corey, the lobster fisher, thought it's a crab. I still think that's hilarious.
It's a lobster, come on.
It is.
No, it's a crab, guys. All right.
Put in chat what you think. It's a lobster or a crab. I do like that they finally have some damage. It's exactly what we wanted to see, and I don't think that the Clancy is going to do too badly into the Draco specifically, but as Boo pointed out earlier, that Griff is gonna have a pretty decent matchup. We have very tanky bowlers on the right, a lot of HP thanks to the Poco, so that B on the left now, definitely a really good pick. Dishes out so much damage, some slows as well with her gadget. I like it.
Thumbs up from Spen, thumbs up from me. You prefer the old school Jesse. They prefer the slightly less old, but still old, but less new B instead, which is, you know, targeting the Poco mostly. I think we got an even draft on our side. I am still scratching my head a little bit about this Draco selection. Feels like they've added in more weaknesses. And yep, Ghosty's going to answer my question as to whether it's going to be Piggy Bank or Coin Shower. Opted to go, just open up the map, make this be the strongest brawler on the map.
I think it all comes down to Kuru trying to be the pop-off brawler here. But the problem is you've got the Pichu on the Draco, but he's just going to get melted wherever he goes, because normally with a Draco, you need a bit of support. You need a Gray, you need some type of healing, some type of brawler that's going to allow him to get onto the hot zone. Nonetheless, he's still going to build up a lot of his super through just taking and receiving damage. And you see that, he only hits someone once and he's already got a super for all the damage received. It's taken Clancy so long to get his levels, and Ghost T already has a hypercharged Griff.
put a counter on the top right-hand corner of the screen. Every time Ghosty gets a super, do a push-up. He'll be buffed by the end of this game for sure. He's absolutely crushing in the mid at the moment, while Nightyshoe just continues to soak up so much pressure in the front. Yeah, he could just die like that, but that is the function of the Brawler. It's just allowing his team so much additional help. There's the Hypercharge, and one more to follow. Oh my word, it's a blender in here, and Frenzy are just vegetables at this point.
That was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We know the power of what Griff's power that it possesses, but to just see it out in the flesh, just destroying and wiping everybody. Wow, it's electric. And the thing is, right, like he said, like Draco can die, but then Frenzy aren't getting on the point because there's just so much damage raining down. And it's just pitiful at this point. There's nothing that they can even do. I think the only way that Frenzy can do something is if they've got to start fast. They've got to start fast because it's like a ticking time bomb. Once Draco gets the super through taking damage, once Griff gets his hypercharge, it's just going to equal team wipes.
100%. I think they might even have to consider getting that Clancy that early level 2 and then have him go on a flanking maneuver. Yeah, that's what Toridasu is doing right now on that left lane. He is looking for Nightyshoe, but Nightyshoe's a bit allergic to this crap right now. He's going to be running over to that right lane, and Ghosty's already on the point. Got that first super online there. Toridasu, cheeky gadget there, trying to get a little bit close there, but this is allowing for Nightyshoe to somehow come from the back. And just look at this, you know, absolutely disgusting position that Frenzy have to play from.
Oh, this is just hilarious. The Hypercharge Griff super already, and that's going to undo all the hard work that Frenzy did. The grouping up kind of worked, but in the end now Danshari's just in an awkward position. He probably just wants to go down here. Probably should have gone down a lot earlier. And now Clancy, after all of that, only just gets his second level. Dashes in it onto Draco, but now that he's using Dash, it takes so long to get up to your levels. And by the time that you get to level 3, it's just game over at that point. Clancy used to be good when he got that big range buff, but since they took away that range, it's so hard, especially when you're facing off against B and Griff.
I'm losing count off the top of my head of how many supers Ghosty has chained up. That soundbite of the super in my ear is starting to sound like an alarm clock, and that alarm clock is ringing towards the end of Frenzy. Ghosty has played this set absolutely beautifully. A slow now there onto Kuru. It's all 3 members of Frenzy just forcing themselves into help on the point, but Ghosty's got a hypercharge. He's revving up to go. Gets one hypercharge in. He wants to chain up for a second. He gets it as well. Chains it up, and Kuru cleans up the rest. SK Kalalas count up to 100 to a stellar start in this match.
Wow. I mean, Griff, I thought potentially with the balance changes, it would be a little bit harder to use and make work, and especially because of the spread attack, right? It would be a bit harder to connect shots, land your super, and chain those hypercharges. But he had, what, 2-3 hypercharges per game. Ghosty was just eliminating them by himself. It was absolutely ridiculous.
All right,
that's a big statement.
Before the stats show up, quick. How much is the DPS? I'm betting
750.
900.
900?
900 DPS.
Over 1,000.
Over 1,000. 4 digits would break the graphic, but that would be awesome to look at. But okay, I mean, if there's a set that he got that much DPS, this has got to be it. And it's a first pick grip. It's a first pick grip, and it worked this well. That is incredible to me.
Well, they kind of drafted towards the Griff having a good matchup, even though it was a first pick. Really unfortunate here for the side of Frenzy Gaming. Fennel as well, who are definitely rooting backstage. You know that already. So, how much damage is it now, really?
772. Spen was right.
Yay.
Of course he is.
I love being right.
You're always right. You're my favorite world champion. Okay. Well, on the side of, you know...
Wait, he's a world champion.
Oh, yeah, he is a world champion. Ghosty is the man of the hour, though. He might become a future world champion. But, Spen, what do you think? You know, 7 kills, 772 DPS. Is that enough for you?
That's not enough. You need to be carrying more.
More?
More.
You had to do more
More power, yeah.
You had to do more than win the set.
Yeah, you have to do more than that.
He's got to win the match now.
He's got to win the whole match.
He's got to ruin Fennel's dreams is what he's got to do.
Yeah, well, that's basically what he's doing right now. I mean, speaking of it, like SKC, that is the perfect first set, right? Like, you want to ease your nerves. The first set's always the hardest when you're competing in any game or any sport. The first initial 10 minutes, whatever, it's always the thing that you want to get right. And they got it right perfectly. Gameplay, draft, everything. So Safestone should be in the breeze of the park, but that's not how Brawl Stars goes normally.
It is SK Kalala's map pick now, so let's see if they chose wisely. I would love to see a Bolt on this map, banned out today every single round so far in the global bans. I don't think we're gonna get to see him in East Asia whatsoever. Maybe tomorrow in EMEA, who knows. SK Kalala's, they show us a lot of Rico on this map, which is a bit of a surprise to me, honestly. He is on the weaker side of all of the freshly buffied brawlers. Pops up a lot more often now though because of that gadget. You just throw it on save and it's gonna do so much damage.
See, I was a big Rico. Well, my main brawler is Rico, right? And with the buffies, I thought, oh, he's getting nerfs. Everyone thought he's getting nerfs, but over the past few weeks, especially with a bunch of nerfs, I've been popping off with Rico, especially it's because of, well, I don't know, in Heist you can switch between the gadgets, but Bouncy Castle is actually pretty good. I thought it was just some pitiful gadget, right? But you hit against the wall, you slow the opponent. Sometimes you can even connect for like nearly 4k damage. And if you pair that with like a Rico Super or something, it can be pretty dangerous, and East Asia specifically love Rico. I think we've seen it, was it last monthly finals? They were going Rico even in Kaboom Canyon, for crying out loud.
I do think for Heist it's gonna be one of his best modes right now because of the new Bouncy Castle gadget. Jock is left open this time around. We don't see Chessie, we see Jock. Super interesting draft what we get to see today. Jock has no place in the meta really, apart from Heist and Heist alone.
That's very sad. You have to hammer it in, didn't you? You have to be like, yeah, this brawler is what Bolt will eventually become. If Bolt wasn't banned, then he's gonna be played everywhere, and Chuck enjoyers around the world will be waiting for 2029 when the brawler gets reworked. Inevitably, you know, he's gonna have to be able to summon a whole train or something to become viable again. I don't know. It's gonna be the oldest that's coming in, but this is very formulaic, right? You pick up Chuck, you just want to stall out the game as long as possible. This deters your Melodies, this deters your Kazes, your Edgars, what so have it, even Daryl's here on the map is shut down by this. But Frenzy aren't deterred. They're still gonna have to pick up a DPS of sorts, and they have Rico to batter down the hatches. Now they need a proper Chuck counter.
Yeah, they can either go with a Chuck counter or just literally get an
all in.
Like, yeah, all in. Because Brock is still not picked up, by the way. There's no Max in play. Normally, Brock is just the first pick, right, on Safestone. No Max is the only real counter to it. But again, they need either defense. I don't know what defensive options they can realistically go into Chuck here. I mean, some people opt for just a general mid like a Bell. They go with Griff.
Okay. They do address the Chuck then. I always like to refer to Chuck as kind of a timer. He will eventually do damage to your save. So either you want to outrace him, do more damage in less time, or you actually defend him and just go with Rico and Kaz as your attackers, Griff to defend him. But then something like a Charlie or Cordelius would be stronger against him, I feel. Just taking him completely out of the equation as a defense. Cordelius, of course, is banned out here, so yeah, Griff is fine, I guess. I personally like the draft of SK Kalala's a bit better.
It's more formulaic, I would say. I think I almost have this joke that the closer a draft looks to something that Foot Esports would draft, which is defining the meta now, then the more I think you'd favor. And when you see
so
Ruff's
you just
Otis,
love Ruffs right now?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was the original CR weapon of, you know, mass destruction. Now it's the whole world.
So I think Ruffs is a good option, right? Because he'll just sit on the left. He used to be a good counter to Rico. I don't actually believe he's that great of a counter to Rico anymore because of Bouncy Castle. It can pierce through the sandbags. The only problem here is that Griff can get some pressure, but Griff's going to get outranged by both Ruffs and Otis. It's all about the early pressure. You just need to go because Chuck will get onto your safe and he will deal some damage. A great super there from Danshari. He gets the connection onto Chuck, which doesn't allow them to set up just yet. But on the flip side, they've not really done too much damage themselves, only 10%.
It's very interesting to pick up coin showers here as well. Gives you that early lead, allows you to always secure that mid. But on the other side, Rico is the damage dealer of choice here for their team. Sigosi going for another aggressive play there, but is answered by that Griff's high DPS. But as Sunny pointed out, it's a timer basically. It's Frenzy that really feel the pressure now. They have to generate a big one push to try and catch up. And right now, I mean, looking at the mid situation, I don't think they've even, you know, made much headway there.
And it's going to be tough into an Otis and a Ruff's just constantly pinching you down. Hypercharged Griff, though, could warm up the Kaze onto the safe here. They need to go now. It's now or never, but it's still, Chuck is dealing so much damage to this safe. That is another crack gone. And it doesn't matter. Since the heist changes, they're just able to keep the lead once you get the lead. And he's also repositioned his Chuck post as well to get even more damage. Wow, this guy's insane. Like, to think about that so quick in the moment to get that extra bit of damage. Really clean Chuck gameplay.
Who would have known that the Chuck enjoyers have their Chuck tech? There's a whole subreddit dedicated to, you know, figuring out how to get 4 poles on it and get like 10,000 in one crack, you know. But that's not what we saw. There was a little microplay that they made there, but it's really just the overarching strategy, right? Like SK Golas, they're not the one that needs to play incredibly well. They just need to follow the plan. Frenzy is the one that has to basically summon their inner, you know, crazy raccoon here and basically out-diff right now, which is what's happening. I mean, they are breaking inside the base here, and IPG is going to be the last one standing there, and this is looking mighty, mighty promising for Frenzy Gaming.
I'm really liking the change of Robo Retreat in this meta, and that's allowing him to get into the corner, but Russ can just cancel that one out and cancel their whole strategy. He can peek around walls as well. He can wall break as well, so a great adaptation there. Kaz is going to go in and nearly get a crack onto the safe. If a Griff Super can be popped, Coin Shower's just barely going to miss out, but Rico Super's going to confirm that crack. Much better from Frenzy Gaming right there. They just need to apply pressure no matter what. And now the Buffy's actually going to get activated for like the first time I've ever seen. So it gets taken down regardless, but Frenzy are really pushing now.
Yeah, the final push there, the final curtain has fallen there on the side of SK Kalalas. Their save is going down. Coin Shower and so much damage is onto a Tori there, so just needs to swipe it maybe 1, maybe 2 more times. Got the Rico here to come in as well. And that's going to be a nice, clean game for Frenzy Gaming. This time, they beat the Chuck clock.
It's like Chuck, it feels like Chuck to me, every single meta just gets a tiny bit worse and worse and worse. And maybe the time is running out for him. Like, the strategies are just evolving and with more damage, especially with Griff, with a recent change to keep change star power, he's just able to shred the safe if he gets onto it. You've got Rico can be a good damage dealer. You've got Kaze as well. So I like the strategy that time around. Just leaving the Chuck, like I said, either you've got to defend it, which they clearly can't with their composition, or you just got to run at the opponents and just hope that you can take the 2 versus 3 so far. So I can sense this set, it's going to be a little bit more tenser.
So a big play there made by the Chuck, tried to go in there early, get the final post down, succeeded in doing so, so should be able to get this train going here. But Frenzy, their positioning is not bad either. They've got 2 brawlers that made it through. No, not really there. In the back, Nibiju really got to pinch out, and Ghosty, this is left unattended.
He's got quite a funky setup right there. I was thinking at first maybe he misplayed it, but that looks kind of intentional to me. Getting that extra bit of damage, and that's a little bit better for SKC this time around. And now they've already got the lead, and this is the problem though with a Chuck. Once you get the lead, it's near enough impossible to come back. But some damage raining down here from the Griff. Hypercharges are galore here from SKC though, and they're just pinching to perfection. And look, Chuck's just going to go in, get more damage. It's a 50% lead. It's basically over.
And looking at the micro adjustments that SKC have made, notice how much of the map that they've opened up as well. Getting a buff now to Ghosty, this should be it. I mean, yep, it's gonna go in there. There's not much else Frenzy can do here. We're just waiting for the safe to pop. Good defense from them, but they're basically way too far behind. Look at the base of SK Kalalas. They preemptively opened up their entirety of the base so that the Rico would get no value from it as well. And it's just remarkable game sense adaptations being displayed there by SK Kalalas as they finesse yet another set.
I think, like you said, it was perfect adaptations. Can't even get that word out of my mouth. But it was beautiful. It was beautiful because it opened up the map, and that was literally exactly what Frenzy did. They went down that side, they overloaded, but they can't really overload when there's just so much space, so they can just get pinched out so easily. So really well played there from SKC, and they're kind of cruising so far. They got a bit of difficulty there, but they just seem to be rising to every occasion.
They definitely have what it takes to take at least a set off the hands of SK Kalalas. Come close so often. This definitely looked like it is a winnable match here for Frenzy. I did see a couple of missed Kaze ults on the save. You think that could have something to do here as well with how SK Kalalas won this one?
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on it. I felt like the Choo Choo Man might have done far more impact than a miss a couple Kaze supers. I don't want to say comp problems, but once I saw in game number 3 when the Ruffs opened up the entire map, honestly, I think you could put 3 Spen LCs in his prime on the other team, and I don't think he'd win.
That says a lot about Spen.
Was that good?
In your prime.
Maybe.
You beat
but
the Japanese teams. You were definitely.
You're still that good.
I guess so, but that was when there was so many fewer buttons.
You're
and-
still that good, and you still decided to join us instead on the desk, so we're truly honored.
Yeah, I guess so. But Auto-aim was OP back in the day. But I will tell you who is OP. Ghosty, I'm really, really, really impressed with his gameplay. The griff, the chuck setups, everything just seems clean. He's not really making any mistakes. He's making the plays that you need to from him. Now moving on to Knockout Gold on Gulch. This is still an opportunity. Knockout for me, it's always the opportunity for the lesser team to maybe pick up something, maybe come up with some strategies when the gas closes in. They can find a few kills and out-cheese the opposition.
Maybe it's time to bring out that Kit Mortis again, but Kit is banned out by SK Kalalas. They saw the cheese coming from a mile away.
SK Kalalas is lactose intolerant. I'm just going to put it out there. Ban out Doug, ban out the Kid. They don't even need to ban the Grey here because that's basically Grey Doug, right? I think they've read this perfectly. They want to clean this one up 3-0. Honestly, Spen, when I looked at the cams, it doesn't look like these guys are in any way phased or excited about LCQ. Like, if you're on the cusp of qualifying for the last chance qualifying, win one more set and you're there, is this the kind of energy that you have in the team?
I mean, yeah, I think it depends because we've seen in the past in Brawl Esports specifically, when someone's over-animated, I mean, I used the example of Semantic quite a lot, right? He was very animated. I wanted to mention the Rico pick because it's excellent on this map in particular. But like I said, you're more animated. Sometimes that can actually affect your gameplay if you're wasting too much energy. So you see a lot of the East Asian teams being very reserved, learning from the GOAT Tensai. You saw as well Zeta in the past. So I think they just need to stay nice, cool, and collected. So Rico, pretty decent pick. They now need something maybe with a bit of range. Yeah, 8-bit. Completely forgot that 8-bit was left open. But picking it into the Pierce isn't that wise.
Yeah, Rico and 8-bit are their most played brawler on this map, so I could have told you that's probably what they're going to pick up here. The Grey comp they actually tried have a 0% win rate, so I don't think they mind too much that that dog is going to be banned out on the left. It didn't really have a high success rate for them, so they got exactly what they want so far. Usually pair it with a Gus as last pick. Let's see if he's actually going to come out on the right. On the left now with Pierce already some range. He's decent into the 8-bit too. Regardless of that, 8-bit is going to be picked up because they feel comfortable with it, and at this point, 2-0 down, they need to start picking what they're comfortable with, what they can win with.
One less anomaly.
Is a brawl we don't get to see too often, but I don't mind it on a map like this one. With Cold, they can completely open up the map, and the more open a map is, the better will that Glowy do too.
Oh, I love it. It's so spicy here in East Asia. You could tell me this is New Horizons. You could tell me it's Gold Arm Gouch. And I would not be able to tell them apart. I mean, Glowy plus the Colt is basically a mechanical diff, right? You're just flexing on your opponent, gonna tear up the map, let's see who has better mechanics. And a Piper last pick that's basically saying, yeah, you've got this Pierce of the new, the best sharpshooter in town. Guess what? We'll throw it back to 2019. The real best sharpshooter is in town. And is this the weapon span that Frenzy need to finally take a set of their own?
Honestly, I rate it because with Colt and Glober, yeah, you're breaking open the map. It can be good, but also with Glober, I feel like you need a little bit more synergy. There's a lot of damage on the side of Frenzy. That's how you take control over a Glober. You need damage to stop the constant healing, right? And the Pishu's going to get taken down really weak with Glober. Just going to say, well, you can just get topped up to full health anyway. Rico on the flank. The problem is, once the clock runs down, the map's just going to be completely opened up, and it's not the greatest for Rico, but it's good for the Piper.
I almost feel that SK Kalalas, they're being very measured with the walls they want to break. They're just breaking the walls as they go along when they can get some kind of advantage. They don't want to open up the map too quickly because that's going to allow Furco on this Piper to just absolutely pop off here. But it's Pishu that's showing us the way there. Now lasering across, and Pishu is just being healed up there by Ghost T, who can't be tapped out there. Say that, but he gets brought down immediately. Okay, Frenzy, that's showing up here in Gold Arm Gouge. Another homemade recipe connects to the back. And Pishu can't do anything. 1 versus 3. That's Frenzy's round to take.
That was really icy. I've seen potential clutch there from SKC because 3 members of Frenzy were pretty weak. I was like, maybe they can clutch this one out, but like I was alluding to a little bit here, Piper with some wall break options to break open map. But Rico's actually not as bad in an open scenario as it used to be because you've got Bounce Castle, you've got Robo Retreat that you're more than likely to use, so you can escape in situations, and now the Hypercharge has already been earned with just 1 game in. Let's see if we can find the value though, because Colt's doing a great job of keeping him back. Finally, 8-Bit has his turret available, and it's just going to be so good for Frenzy because Goro hasn't got any gadgets left. He can't open up the map just yet. Toridesu's going to work his way down to the bottom of the map. He's going to find those walls, and that's what you want with Rico.
Beautiful spot for him now. And the crew has to make a big choice here. Yeah, he's going to open up the map on the bottom side, just drive Toridesu out of here. And Ghosty's playing with fire. He's got a hypercharge at already, and 3 hypercharges pop online. Rico's going to pop his one, connects with Kuru in the back. And we see Virgo now trying to find another Ghosty. Goes for an aggressive spawn here. Pinches out one, trades 1 for 1. It's just 9P Shu versus the Wolf here. But Virgo just needs one more tap to finish this one off. Could auto-aim this one down, and that's going to be Frenzy with the game.
I like it. Like I mentioned, I wasn't too warm to Glowy and Colt together with a Pierce. If they had something a little bit more beefy, I don't know, even like an 8-Bit, something that can pressure the opponents, but you just kind of sit in ducks with so much damage raining down on you. The Piper pick is bold though, like you of course need to hit your shots. She's got very slow reload speed, but with the recent damage buff, it completely made sense. So this time around, I'm going to see if Kuru tries a different strategy with his wall breaks here. Goes for a clean one over there, not opening the complete map up, but making it less advantageous for Toridesu. But it's just the same scenario here. For me, I think SKC need to strike a little bit faster because once 8-Bit gets set up, it just seems like it's impossible to push into.
I agree, 100%. I was expecting Kuru here to maybe even opt to run to speed. Instead, IP Shu interrupted that train of thought. They're laser down there by Toridesu, who's going to get another inside his base. Beautifully played by him. Frenzy now just allowing SKC to walk into their own trap, their own demise. They're allowed to farm things up here. They will concede the set. Toridesu's got a hypercharge already.
I mean, I did tell you guys about Bouncy Castle. I was the biggest hater. I mean, like removing the heal gadget away from Rico, it hurt so much. But after watching the pros utilize this gadget so effectively, the hypercharge is going to get popped. Just completely whiff it. I felt like he should have waited for his gadget to slow and then use the hypercharge super. Regardless, I think that's SKC. They need to use this opportunity. That's such a big waste of utility.
Huge opening for them. And I love the micro changes that we're seeing on the side of SKC, not looking to open up the maps here, but IP Shu! No respect to little piggy here. Furco's gonna bring him down, and Ghosty on the run in the back. 2 versus 3. They need a miracle to clutch this.
It doesn't look very likely right now. Toridesu connecting this slow. That's gonna get really, really weak here, but Glowy just doesn't have the keys to success. The super coming down from Rico is 1. 2 versus 1 now for Kuru. Does he have the ice? He doesn't, unfortunately. Well, there's just too much health on the side of Frenzy. And Frenzy gets a set. This is what I was talking about. These situations, every game's going to be stressful for SKC. Every game you need to lock in. And I felt like the Glowy strategy, and if it was more of a hot zone or a game mode where, I don't know, it's a little bit easy to find value with Glowy, then that was fine. But I think it just played into Frenzy's hands.
I think it was too ambitious, right? You pick up the Pierce, you think you're gonna go for a full black wall break strategy. When the Colt came in, I think none of us had an issue with the Colt. I mean, trying to open up the map, it almost felt like, yeah, Fennel needed to just, sorry, not Fennel, who's thinking about Fennel? SK Kalalas needed to lean fully into the wall break, but instead they did a last minute switcheroo thinking, haha, look, we're so smart, we picked this Glowy thing, Spen hates it, I hate it, Frenzy didn't hate it, they got a free set.
Toridesu, the absolute MVP, plays a Rico to perfection here. Second time, Frenzy Gaming brings out the Rico here. Really seems to be one of their comfort picks, and I think this is what they need right now. Bring in some of these comfortable brawlers that you love to play, and it now finally works out. I mean, in the first set, they almost took a game. In the second one, they do take a game, and now they take 2 games and win the set. Beautiful stuff from Frenzy Gaming. They just needed a bit of time to wake up.
I think SKC needs to be banning that Rico. They need to be banning it.
Instead of the dog?
Yeah, well, I don't know about the dog because you need to eradicate the cheese, right? But now moving on to Bounty Hideout, it's one of these ones. It's squeaky bum time, as the Brits like to call it, because they really...
Sorry, could you explain that to the non-British?
He's like, everybody likes to call it that. I'm like,
Art isn't here, so you're gonna have to help me. What is squeaky bomb time?
It just means it's getting tense. Like, this is as tense as it gets. You're on the edge of your seat. SKC can't afford to make any more mistakes. They really can't, because I know Fennel do have to make a miracle run, but sometimes momentum like that can just bring out the best in you. So I would not want to be dropping any more sets here. Surge, first pick on Hideout. I mean, it's an open map. Surge is fine, though, because if you push up to the left-hand wall, you can just jump onto the opponent, whatever. So you probably need to pair it with some support. Let's see what Frenzy pick here.
It's a brawler that's getting tougher and tougher to punish as well. Now that they've reworked that second star power, you no longer have to work that hard to get to that coveted level 2. Instead, you start the game with it, basically, which is one of Surge's biggest weaknesses. It will allow SKC to, not have to worry about
Move those feet to the boombox beat
that have to jump at you. And that's exactly why Frenzy are going to pivot in the opposite direction. They're not, thinking to be Zeta Division and first pick up a Mortis here. They just want to go for something safe here. The Brock makes an appearance. About time, actually, Sonny.
We didn't see him too often today yet, just once as a cosplay. That's really the only one he showed up. Super strong now with his new buffies, and I like him also to open up the map, whereas Surge doesn't really have the most range. Brock will come in handy. Brawl coming in for a bit of the similar reason. A brawler that was second most picked in East Asia last month now also has her first appearance today, can open up the map super strong into anything like a Surge, like a mech, something that is mid-range and wants to come in close. Now on the left, as we already mentioned, we can still easily pick up something to get that blue star early, the Mortis for example, the Kaze, because on the right we don't have anything to address them.
Who's close, punk?
She is coming in here for SK Kalalas. Is this going to be paired up with something that will, continue to break the walls open? Or is this just a response to that Brock selection? It's saying that, if you open up the map, we also have a sharpshooter on our side. I think it has pretty decent matchups into the Pearl as well. So I don't really mind it, but I would love to see SK Kalalas pick up something to just get that blue star out of the way early on. The last thing you want is to be playing into this Frenzy comp and you yield blue star to them. So I need to see some Mortis, some priority. Mina could be good, but it is slightly slower. If Frenzy are feeling spicy, they could still lean back into that Mortis as a last pick.
Potentially, it's a tough one. Mina in the right hands is absolutely devastating, but into a Pearl can... actually, I don't know. Good Minas can really juke out like a Pearl or Griff's main attacks well. So let's see how good the Mina is on the side of SKC. But yeah, like I said, I think Brock was really, really underrated from East Asia so far. Now they're going to go with the Ruffs. So I don't mind Ruffs in other settings, but it's a very... they're going to call it in football terms part of the bus. They're just going to sit back, soak up all the pressure. They're probably going to run the field promotion. Is it field promotion?
Yeah.
The one that
doesn't break the wall, right?
Yeah, doesn't break the wall. It builds up a lot of health for you and your team. So it's going to be hard for Amina to push into that.
But Mina will get the blue star for the side of SK Kalala, so at least they can lean back at the beginning, whereas Frenzy has to push. And as Sven just put so correctly, their comp doesn't really want to push. They want to lean back and farm health.
We're going to have to see if Frenzy Gaming can allow Fennel to keep their dreams alive here, or if SK Kalalas will clinch this one out and go to the last qualifier midway. It's a great start there for SK Kalalas, already getting that blue star, with Ghosty making such big pressure in the back. And the shoot is falling low there. Oh my god, clipped there by the Pearl at the last second, burnt to death, and that's going to be Frenzy that take the lead.
And what I noticed as well is, well, with Ruffs, I completely forgot that it's a great counter to Surge, because you can either use one-star power that gives you health or break open the map, and you've got the sandbags as well. You've got the pinch ability as well. Brock to open up the map as well. There's so much utility for Frenzy, but Brock's gonna jump in here onto Ghost. He barely survives. I was just caught off guard because he was using jump. I was like, surely we're gonna break open the map to counter Surge.
I love it. I love this innovation there. They're punishing this Surge while they're weakening the Pierce all at the same time. It's actually genius, I think. I mean, now the Rocket Rain comes in, breaks up some of the map, but it's really just opening up this entire left side of the map, which is a no man's territory. They're going to have to swap through over it just to get some advantage there.
This time gadget there is going to become crucial as Surge goes in the jump as well. Everybody, I don't even know what happened there. Ghosty barely survives. They've got the blue star, but just need to find one more kill now. So I think that was quite clever there from Ghosty. Don't overextend, keep the blue. He's trying to build up his super as much as possible here. But as the game goes on, it's going to be harder and harder for SKC to try and find a kill. Pearl is so beefy. Guru's going to go in regardless. He's so weak. Now Ghosty goes in, cleans up a kill, and there's the swing.
15 seconds left on the clock, and you can see SK Kalalas, they're leaning into the defense here. Hypercharge is committed there by Kuru, gonna be chunking Ferkel there in half. It's a hypercharge there from Tori. There's Unaipi, she's gotta be so careful. Pops the shield here. It's the Rocket Rain going for Kuru. Can't find it by Ghost T. He's the one that goes too aggressive. Wanted to space things out for his team. Didn't work out in the end. That's Frenzy that's gonna be taking the game.
Did he miss the third sequence shot?
Yep.
Oh, that's devastating. I thought that's risky going into a Brock with hypercharge, Buffy activated. He just misses out and barely. These type of situations you can't afford to make happen when there's so much on the line. Like I was speaking about, there's just so much on the line. These small little mistakes maybe wouldn't have happened in a lesser pressured environment, but this is as pressured as it gets right now. These small things will always catch up to you. So now again, Blue Star going in the favor of SKC. This is what they would have wanted, but at the same time, like, Surge can't really take advantage of that. He's going to get outranged so heavily, and there goes one wall break already, much quicker than the first time around. So although SKC has the Blue Star, it's looking even better here for Frenzy.
Yep, the plot is still favoring Frenzy. This is a position that, you know, we expected them to be in. We didn't actually expect them to take back the lead there in game number 1. It was meant to be a slow grind to claw back the Blue Star, and that's what we're seeing here with Naipishu already pushed back the last rung, and so long as he maintains level 2, he's a non-factor in this game. Doesn't really have the ability to push up here, has to play hyper-aggressive alongside Ghost T, and that's why you see Frenzy just open up so much of the map, make more of them irrelevant, and a kill eventually should happen.
These are the type of games where, even though it is only 1-0, it is so incredibly tense. Rocket Rain rolling down, and Ghosty's gonna go down. It's disaster here for SKC. 2 sets up. It's looking like a reverse sweep is on the cards here if Frenzy can pick up where they left off in the first game. Now with 30 seconds left, pushing into a Pearl is incredibly hard. Also, Brock and Ruff's treated up. If Ferkel manages to get a third treat, wow, Pearl beefed up is so tough to push into.
It's going to take a miracle here for SK Kalalas to try and claw back this set, lest they have to play the fearsome set number 5. Hypercharge is ready for Ferkel, could pass it over to Dancharm. He wants it. You see Hypercharge popped there by Tori Desui. This damage can be very deceptive here. Pierce making the push in there, but the Pearl is just too much. Can't catch a single brawler out. Sunny, we're going to a set 5. Our wishes have been answered here in quarterfinal number 4, and Fennel's dreams, ladies and gentlemen, are still alive.
The last 3-2 in this region was in June in the semi-finals. I'm super excited that we finally get to see another match going all the way. And as I said before, it really just looks like Frenzy Gaming needed some time to wake up. Set 1, nothing won. Set 2, game 1. Set 3, they win the set. Set 4, again, they are now awake, and SK Flawless has to change their game plan. All of a sudden, what they did in set 1 and 2 doesn't work anymore.
Just watching back the replay there, you also missed a Mina Super as well. I mean, you can't be too harsh on these players because there's so much on the line, and it was also so close at the end. But these are the small margins, and the small margins you need to capitalize on to get you over the line. And now the momentum swings. This is the exact position that you don't want to be in if you're SKC. Your backs are against a wall, and that was such convincing gameplay from Frenzy. It really was. There wasn't really too much I was worried about. I felt like I always knew they were going to win that game no matter what. And it leads to the question that Surge is the first pick on these open maps. More often than not, they're just getting punished.
Thank you for saying that. I was like, if you're not going to say it, I'm going to say it. And Surge first pick is just not fresh. Right, SK Kalalas here, I think, over-prioritized a little bit. And at that point, I think they needed to forego the pick almost and not double down and go for that Mina selection there. I think they kind of overthought there and outdrafted themselves a little bit. Also, just how about you just don't give Brock Pro 2-3? Like, that, to me, sounds like you're making the draft impossible to pick at that point.
To be fair, that was the first time we saw a Brock and a Pro today, so it didn't seem like they would show up anytime soon. Maybe they didn't have it on the radar either. So far, Frenzy Gaming has the momentum. Now they can reverse sweep SK Kalalas today, and then Fennel still has a chance at LCQ. There's so much on the line for this roster.
I was thinking of Leon, Ems Cheese here, but Ems is banned out. Completely forgot about that with the global bans, but Leon is still... The thing about Penal Punt is that 8-bit first pick. Oh, I don't.
Oh,
I don't
like
know.
it.
I don't. 8-bit's good in the meta, but I don't know.
Not
a
as
bit,
first pick.
Yeah, he's more of a later pick for me because there's clear weaknesses in his kit. I think on a map like Pin or Punt, people love the Kenjis, the Minas, the Space Makers that can push up to a wall. And I mean, 8-Bit hates that, so I don't know whether I like it.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 M's both being banned out globally, I'm surprised at how much it really changed things, because they allowed Star Nova through, by the way, and then it was banned 4 times by both teams. So Frenzy will opt for, as you said, you have to punish this early, tempo disadvantage from this poor 8-Bit. It's a snail in the early game. You basically give up the donut and immediately just snatching up this Mina. If they followed up with another brawler that, you know, could perform well in the early game as well, that could be Frenzy's trip here to that reverse sweep.
I'd like to see a Mo as well. Always a really good choice on Brawl Ball because you can go in super aggressively. He's banned out, never mind. We have a lot of the brawlers that we usually get to see in a map like this one banned out. We already have something aggressive now on the right side. Still need some range. Meeple comes in. Also sort of an 8-Bit counter when he has super available. He can shoot through the wall, so get rid of that turret. On the left now, as I mentioned, usually you want to pair that 8-Bit with something that can make a bit of space for your team, like the Mina, like the Mo. There's not too much left open.
You've got Kenji and Ash. That's what I'm thinking of right now, because you've got Meeple and Mina. As we've seen in other sets, that's not a lot of damage. So if you got with a Damien, finally we get to see the Damien. I mean, I don't want to be the one wanting to face off against Damien. You just get thrown around, bounced off across the speakers. It's super frustrating to face off against. Damien has an incredible matchup here, but now they need a lane brawler, a bit of damage, something like that in the lane.
Since his release, Damien has received nothing but nerfs last Wednesday again. Yet still, he came out to play a couple of times today already. How strong in the meta is he still truly?
I think we'll just have to see here. SK Kalalas, they know that Sirius would have been a great last pick pairing up with that Mina, so they had to block it out here. But somehow, Spen, I'm just going pure vibes here, okay? I'm not even doing proper analysis here. But I just have this feeling that this comp isn't coming together for me for SK Kalalas. Have Frenzy found the best last pick?
Edgar has the most free matchup you'll ever see in your life. It's one of the best counters to Damien. So good into 8-Bit. It's good into a thrower. I like the Sirius pick, though, because that's one of Damien's best counters, if you didn't know, because you can feed off the Damien, then Damien's clones are quite good.
I've got goosebumps right now. Is Frenzy Gaming truly gonna cause this upset? 3-2 reverse sweep would mean Fennel still has a chance at LCQ, and for SK Kalalas, nothing is secured.
Well, folks, it's going to come down to one set. SK Kalalas could secure this one. And right now, it's all about the donut. Torideso is really going to be missing out that gadget. Just runs down Ghost T. Sven called it out. Freest Edgar game of my life. And that's going to be the freest goal I have ever seen in Brawl Ball.
He even used his Let's Fly on a clone, for crying out loud, and he still just sneaked through. There's only 8-Bit that can really scout the grass out. Torideso is going to go straight for Sirius, take him down as well. He's going to jump onto Damien. He's going to probably find that kill as well. Super pass forward. And that's going to be the goal for Frenzy. Can they do it? Ruin SKC's dreams. This is incredible. Honestly, one of the best games of Brawl Stars I've ever witnessed.
And Torideso is through the roof, hitting himself in the head there, saying, wake up, guys. Stay alive. Stay alert. Stay enthusiastic. We got this. Let's keep our boy Achapi's dreams alive here. Let's ruin SK Kalalas' day here. I mean, in all honesty, they might still make the postseason, but what a way to finish quarter number final number 4. It's not over just yet. Frenzy still need to take one last game.
It's the thing with 8-Bit, like, he's good, but he gets pressured when it's a team that knows how to draft appropriately. They're just getting pushed back into spawn. And it's a map like Pin or Punt I've seen for years now. All you need is a bit of pressure down the lanes, and these are exactly what these pro players can do. They're good at these assassins. The Mansions and Meeple's going to go down and allow them a little bit more control. Torideso is going to go in now. Now he has his super. He's going to use his Let Fly on the clone, unfortunately, again. But this time, SKC are holding on for their life, but it's better than last time.
Excellent defense so far. They're playing very patiently. At least they haven't folded. I mean, at this point in the last game, it was over at that point. But they've now got the turret in the backline, and that's just so much damage to get through. And you see Kuru getting a nice pick here on the left, Ghost T getting another one on the right. It's going to be Torideso that has to somehow pull up a 1 versus 3 here, which Edgar most certainly could do. But going to be pinched out there. And that's some breathing space for SK Kalalas.
credit's going to go down. But with Amina with so much mobility, he can juke out of that quite consistently. Edgar has Hypercharge now, but Damien has the super. It's all about who uses it in which sequence. The wall's going to go down. It's going to force Toradesu in that particular position. Pops Hypercharge now. Going to get absolutely deleted. Now it's time for SKC to go. They need to score now whilst Edgar isn't alive. The box is really not really paying them too many favors. Edgar's surely not got enough damage for this, and Kuru's going to walk this one in. Wow.
We're laughing here watching Kuru walking in. Couldn't make the pass there, couldn't risk it, but 9P now opening with a big hypercharge in the back, but the ball is not in good position though. They do manage to take down the whole of Frenzy and should be able to daisy chain the ball up here. That's going to be SK Kalalas biting back with another game. We're on match point, ladies and gentlemen.
This was literally the perfect script. The perfect script. Match point to go to LCQ. It all comes down to this, and wow, I mean, it's quite clear what's going to happen, right? Like, if Frenzy get the initial control and score early, we're going to win the game. But if they allow SKC to build up utility, build up those supers, you know, 8-Bit takes a while to get into the game because he hasn't got his super. Damien the same as well because he lacks in range and he hasn't got his super. So they need to score early here, Frenzy, or else it'll just be the same story again.
Toradesu has to land these Let's Flies there, or Ferko in the back. Missing that third attack once again. Should have been a kill here. Ghosty should be getting pinched out here. Somehow still staying alive here. And Toradesu has to full commit to bring him down. Mansions of Meeple's going to box the whole of the team in here. And that's going to be a wow. And I've never seen that. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen an Edgar get value from Meeple's super. But that is a nutty way to get that first goal.
And this is so troublesome for SKC. I'm speechless. Damien jumps in here. They need to connect some kills. Both of them are really weak here. And wow, SKC replied pretty instantly. But the wall to block his own goal. And he manages to sneak the ball in. I don't know why he placed that wall down. It nearly just oopsied.
Pressure is mounting there on the side of SK Kalalas. They can taste LCQ. They can smell the Guangzhou in the air, but Frenzy Gaming does not want to hand it to them on a silver platter. You got Ferkel here on the left now once again. This is out two there. The combo doesn't land though. 9P popping a preemptive hypercharge. Toradesu jumps in the back there, claims up one, goes for a second. Ghosty almost eviscerating the ball. Left in the back, should be able to pass this forward, and surely this should be a goal. Walk this one in, Toradesu! Come on! Frenzy Gaming do the unthinkable! They deny LCQ immediately, and they perform a full reverse sweep!
I'm lost for words, and I think Wiggly Smooth's lost his voice after that. Achape still has a chance, and you've just got to be, your head would be, I mean, it's not completely over for SKC, but it was right there for the taking. And to me, it was comp diff. It was, but it's also nerves. There's so much that goes into it. I mean, we've got to give our hats off to Frenzy Gaming. I mean, with not anything on the line, their first monthly final of the year, and they take down SKC, an LCQ contender. That's just insane.
Reverse sweep. We end it with a 3-2 double match point. Both of them score a goal. It came down to that one last Edgar push. Toradesu with a really good matchup here with that bowler. My god. SK Kalalas can't lock in LCQ. Fennel still has a living chance. They managed to win their quarterfinal. They still have a bit of a way ahead of them. But this is the best possible outcome for them. And Frenzy, congratulations to you. I'm covered in goosebumps from head to toe. This Brawl Ball match alone is one of my highlights from the entire 2026 season. Not even just the summer split. That was insane.
I've got chills. I need to get
Are they multiplying?
I need to get, yeah. I've got to get my blood pressure medication. I've got to get checked. I might pass out from that game. Wow, what an ending. It almost felt like both teams just was under so much pressure. And Toradesu, the man of the hour there, 11 kills to his name. He didn't play perfectly, let's just put it out there. But let's be real, in set 5, when it's golden game like that and there's so much on the line for both teams, nobody plays perfectly. It's a LAN environment as well on top of that. These guys, they managed the nerves, they brought down SK Kalalas, and what a series they've delivered.
who is drafting for Frenzy? They outdrafted them completely in that set number 5, I feel. We now have our 4 final teams, top 4 in East Asia for the last monthly final of the season. Zeta Division, Fennel, Crazy Raccoon, and Frenzy. And how beautiful would it be if we had an all-new final with Fennel and Frenzy Gaming?
I would cry. I would absolutely cry. Not for a Chappie, not for Kenji, but for IC. I think he deserves it so well. He's been playing absolutely tremendously this year, the whole of last year. I'm so biased, and he's the last member of the ex-Rival Esports roster, which is why I would cry if he won. But it's got a long road ahead of him. I mean, it's Zeta Division he's got to overcome here, and potentially down the line it could be Frenzy, it could be Crazy Raccoon that he has to deal with to qualify.
I'm so here for it. I mean, I would love for nothing less than to see Fennel do this, because it would be the unthinkable. When you get to these stages of a monthly final and you have to have everything go so right for your own team and so wrong for someone else, those are the storylines that I kind of live for in Brawl Esports. So I've got to root for them now. I know that I've predicted sort of Zeta Division for this one. I think that will likely still be the case. But I'm down to change my predictions here just for the storyline. Come on, can we get behind this? Just imagine.
Same here. Predicted SK Kalalas to win that one for my quarterfinal. And here, finally, a wrong prediction, but I'm so happy for Frenzy Gaming. Such a huge win. The first monthly final they qualify, and they win against a team that had it all. I do also believe SK Kalalas was the team to watch by our community manager, by the way. So maybe we jinxed it a little bit.
Maybe. Well, we won't take full responsibility, but I mean, I've been amazed, honestly, all season long, how consistent that has been. Yeah, you see production already on it, sliding that one in. I'm down for it. I mean, like I said, I think that Zeta will win this, but I feel like if I can just give a little bit of something from my side to Fennel to say good luck, I think it's that. It's possible. I don't think it's necessarily likely, but hey, I am so behind this storyline. If they can get through this semi-finals and give themselves that chance, I kind of feel like in the grand finals they got even a better chance, because by that point they're going to be running purely on adrenaline. And I've got to say, the vibes seem really strong for them so far, but were they tested enough in that quarterfinals match? That's my reservation.
That's definitely a motivational boost right now. Seeing Frenzy Gaming actually taking down SK Kalalas, your hopes are still alive out there. So that is motivation on a silver plate right there. I just stay true to what I said earlier in the year. I always vote for what makes statistically a bit more sense. So in this one,
vote for who you think is going to win.
I'm still happy if the other team then wins, because that means the underdog will win. So I can only win with my predictions in that regard.
So basically, you either win on the desk or you win in your heart, but you win regardless.
Yeah.
That sounds like copium.
I always just predict.
It's just how I predict.
What I love,
I look
and
at
just go, do you know what? Ain't that big a deal. I think that, for me, I'm just back in the storyline here. I think that, for what is a region that we came into this morning as having maybe, arguably the least of evolving storylines, there's now the potential for a real upset.
All of a sudden, he's backing the storyline. When I voted Fennel in the quarterfinals and Span 2, you weren't really on our side there.
No, I just said you want a medal for getting it right. It wasn't a big deal.
We want to head into semi-final number 1 right now. Zeta Division versus Fennel. Keep their post-season dream alive is Fennel's credo for today. On the other side, Zeta Division, they play with zero pressure. They locked in the number 1 seed. It's an insurmountable amount of points too, so they can't really change that in any way. And they seek a clean 3 out of 3 season run. They want to win every single grand final, already won in June and July so far, so the summer split could be perfect. This is the map for the series here, Open Business Pit Stop. We saw a couple of those already. Pit Stop for the first time right now. Crystal Arcade out in the open, and then Triple to round things off. Anything sticks out to you here, a map you're super excited for?
For me, I mean, I'm always down for out in the open. I want to kind of see what the global bans are in that regard. I kind of feel like, Pearl is definitely a brawler that I haven't seen really that much today in this region, kind of looking out to see how that one will fare. And Star Nova banned, Lumi, Surge, and Max, and that means that Bolt is going to be running right.
No.
Quite literally rolling right, I should say. This is kind of what I think could work out well, honestly. And more for the side of Fennel. I feel like they've come in really well prepared. I feel like they absolutely have got a plan for this. At least they should have, in my mind. I feel like you have to, if you're not going to globally ban Bolt, have something in the back pocket. But again, I'll reiterate what I said earlier today. What I'm seeing a lot in the pro scene at the moment is when a draft is dictated to have to really come together to like counter this one troublesome brawler. And if it deviates away from the plan too much, then you spend your entire game trying to implement the plan and being harassed by this brawler, which like you want to focus on the objective. Bolt's entire existence is designed to keep you distracted.
Excellent summary. We've reached a point where Bolt is not necessarily first pickable. I mean, I'm glad to say it's not a Star Nova. It is a last pick that you always will have to think about. It's like, it's not Chuck in Heist. It's not to that level of versatility yet. And I mean, if you caught mainland China, you will know that this brawler is not that great.
What is this? That's not fair to
Come
Fennel
on,
at all.
guys. Come on. I mean, I know there's a lot of Shitetampo stands in the back, but like, give some respect. 2%.
I think
1% was Arc. 1% had to be
This-
Arc.
1% is me.
1%
This
was
is
Arc, honestly.
this is the most one-sided vote we've seen all year. We got many firsts today. I'm all for it, I guess, but please
No.
don't be that mean to Fennel. They have a
Here for it.
chance.
Just remember, if this happens, if this works out,
You were the 1%.
I was the 1%.
You were the other 1% is the whole community. You are half of the Fennel community right now. Yeah,
Just me and Fennel right
it's
now.
just you and look on the desk. The two of you are the only two that's actually predicting for Fennel, and everyone else is just like, yeah, free points, free chaos drops, free monkey pins for tomorrow. Yeah.
This should be Zeta Division being able to do what Zeta Division do as a team that have won 3 monthly finals, trying to make it 4. They should be able to come together, especially in like what is their home territory. Being on stage in that regard for me is that, you know, I think being in that environment, being amongst the fans and all the supporters that they have there locally, I think that really goes to helping hand their entire performance, which is already impeccable as it is. For Fennel, though, they've got so much to prove. They have been in grand finals. They were there at the beginning of this year in February, so they absolutely can get back to that very same stage yet again, where they did actually face up against State Division and lose to a 1-3 scoreline. It's kind of like almost for me like the perfect cycle of their kind of like season arc, and I would like to see them at least kind of make good on that.
You mentioned something very important there. They're playing on a stage. Did so already for July. Zeta Division was there and won on this exact stage, whereas Fennel didn't qualify for the July monthly finals. They're now standing here today, playing for the second time only after their quarterfinals on this stage in front of a live audience. That adds to the nerves, but again, there is the motivation. It's a huge motivation to keep your postseason dream alive. They can qualify to LCQ. When I woke up this morning, they had to pray still that SK Kalalas loses their quarterfinals. It wasn't in their own hands. Now it is.
I'm just looking
He's
at
still praying.
Yeah, looking at the Fennel cams, and I just feel like, yeah, he's getting in the zone, right? And that's the energy that he's bringing to the rest of the team, just to stay as relaxed and as composed as possible. And I would think that between these two teams, there's so much history between all these boys, right? Chapi, Kenji, they were from that Zeta Division roster. And on the other side, Mameshi and Shitetampo. These are all from that 1 year where Zeta won it all. The only people who are absent are Moya and Tensai, who are, you know, on the other side of the bracket waiting for them. But they're just, you know, they have such a close relationship. They understand each other. I'm so sure that Zeta at the back of their mind wouldn't even mind losing just for the plot.
We are here to figure out today who will go to LCQ. There were 2 world slots in this region already locked in, but Fennel still has a chance at LCQ. Heading into our first map. Draft has to be perfect. Mechanics, communication. Otherwise, you can't beat this Zeta Division. They already won 2 out of 3 monthly finals. Grand finals here in the summer split. They want to add another one. We're an open business. Very similar bans here on both sides. Bolt actually still left open. I wouldn't say Hot Zone necessarily his best mode, but I feel like as strong as he is in the current meta, despite the nerfs 2 days ago, he's definitely still good enough to be picked up here.
I think every single set, keep it in the back pocket as a consideration for sure. Poco, an interesting first pick here from Fennel, just does not quite necessarily to me resonate too much with the current meta. Like, it just feels like they're brewing something with that particular brawler pick. We shall see. For me, looking kind of brawlers here, like Stu, really, Griff, I think as well is especially one that can be really quite problematic in the draft and can really kind of deviate away and change the course of action here. Ruffs as well, who's in already today as a global ban, definitely one that can absolutely come in on a map like this and really, really alleviate what is available here. But this Poco first pick, I mean, if they were playing to pair with Draco, that's taken off the cards. But I mean, what are you thinking about that Poco?
I think it's a comfort pick for Fennel. If you followed them throughout challenges, this was a pick that they abused because, simply put, it's a brawler that Kenji plays really, really well, and it stacks up into sort of the old school meta that I hate to say it, you know, Achapi is a very old school player. So far, the brawlers that we've seen him play today are things like the M's, Ruffs. He doesn't really play that much of the new school brawlers, and that's just really because, you know, it's not a comfort pick for him.
Zeta played this map already in the quarterfinals. They picked up Barry, Damien, and Lumi. Now, just switch out that Damien for the Draco. Lumi is banned out, and they basically have the same comp so far. On the right, with a lot of damage there with the Griff, we bring in Frank. A super interesting idea, but it used to be a decent answer to Draco. We don't see Frank too often in the current meta. Has a lot of reasons. He has so many counters. He's just an absolute tank. He is, just soaks up so much damage and feeds a lot of supers. On the left now, Pierce coming out here. He will profit from that Frank being in play there, getting a lot of supers off of him. Do we like the Frank regardless?
I don't love it, but at the same time, I think that it can be quite overthrowing. I think that if you're able to really just advance forwards, this is kind of where I have a bit of a reservation because Pierce should be able to get a lot of value off the back of that. That's a brawler which can just be tapped into more frequently than not, and then just kind of like utilizing the ammo drop along the way. I'm surprised to see the piggyback coming through already from Achapi. I was kind of expecting with a Frank pairing to see immediately a coin shower. So like that's going to be a little bit anti-constructive really because you want to kind of break the map open, whereas Frank is going to require those moves.
Yeah, it's a timing thing for them, and Achapi opting to go for that piggy bank opens up the map very early. IC on his signature Frank selection here. It's going to be pinched out here on the left, and full map control is going to be going to the side of Zeta Division. That piggy bank will open up that mid wall, which will allow Achapi to get value back inside the mid, but it's the barrier train that's starting up here already.
See, the map is now entirely open. Batman should be going absolutely to town here and already connecting some nice shots from that super. Kenji low gets the kill just in the nick of time, but meanwhile, it's Izuku that for me is really just allowing Tampu to land so many shots on this zone and stay alive more often than not. And Zetas have been unshakable. Fennel need to really up their game because time is running out.
Zeta Tampo, they're going to be trading out that with Achapi. It's just Kenji left inside the mid. Tries to bring down Suzuku, but this Poco, one big weakness is that he's not the damage dealer of the team. Needs Achapi to come online here, and it's got no super at the moment. The map is completely torn up and open. Achapi will try to get some chaining going on here, but it's just so much healing on the side of the Zeta Division. And with a hypercharge to boot that, it's clean house.
I'm just really uncertain as to what the thought process is here for Fennel. I mean, you really don't want to be breaking open the map. It's just allowing a very straightforward affair for Pierce to get maximum effect. And if Batman is hitting those shots, which actually, at this level of play, you got to assume that the pros are not going to be missing them. Like, that's the only place where, realistically for me, Pierce can struggle. And if you're just going to give an open field, it's open season. And brawlers like Frank are just going to land time and time again. You're going to whittle them down very quickly, but they're still going with the break approach.
It's classic Fennel, classic Zeta Division. Both teams believing that they have the better mechanical skill here, and that's what we're really seeing here. They believe that, even with this wall break, this is so much of a better start there for Fennel. You open only that one tiny bit of wall, you give Achapi all the healing in the world, and you allow him to chain off. That is the idea behind it. You allow IC, just put an IC in front of Shiratampo, and there's not much he can do. But Batman, as you said, just tearing through the backlines here.
I was literally about to say, just leave the map like this and then headshot people up the left-hand side wall. I mean, I get it. They're trying to deflate what the Berry can bring in terms of that stability that Zeta Division really require with this comp. but the more they break, the harder it is for Icy to be able to retake control, and that's a great super from a Chappie. Connections though still from Bannerman as they continue to tap into this Frank and his hill-based comp. He's still standing. He's doing a great job of staying on his feet, and if he can just be that rock that Zeta Division need, it's going to avail to the same outcome. Full control for Zeta, but a much better start for Fennel.
It just feels like Battleman versus a Chappie in this matchup, a pure battle of mechanics between the two. The other members of the team just supporting Cast here for the main story. They're all duking it out here. Chappie is being blocked out here. Max get a two-man super here, but he's so low. Kenji now substituting his position, blocking for his teammates, but you can see Suzuku is already poised to go forward with a super. Opts to heal up Sinetampo instead. All 6 members haven't died yet, and now Chappie with a big hypercharge super, but no kills to his name. Chains it off onto Battleman, brings him down, and barely being able to wrestle. Healers, damage all across the board as Fennel claw back the mid.
Fennel clawing it back, but they've made it so hard for themselves, but they are doing it. Somehow they are still all standing. Don't speak to Super Chappie again with another brutal super. If Kenji can just get a heal, he's going to do it. Oh, I see, and that's the one wall break that I can get behind. That's going to be a tied ball game in the first opening set. It's neck and neck, but I still feel like if Zeta play this the way that they have been, I just don't see a world in which Fennel stay alive with the map completely open. If they do this, it will be unreal.
Well, to quote an EMEA coach, which I shall not name, East Asia love the drafting that makes their life just more difficult. I mean, it's the flair that they get to bring to the table here, and I'm all for it, right? We saw the most prolonged team fight on the planet here, and now a different start. Pierce already getting that first super of the game. Batman is getting so many taps here, and it's a very different start from game number 2.
Yeah, I see on this left-hand side, still doing a good job of protecting things. Both sides a little bit sheepish to tiptoe into the mid, which I don't necessarily mind until these first signs of kills and deaths go down. It's just a tap on the left-hand side that immediately gets to aggress the Chappie and Kenji. Flame burning him down. That low HP is going to keep them thinking twice. Oh, that's brutal here as well. Suzuka going to come in and not even be required as Batman was able to secure the kill ahead of time. We approach now 35%, and Zeta are getting stuck in.
Chappie that's going to have to carry the weight of Fennel to get back in the mid, but he's so far behind. Should be very close to the super at least, but he's just eating so many shots here. You see Fennel claw back themselves back in the mid. Beautiful super tap from the Chappie, catches out Sinetampo there, and Suzuku should be the next get pushed out here. Pops the hypercharge, goes into the backline, and the Chappie, he spied his target. He's going straight for Battleman, but he's soaking in so much healing there from the berry. A beautiful hypercharge from him as well, but Kenji, he's got another one of his own. Both teams' clerics just doing so much work here to keep their team alive.
Yeah, Fennel have bought so much time. I see is just herding Zeta this right-hand side. They are terrified of him, but now hypercharge from Sinetampo. It does get stunned out though, and no last stand gadget available to him. Is already exacerbated now. The heals coming in from Kenji keep everyone alive on the zone, and it's just Batman. He's a one-man band, but he's tapping so hard. And Chappie should fall here and does. That might alleviate things just about, but it is so neck and neck. Zeta on the zone though is quite pivotal here.
Map completely open. It's going to be Battleman that has to put full attention onto one brawler. Chooses IC as the target, but now goes on to Kenji. Changes it over there. Hypercharge on the right. Couldn't bring down Sinetampo. Chappie's trying to get back in the mid. Chains off another super. Doesn't get the hypercharge in the end. Couldn't clip the other two, but he does have zone control. It's a mad dash to the mid, and Kenji's back on the point.
Sinetampo and Batman cannot contest that. They are too low, so it allows Kenji to go super on the aggressive just to get IC up on the zone to see out the set. And somehow, somewhere, against all the odds that I could possibly expect with that kind of draft and map situation, Fennel come out with a win. I don't know whether we're going to see that happen twice, but what I do know is that it's the best opening hand that a team like Fennel that require nothing short than a monthly final win to get themselves into LCQ. I mean, that's just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Well deserved there from the Fennel boys. I said I wasn't convinced by their challenger's performance. You know, they were doing these same Poco comps up against Reject, a team that you would think is not on the same caliber as Zeta Division, but instead of, you know, revising their approach, they hunkered down, they doubled down and said, you know what? It's too late in the season for us to change our entire team's strategy, so let's just make it even better. And they did. Kenji did so well that game. He kept his entire team alive longer than Suzuku could.
It's honestly incredible to me. I was so certain that once the map was fully open that Zeta Division should be able to have handled that. I mean, they did, in fairness to Fennel, keep that left-hand side a bit more closed off. That allowed IC to have a bit more maneuverability to be able to push everyone around. You could see how much it really allowed Zeta to go back towards the spawn side and get caught off guard there. But, I mean, the survivability of that Frank with that Poco. A Poco first pick, by the way, in this kind of current generation of meta is absolutely wild. It immediately made me think there's got to be something up their sleeve here. And the Frank was the idea. I thought, okay, I'm down with it. But, like, in a wall break meta, which we're kind of currently in, to be able to really allow those ideas to flow, it's a very, very dangerous game, but one that Fennel are at a time now in their season where they have to dare. Against a team like Zeta Division, who've got 3 monthly final wins, they have to dare. So I'm kind of all for it.
I am as well. I think the energy just that we're feeling here is just all for Fennel right now. And Zeta Division, they're the ones that are now under the pressure. And the bans are going to come in and they are banning out things that are in their own toolkit. We see the Miko ban. They've banned out their own signature berry that they've just picked up time and time again. And meanwhile, on the side of Fennel, they're taking away, you know, classic picks like this Rico and the Griff, but they've allowed the Shade Tampo to come through. And it's going to be the first pick.
Can you afford to do that? You know? Can you afford to do that? We'll see.
Dare to dream, right?
Dare to dream, but I've got to keep going along this mindset that Fennel must have a plan. You know, that's like my copium right now is like saying to myself that like if they're leaving Shade open, we know how dangerous that brawler is. But in the hands of Zeta Division, we're talking a completely different ball game. Edgar, Buzz coming in. Edgar, of course, going to be amazing on this map, and I love it for that reason. It's pretty much just kind of like a get up and go kind of brawler. No, gadget in, get directly onto the save. Cordelia is going to take away a great amount of what Shade can bring in terms of its ability to aggress. So I'm feeling that that is the idea for them. They know the Shade is dangerous, arguably the most dangerous brawler to have in the hands of Zeta, but they have got something up their sleeve for it.
100%. In the bans, you know, it's a bit suspect to look at this M's ban coming in from the side of them. I mean, I don't think this is a very high priority on the map there, so I have to believe that Fennel on the last pick have to be, you know, I'm with you, they're cooking up something. But Zeta, though, they're not cooking up anything that's particularly different. This is not their map selection. It is Fennel that picked up this map. So Zeta are more on the improvisation here. And after this Kaze, it just signals to me that they might opt to, you know, go for an all-in here, go for a third brawler, maybe pick up the Buzz for themselves and just go all-in. Or just, yeah, lean back, get a single defender there in the form of Otis. It's simple, it works, but it's nothing, you know, inventive on the side of Zeta.
Do they just try and run this down, bring like a BB in and just literally go, well, we see your Otis, but we don't really care about it? With 2 brawlers, like an Edgar and a BB, they could overthrow maybe this if Zeta's idea is just to leave Otis as a primary defending kind of idea. I mean, other brawlers that are open here, Colt could go with that kind of wall break approach to alleviate what the Shade can bring to the table in terms of aggression from the side of Zeta. Harder to kind of make work, but I think if left untouched onto the safe, it is going to be that. It is going to be that. And it's really bold. It's really dangerous. I get it. I understand it. I like what they're going for here. You know, these are the ways that you do break down a team like Zeta. You just have to throw everything at it, including the kitchen sink. Ultimate pressure. You know, just run the thing down and go back to these classic ideas like you were saying. You know, bringing a Poco with a Frank into, you know, Hot Zone, which we haven't seen this whole season long, realistically. Bring in BB, combine it with the Edgar. I'm curious to see how this will play out, but I'm sensing base race vibes.
Yep. Prepare your split screens, ladies and gentlemen. It's probably going to be that Kaze versus the BB on both sides. It could be a slugfest as well. It's IC that's piloting that Edgar selection. All eyes on him. He's going to be doing first blood on the save here. Already very close to shredding that first layer of shielding. Batman just can't seem to get the kill in. Bam! That's huge value for Fennel.
The BB was just keeping things at bay, but now is time for potential Zeta push. Nice round there from Machavi. Oh, gets the kill, rather, gets the second as well. A lovely little side lane aggression here from a team that I've got to say, in terms of scrim win rates, not the highest for Fennel. But they look like a team that have come in really well prepared. But most importantly, they are carrying the aggression for this. Oh, wasted overcharge as well. Well, that's swipe at the back from Kenji.
Konnichiwa! is the name of the game that gets him out of that and converts into aggression. We're down to the split screens here, but it's IC that will be able to clean up in the backlines. Because remember, folks, Fennel right now are holding an entire lead in the shielding, and IC should be able to get this crack nice and easily. They just need to maintain this aggression. And with Bachabi dodging out Batman beautifully, massive amounts of value there that they're going to be getting. Just one last layer of shielding there is all it's going to take. And even in the back, just to rub it in, Kenji's got the defense on lockdown. This is looking all Fennel right now.
That is absolutely disgusting from Fennel. I like there as well the way that Chappie was very resourceful, holding back his shots to be able to heal, to allow IC to get the damage once the safe crack had been able to exacerbate things. Let's see, can they get the final shred of damage that they need? There's going to be a defense here from Batman, but no mute just yet. And it will be enough damage to take down the safe, to bring a game on the board, to add to the set which Fennel earned already. Zeta Division are fumbling a little bit. It was a close game, no doubt about it. But with their backs against the wall, under pressure now, they've got to equalize this set. This is getting out of control.
It's going to come down to that first interaction. How do you deal with this Edgar? It seems like the answer is, yep, just stick Suzuku on him, you know, swap into the ninja form there and try and keep him back as long as possible. Leave that Otis onto a Chappie instead. It's looking quiet for now, but IC at the very least doesn't have free passage straight into the safe. Not like that game number one. These minor adjustments are all that it takes here. And yeah, that's a much, much better defense. Put two brawlers there onto it and then get the base race going. Got a shade there dealing with the entire team. This is looking a lot better for Zeta.
You need that potential to shut things down immediately for Zeta. Nice fat splatter there from Batman. Did prevent the safe crack from potentially happening, which will provide some valuable time. And so far, Zeta Division have been getting in some good damage on the safe with that shade pick. Now, though, they've got to play a bit of defense. Fanstorm will connect there as well, which will whistle it down even more, as Zuku will be there to ensure the next crack. At the moment, Fennel are chasing time.
Yeah, it's Zeta now with one layer of tempo ahead. That big layer of shielding is a big deal in pit stop. Now Zeta have so many options on their hand. They can afford to abandon the defense even. That's not what Batman is doing. It's Zeta that's on the safe, and it's Fennel that's on the run. They don't know what to do. They're going to have to throw away a Chappie in the back just to leave him on defense. But this Shade will inevitably be able to crack the safe.
Icy needs to get on safe, but right now there is a mute waiting for his landing. So he's kind of in this position where it's a bit of a stalemate. He can't go into the damage he needs. And again, Fennel are chasing time already. Zeta Division have ensured all the safe cracks. There's a Fanstorm going down now as well. These swipes will be enough to secure it. And it's a tied up set. Oh, this is where it gets really, really interesting. For me, Zeta, this is like a must-win game, you know? It's so hard when you're faced with that, like, outcome of having to full reverse sweep the sets. Like, this is their best chance of evening the playing field. But I was worried. I think if Icy can just continue to get on the safe, they were able to shut him down. But if they get a bad start this time round, and if Fennel can get like that early lead advantage, going in straight away immediately, that's some good value again. This could be a good start here for Fennel.
3 members on the save. It's a full base race called out there by the coach, called out by the team. Achapi pummels in there. As IC almost managed to get a sneaky second kill there. And Achapi, he's desperately trying to get that layer of shielding cracked, but Batman is the one that's successful on the defense. It looks so good for them, but instead it's a negative trade in the end with City on the save, winning that base trade.
That's so resourceful there from Statampo. I mean, just allowing that little one gadget pop with the long arms to get the safe crack to, again, just provide so much valuable time. Chappie needs to get him into the realm realistically here, but he's allowing his teammates to get some good value, which they are on the other side of the field. Safe, though, needs to be cracked here in the view. Oh, no, 1% short. And that's, again, time that is not on Fennel's side.
Kenji being communicated to the position of Site right now. Should be able to get this pinch there. But on the other hand, it's going to be Suzuka that trades out with a Chappie. All eyes have to still be kept on ISC here. But Suzuka with a hypercharge will throw it onto the safe. That's going to do some chip damage, but more importantly, allows it to go in. Let's Fly does not connect it. IC is going to be going down. The man of the hour for Fennel is just not there. And Site on his signature shade is tearing through this safe. He's in the realm at the moment, but right now they're the ones holding the lead, holding the cards in their hands.
Yeah, I see. Looked a little bit weary then, but he's going to go in now. The question is the wrong time to do it, and Zeta will make short work of that safe. Bad timing. Fennel had a fantastic start. I kind of expected them to go back to their winning ways from that first game. Zeta knew to keep the pressure, to stay up that side of the field, just buy their time down, and the more that they are able to do so, the more gadgets that, you know, Tam is able to utilize onto the safe with the long arm, staying behind there, defense was just not really seen that time round from Fennel. This is exactly what Zeta needed. Things were getting out of control very, very quickly there. It was a must-win game and a set that goes their way, and now we're all tied up.
We're going back to Zeta's map as well, which is going to be very advantageous for them if they just keep up that momentum. Meanwhile, on the other side of Fennel, though, they've now lost, their own map selection, but I don't think that Pit Stop is one that they should really, beat themselves too much about. This was obviously a gamble selection. Pit Stop is, known to be a map that is really, really cutthroat, really coin flippy when it comes to the nature of the draft, the nature of these minor interactions. In that game number 3, there was a very different universe that if they had just won that initial push, it could have been over right there and then. But Zeta, they came out on top with those very, very minor plays, and team play did the rest.
Which I think speaks volumes about Zeta, This is the kind of squad that Fennel are facing. A squad that, in that coin flip scenario with a really good draft, that can escalate and spiral out of control, able to bring things back against what one singular game could have turned into 2 sets down, right? So, I think that is displaying their experience. This is the number 1 seed in this region for a reason, which will be remained regardless of today's outcome as well. They will be going to the World Finals in that number 1 seed spot for East Asia. Fennel are going to have to really, really do everything in their playbook here today because, there's a reason why Zeta have won 3 monthly finals so far, looking to make it 4 here today. They're just so good.
Consistency is the name of the game for them. Ever since Brawl Cup coming out from them, they got spanked there, and then in the rest of the summer split, they came back and said, you know what? We are going to dominate the second summer split, winning in June, winning in July, and now potentially on their way to a 3rd monthly final win if they can just get through Fennel. But on the other side, though, Fennel have looking, honestly, I'm just going to say, they are looking the best that I've ever seen them. The comms may not be perfect. They are leaning into comfort, but it is into a team that works out for them.
Well, I'm glad to see the Rico ban here. 8-bit Meg as well. Griff's still going to be open here, which is quite surprising to me. Lily first pick says to me that Fennel want to utilize that bush. I think that, if I'm on the side of Zeta here, I've got to heavily consider whether I want to bring in something along those lines. Yes, the wall break on the Big Meg has been nerfed. It's still very viable, though. Let's see here as well. What else do we still have? Damien banned out. That's always a good thing to see. Chrome, not necessarily the flashes, but a Brawler, which is definitely still very viable here. I think could be potentially one that could have a very good outcome on a map like Crystal Arcade. And again, Edgar being open here makes me kind of worried too, so I'm looking at Brawlers like that.
Wow, the IC Mina is going to be coming out here. It just seems like it's really just all comfort picks for Fennel, right? You've got Ken G on the Lily, you've got IC on the Mina, but I gotta admit, this feels a little bit dated there. I'm with you that Zeta could just easily lean in to a Griff selection, for example, just tear open the entire map and then pick up another aggressive brawler just to hunker down. It's not it's not rocket science. We've reached a point where Lily and Mina most certainly have some counters.
Oh no! Oh dear.
I'll admit, I forgot about him. And I know you said we shouldn't, but okay, it's paired up with a Sandy now. Wow.
Bolt is the Thanos of Brawl Stars for me right now. It's the inevitability, And they are playing it into a mean. There is still time here for Fennel to be able to shut it down even more so. Sandy going to be lacking in range, so that there's that possibility too, but it's how much of a distraction Bolt can be. And for any team at this stage of the competition in any region, if you're not banning it, I'm expecting you to have a plan for it.
That's the plan. I guess put him in a cocoon, and it's the easiest gem carry to go into. It's not the greatest into the loot. I think does suffer a little bit of that range deficit, so it will need the support from the side lanes to do well. But when you pick Bolt, what happens to the side lane arc?
Everything around playing into a Bolt means keeping an eye on where Bolt is. Everything goes out the window. In a matter of seconds, and especially in Gem Grab, I think it's his best mode. I think a lot of these maps cater to that big open spacing, things like Gem Fort as well, which I'm sure we might get to later on as well. It's just a free playground, and in those sort of Gem takedowns, Bolt can turn the tide so quickly. Let's see how prepared Fennel are for countering this troublesome brawler.
They're hunkering together for the moment. All eyes on Siddhartampo on the ball. The debut here on the BSC. He is going in there for a Chabi. An interesting gadget selection there will keep him alive. It's a trade there, but look at the gems. It's Battleman that scooped up 3. And every time Zeta do this, they will walk away with a little bit more.
Kenji straight into the zone, but can't be there all the time. Gets some good taps, but again, like, he can't really do his job. Bolt is there to distract. And in the meanwhile, Zeta can just continue to hold the objective, whilst Fennel will have to consider, do we play the objective right now? Do we counter the Bolt? Do we try to defend or deflect? And, you know, it kind of leaves these scenarios where you're always behind. Now the Cocoon goes out, but all this time, Zeta are collecting gems, which is why they're trying to get Icy forwards to be in an aggressive spot to try to get somewhat of a kill.
We've still got the X Factor in Kenji as well. That hypercharge on the Lily cannot be underestimated. And with 2 gems in Suzuku's pocket, that's not where it wants to be. It's going for the backline. Battleman with a beautiful gadget there. Manages to dissuade enough of Kenji. Beautiful play by him. But on the right lane, it's disaster there for Suzuku. Going to be brought down, and Cocoon going to be going in, allowing for Icy to scoop up 4 of those gems. Fennel just need 1 more to kick off this countdown.
I love that ice spot from Batman, but Batman's the way man that goes down. Kenji gets a steal. And this is exactly what Zeta do not want to have happen. Siddhartampo going to be going in now on the aggressive, but everyone is hunkered down. There's no Charlie Cocoon just yet, but it can't be far away with these taps that are landing from a Chappie. Nice deflection as well from the meter as well. Suzuku is stunned out, but Batman gets the reset. Most importantly, he's a one-man band doing wondrous work on that top left.
Overextension there from IC, but he's at the very least got no time on his hands. Just need to keep Chappie alive for the moment. Siddhartampo with the hypercharge goes in, rolls for 1. He's cocooned up, loses all his speed, but the whole team pushed to the back, allows for Suzuku to get the cleanup. Where's IC in the back, still hunting down the side of Battleman. Suzuku now pinched between all 3. Can he get out of here? Poor buys IC, unable to do so. Every single member of Fennel searching for the precedent, can't find him. You see Kenji looking in there, can't connect there with Suzuku. And what a robbery that Zeta pulled off here.
It was the robbery of the robbery. I mean, rarely do you get to see it, but this is what I'm saying. Bolt has immense reset potential. You know, it's got the ability to turn the game when you're losing with that kind of upset of the gems, and also, you know, what better brawler to be able to speed around the map, to be able to get to the other end of the field. It's a real problem. I mean, not just here for Fennel, but I think for the entire BSC community. They've got to have an answer for this brawler until it's inevitably nerfed.
It's painful. And Siddhartampo, yep, roadkill goes the first there. IC might be the next to follow. Comes back for Kenji. He's just rolling over the entirety of Fennel. But surprisingly, I mean, looking at the gems, it's still very, very even. I gotta admit, Ark, this is the most entertaining it has ever been, watching this ball just go around it.
Hey. Take that word out of your mouth. I want less of this.
It's funny to watch, I mean. I gotta say,
you're not wrong.
I mean, is this Brawl Stars anymore? I mean, it's a new era for sure.
I'm excited to see whether Fennel can shut this down. Now, like, it seems like Siddhartampo is not losing any ground here. It keeps everyone forwards, and look at the amount of value that provides to Suzuku. Lays down the Sandstorm as well. And it's just such a great brawler, but the fact that Siddhartampo has got 4 gems, eventually Chappie will get Cocoon, so Siddhartampo can't just reign free now. He's going to be very cautious, because one single Cocoon, and those gems will immediately go to Fennel.
Beautiful combo there from IC, perfectly executed, brings down Suzuku, but timing there was called out to City. It's go time, and he soaks up the Kenji hypercharge as well. That's going to be a big resource losing to them. Assassins on both sides. City now picks up a 6th gem. Ark, it's getting so dicey. He has to play perfectly to maintain this lead.
I think Chappie's 1 shot away here from Cocoon. Can he get it at the pinnacle time to get these gems back inside of Fennel? Because time is running out, and Siddhartampo is doing an amazing job. It was 1 shot away. He's got hypercharge as well, but Siddhartampo's staying on the right-hand side. And oh, what a great deflection there. Forced out the Cocoon, meaning that Chappie has not got it for this offense, but they are in a good spot for Fennel, trying to get this reset. Can IC get these connections? He's going to whip the super as well, and Siddhartampo's running away. It's the other side of the spawn. It does leave Batman on its own, but those gems can fall, but it doesn't really matter. And there's not enough time for Fennel. They drop another set, and Zeta are starting to run away with it.
Oh man, just watching Siddhartampo roll out of the frame there with 8 of those gems, and looking at Fennel collapse in the base. They couldn't make a decision on whether to go for City chase after him, which is the wrong choice, by the way. and opt to go for Batman instead, but it was just too little too late. They couldn't take that game back, and that for sure is gonna hurt them so much mentally. We're gonna look at the replay, and here's just that final few moments from that game 1. You deal with City, but he's created so much pressure, allowed for Shizuku to come in, and the whole team's just in disarray at that point.
You get so much more time, so much more pressure, and you're a constant distraction from the objective, you know? I mean, Bolt, you know, may not be that kind of brawler which, like, has got... I mean, he's got it all, honestly, I'll be honest, but, like, in terms of range, you know, you can see him coming, you can communicate, there is time, effectively, to counter it, but you're just trying to juggle too many plates. And I feel like for me, that's why it's just a no-brain ban. Like, just don't take the risk. I like some of the ideas. I think Charlie works out as a counter, but you can't necessarily always guarantee that you've got the kit at the time that you need it to be able to bring back the flow of action in your favor. I think Lily wasn't the burst of ideas either. I could tell that they were planning these kind of eventualities to let it be open, you know? But I've yet to kind of really see a team that have been shutting it down so consistently and not having it affect in some way their objective abilities.
I mean, we talked a lot about the Bolt, but I think the Sandy there as well got so much value.
Yeah.
When you revealed that Lily plus the Mina in your 2-3, I think that left that gaping weakness, which Zeta absolutely were able to clutch up. Now we're back on Fennel's map. It's going to be on the out in the open. The double Brock bans on both sides, and Zeta are just not thinking at all for this. They're just gonna go very classic, ban out every water walking brawler that has a range here, and they know why. A Chappie plays a pretty mean Eve.
Venom vibes.
Nigel as well is going to work out fantastically well on this map. It's very much, for me, a map where Zeta Division have well, not just a very good comp, but a very good win rate as well. And I kind of always want to see a kit ban here, to be completely honest with you. The fact it's left open here is kind of like disastrous, really. Again, it's that same idea of not playing things traditionally that worries me on the side here of Fennel. And this has to be a winning draft. Now, Gene, when was the last time Gene wasn't banned in Knockout?
Right now.
Yeah.
Aside from right now, probably 2 weeks ago.
Meat treat that'll keep you on your
Fennel
feet.
are going to cheese with cheese. It's great it's going to be coming, isn't it? I mean, surely it's the grey hair, not the Bolt. That would be so funny, though, to see, you know, Bolt Dog come in here and out in the open. But very likely, whenever you see this sausage man come online, it has to be the grey that follows. There's still a last pick there for this. I'm not going to talk anymore, Art.
I don't mind it, though. It's okay. I mean, Daryl in Knockout... The problem with Daryl in Knockout is the early game. Like, you're sitting there waiting for that inevitable push. Zeta are a squad that know how to sit and wait for that inevitable push. Like, in the early game, you can aggress this. You can overthrow it before Daryl has the utility to be able to do anything with it. And Doug is looking to heal. So, like, if you're kind of healing but not finalizing the kill, then Doug's getting more utility to be able to combine with Daryl. It's not the draft I was expecting, so it's very hard for me to call which one I prefer.
I have to say, 4 for 4 right now in all the drafts. I have not been particularly thrilled, but we're watching East Asia, where we really just draft on vibes sometime, and I'm feeling that right now for both teams. I hope the vibes with Fennel are good. They still have a shot to make the last chance qualifier, and Zeta, they could end the Cinderella story right here.
To be honest, I don't mind anything about any draft in East Asia, because as long as the mechanics are East Asia mechanics, it's always super enjoyable. So, like, Zeta already have got a pretty decent start in the mid, so you can now go to join the field. And again, often baiting out that cardboard box gadget. You know, you can stay back in the spawn and just kind of keep it in your back pocket. Kind of connecting then, just now these yarn balls are going to litter the map with Chappie, really working overtime there to keep everyone in the mix. That's going to be a helping hand for him specifically anyway, so he's not going to mind being in this spot. The more he heals, the more he's going to be able to then provide that hot dog over to IC. It's when IC has roll and he has hot dog that makes me a bit worried as to whether Zeta have got a plan. He can roll in, not the best connection, but Batman will still fall. Oh, the ice will freeze to Chappie and IC, but there's no ability to be able to close the gap in time, and Chappie falls! The hot dog coming back, though! It's not going to be a good, promising thing. Good freeze. That's great from Zeta, and not an easy thing to pay off.
The second freeze is going to be coming out here. He's got a hypercharge at the ready. This combination between this kid and the Lu. Shizuku and Sidachao just too much for Fennel to deal with. This Lu is just absolutely breaking the Fennel comp. He has to be brought down early as the target for the Nausea or burst down by the Daryl. But right now, that is giving Zeta around a lead.
I know it's fitting because the tempo's on Lou, but like he has got so much ice. I mean, like that was absolutely ridiculous how much value he was able to get. A very aggressive kit dive, but does get the ball as well. Combined with it, there's a freeze to IC as well. And they are just absolute sitting ducks. Hypercharge from Suzuku. And already it's Zeta Division, Zeta Division, Zeta Division onto match point. And what started off as such a promising start for Fennel is just turning into a nightmare. And they need this. They can still make LCQ, but they've got to win the monthly final. Not just this semi-final, the monthly final. They're now up against the match point, and this is where we see what they're really and truly made of. But this comp from Zeta is just so disgusting. Like, how can they do this?
The last pick, Daryl, not working out in the way as intended. The timing hasn't come online for them. I haven't seen Duck Hypercharge there from a Sharpie. Zeta Division, they just seem to be one step ahead here, and they're doing it again. On to Zeta Tampo, now hopping into the back lines. It's going to be a lot of pressure that they generate. Ice sees the target, rolls in there, but immediately frozen up there by the Lou. You mentioned ice in his face, put ice on the ground as well at that point. The stuns are just absolutely quintessential here.
And again, you know, you're picking the Daryl instantly. You know what a threat it is as a brawler, but you still stick to the plan and you go for it anyway. I don't know how realistic here Fennel get out of this. The gas now closing in. It's the 3 versus 2. They're already up against the wall. That's actually promising, but still, what can they do here? The dogs will come in full force, frozen in the gas. That's disgusting! Tampo coming in there with an amazing round for his squad against the odds. There was a world in which Fennel survived that, but the freeze is just too good.
Oh man, he's got a hypercharge as well and shouldn't be far from a super as well. He can just go aggressive here on the hunt. There's nothing to really contest him here. At the very least, silver lining. Sharpie's there, got the hypercharge online. Let's see if he can finally unveil some kind of a combination play. Or if Battlemount just shut it down early there. Hypercharge super from Shinitampa's going to connect onto 2, and Icy has to roll through the ice to make this work. Lands onto Battleman, but it's not going to be enough. Hopes and dreams are not built in a single season. Fennel will not achieve a miracle, and it will be Zeta Division on the road to go 3 for 3 in the summer split.
Fennel's 2026 journey over, crushed by inevitability. Zeta Division on top, despite being put to the test in the early sets. My goodness me, and it wasn't even close by the end. That's the wild thing for me is, like, you know, the beginning, there was a world where I could see it, especially if that one singular game was won in pit stop. We may have seen Fennel be 2 sets ahead, and maybe the pressure would have got to Zeta, which would have been an unlikely occurrence, but a possible one for this Lou. I mean, it was just unreal. Tampo non-stop tapping, the freeze consistently rolling in. I mean, at the end as well, it's freezing the snakes as well from the nausea. It's absolutely ridiculous to see those icons popping up left, right, and center. And first, congratulate his teammates. I mean, it's honestly a wonderful, wonderful showing from here, Zeta Division today. And, you know, I kind of in my head thought that maybe this time round it would be maybe like a crazy raccoon, that maybe after, you know, having such a promising grand finals versus that very team in the grand finals last month, like, but they faltered towards the end. But now I'm thinking that, like, how do they contend with that? I mean, even the world champions would have struggled in that set.
Talking about faltering in at the end, I got baited big time. Spen can confirm. I was jumping outside, up and down. I was so happy to see Fennel actually take that set 1. I thought, this is the upset that we were waiting for. Finally, someone to best Zeta Division. They've been so dominant in the summer split, and they keep their postseason dreams alive. But not for much longer than that set 1, unfortunately.
It's sad, right? Like, we wanted that Cinderella story, as you keep alluding to. But they put up a good fight, they really did, because I think in previous, like, Fennel form, I think Zeta would have just, like, completely swept and destroyed them. So they put up a great fight. Commiserations, but hey, someone's got to lose, unfortunately.
That is very true. We will lose a couple of teams along the way. Zeta now moving on into the grand finals. We still need to figure out who their opponents will be. Is it gonna be a rematch, Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta, or do we have Frenzy not only upsetting SK Kalalas but also Crazy Raccoon today? It is their first ever monthly final this year. It would be awesome to see them move on into the grand finals. And when we think back to Food Esports and the MEA in February or Team Electros in February, sometimes your first monthly final can be that luck bringer that you need to boost you and make you win the whole grand finals.
Imagine that for a curveball, you know, our eyes are just completely on SKC and Venel, and then out of nowhere, you know, it's Frenzy that come in and knock out the world champs. That would be crazy. But we've seen crazy things happen in the BSC. This is why every single month is worth tuning in for, because you just never know what you're going to get. It's very much that box of chocolates, you know, that I always look to enjoy. For me here, you know, Crazy Raccoon all day long in terms of my predictions. I can't side against them. I think that it would be kind of ludicrous to do that, considering their reputation, like their achievements, the fact that they are the world champions. And we seem united in that opinion here. But hey, like I said, there's always a day for an underdog. I don't know whether it's going to be today, but it could happen.
We have two more matches for you today. First up, semi-final number 1 is going to be Crazy Raccoon versus Frenzy. I'm excited for this one. We still have one more Cinderella story here alive. Frenzy could do the unthinkable and move into the grand finals despite qualifying for a monthly final for the very first time, playing on the stage for the first time too. Let's see if it might happen. 1-0 at the beginning, and then we'll see from there. Sven?
Potentially. I was just looking at the, they're very close together. Imagine if they're like sneaking by, looking at the other's devices, like, hey, what are you going to pick? Looked a bit intrusive there. But I think, yeah, with Frenzy, I mean, you would assume that, but it took them 2 sets to wake up last time around, and they pull off a reverse sweep. So it would be nice for them to maybe pick up an early set. Maybe that would allow them to beat better teams. And you see the Milk Rayo throwing out their CR win. I mean, he's always smiling, right? Bro, what can knock this guy? Like, I swear, he could probably get swept like 3 months in a row, and he's still just turning up like
Like this. Perfect example.
the best
That
mental
man
I've ever seen.
does not need caffeine, I tell you that. He is set. I love his energy. I mean, like every land that Milk Rayo is at, you just know you're going to get some great photographs for the show reel. But, you know, for Frenzy, you know, this is going to be their ultimate test. I mean, they've lost to so many teams along the way in their qualifiers. Lost to Crazy Raccoon last month in qualifiers themselves as well. So, I mean, you know, it was a sweep. I've not got massively high hopes for it. But again, you know, at this environment, maybe some room for cheese, maybe again with the map draft coming through now as we speak, then they might be able to find some weaknesses in what is already a team that just don't seem to have many.
Frenzy Gaming reverse swept their opponent in the quarterfinals. SK Kalalas was meant to stand amongst the top 4 right now. They're not here anymore because of this exact team. And as you mentioned, they took some time to wake up in the quarterfinals, but now they're awake. So maybe they're gonna win that first set. We see a lot of same maps here. Gonna start out on Ring of Fire map. We saw a ton today already. What do you expect that we see from these two teams on it?
Ring of Fire, like people are experimenting with a little bit of cheese, but it's too much damage in the meta to really go with it. But we see the global bans on the screen right here. The Rico, I knew they were going to pull that out straight away, especially, well, Crazy Raccoon like the Rico themselves, but because of how powerful it is. The Bolt ban again from Frenzy, they're not a fan of cheese themselves, it seems like. They didn't really cheese their way to victory against SK Kalalas. They honestly had some insane mentals, but the Edgar is banned. They don't want to see that.
They won with the Edgar against SK Kalalas. The Rico was picked up a couple of times as well by Frenzy. They go with very targeted bans. On the other side, Frenzy picking that Bolt as your global ban again, something we saw in every single match, apart from that semi-final number 1. Despite that, we didn't get to see Bolt play very often, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, it's again one of those brawlers that I think I don't mind seeing the ban inside of Frenzy. I feel like, yes, there's a world where you leave that open to try to cheese your way through. But again, if you don't play that draft perfectly, or the coin just doesn't quite land in your favor, like, guess what? You're playing against the Bolt against Crazy Raccoon. So there's two sides there, isn't there? I quite like the bans. They seem quite organized to me, showing good signs of awareness in terms of their oppositions and like what they wanted to choose. So I'm a fan.
Who's going to join Zeta Division in the grand finals? It's either Crazy Raccoon or Frenzy. We had a bit of everything today. My heart is happy. We had a 3-2, we had a couple of 3-1s. This one, as one-sided as it may look, as we have the number 2 seed in the region versus a team that hasn't qualified for a monthly final until the very last opportunity, I think it could be close as well. We're on Ring of Fire, we want some area control here, M's coming in. I don't mind it, it screams Grey comp.
Yeah, which is a bit worrying, isn't it? Let's be honest. Definitely a brawler which I don't want to necessarily see. I'm glad to see the Star Nova ban, though, and the 8-bit. I think everything that I'm seeing in terms of bans makes a ton of sense. Some definite aggressors that I can see on these lane sides as well. I'm looking. I think for me, a brawler like Stu would be fantastic in the hands of a team like Crazy Raccoon. Certainly as well, like, you know, I think brawlers like Kaze here can get behind the field of action, can really cause some massive stirs. Meg going to come through as well. Kind of curious to see whether we might see some Ruffs play as well. We've seen that brawler ban so much today, but it makes a ton of sense, especially combined with Meg.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hard one, right? Oh, there's the Ruffs. Brono's ball, okay.
Brono's.
I'll give you that, I'll give you that. I think the problem is here with Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, you want to be prepared for that grade because it's literally a first pick M's, right? So they need something that not only sits on the zone, but also has high damage. Meg being probably one of the other few brawlers, Lou in the past, he's always banned out in hot zone nowadays, so there's not actually a lot that can counter the Grey M's synergy. But now, do you double down with it and keep with the Grey? Or do you deviate a little bit? Because there are mid-brawlers that can counter. Okay, no, they're just going to go with Grey instead.
Disgusting.
I mean, I thought maybe like a Lola into the Meg might have been something decent, but hey, they've got a game plan, we're just going to stick to it.
And they still have a 3rd pick, so something with a bit more damage now against the Meg. I would mind it. The M's just screamed Grey, and honestly, I don't think Meg Ruffs are accounting for it too much so far. I think Grey M's still a good opportunity here for them. Stu is still left open too. Both of those teams really like to play him. Damien coming in instead, and that is a brawler that they never scrimmed with. Also really does well with that Grey teleport. So they are just trying to set up teleport quickly. On the left, we now need to make sure to not beat that Grey.
I was just about to say Draco. I was thinking one good way to counter the Damians, normally high health brawlers, and then in hot zone as well, you need some sustain, so Draco's good for that reason. You've also got invulnerability with Draco's gadget, you know, normally like an Ems is a good counter to Damien, obviously that's been taken up, so honestly, I don't envy Crazy Raccoon in this position. It requires a lot of concentration because there's just a whole lot of mess going on with a Grey Damien comp.
Messy, for sure, for me. Yeah, I think that's going to be the way that I think Frenzy would like it to be, honestly. Adding some chaos is going to probably helping hand them more than it is going to do much for Crazy Raccoon. Immediate sound wall goes down, so going to provide that nice coverage for Toradesi straight off the bat. And the S4 of Milk Rio, only just a couple of taps, but not enough to really deter him away from that position. Good awareness too from Frenzy as to where Tensai is lurking on the left-hand side. But already, CR playing much better in terms of the objective and getting some good starting percentages.
I really like the wall choice as well. That allowed him to get up into the hot zone and then allow him to get a super already. So one great portal down already. Damien super is going to even extend. It's like another teleport when you think about it. He's just jumping onto the enemies. The problem is you can't really kill a Meg in this meta because as soon as she's low, she'll throw out that toolbox and stay alive. But the problem is here, Toradesu's doing such a great job in the middle. Hypercharge is being thrown out. Great tanks from Grey here, but the Hypercharge super is set up already. Toradesu's going to get thrown around himself here. They just need to keep the cycle fast.
This is the thing, you know, like in terms of percentages, I think that Frenzy are doing fantastically well, but like if Crazy Raccoon start to really iron out these kills faster, it can turn against them. So far, CR in the lead, but only Just and Frenzy are getting some good momentum. Hypercharge bringing from Tensai, getting maximum value. There's 2 takedowns as well, and that might mess up the spawn cycle here. Let's see as they come in. How Toradesu is going to fare. Hypercharge with Damien, but actually not going to get a singular takedown here as well. More out of mech. Forced away there as well, but so far it's neck and neck.
Tensai on the zone, and he's just got so much health. Damien, after the damage nerfs, has just not got enough. And CR should be able to hold this one out. They do that just in the perfect nick of time. One thing I really like about their composition as well, there's 2 good brawlers that pair well with the Ruffs. Both of them have really good hypercharges. Ruffs and Draco have always had perfect synergy. I mean, they didn't even need to throw another hypercharge super to Draco because he already had one available. But I think the thing that I like most about Crazy Raccoon's comp is just they're just cycling as well. You know, Grey is cycling constantly his deaths with an Ems and a Damien. Well, Meg, and Draco are just doing the exact same as well. They're matching with their cheese.
Yeah, I feel that for sure. Torres are not able to really aggress this now. Oh, nice gadget pop there as well. Jolting Volts now, boy, get straight back in mech. And a lovely cycle that gives them much more advantageous position for CR this time around. I mean, it was close last time, but this is arguably better. Moya's going to win that as well and tap down the Damien as well. Oh my god, it's really, really amazing to me that Frenzy are actually still getting as much on the objective as they are, but it's all thanks to this Grey.
Gadget popped in a nick of time as well, and that allows him an extra bit of percentage as well. Moya's on the flank, maybe a bit of a bad position here. He's getting chipped down by that M Super. Toolbox going to go and connect onto two of them. That's going to throw them into Tensai's path. The double pinch here, and they're all down. It's just so funny seeing the Toolbox just throw them across the map. We're going to teleport in here with the extra shield. I actually think Gray missed out on that though. It doesn't even matter because Ems is getting so much value with the super. Going to pop another hypercharge potentially here. Opts to save it. Great kill from Toradessa right here. He's just going to prolong his life for as long as possible. This is looking great for Frenzy. Tensai pops his hypercharge, but you know what? There's a lot of health points on the zone. Toradessa now cycling in as well. This is so good for Frenzy right now.
It's still so close, but now with Tornado and the sound of war, and now his teammates are coming to join him. This should be doable as well. Even with the might of Tensai, I don't think he's going to be able to do enough there. Almost got a shred of damage there, enough to get the kill, but one TP back onto the zone, and it was over regardless. That Grey is such a great insurance policy that once it gets beyond a certain point in terms of percentages, it's going to be inevitable. So I'm liking this for Frenzy, but I feel like CR are that team that can absolutely come together in this moment and play up against this. It really comes down to me a little bit in these early moments, how well Frenzy gets set up early on.
Walking Game's going to connect straight away as well. Moyo doesn't connect his toolbox this time around, but he cycles back to his mech easily. Just needs one more shot and he gets it back instantly. So really good start from Frenzy, to be honest. Another 20% lead. Grey has got to be so close to his hypercharge already. I mean, he's probably needs about 5 more hits and he's already got it. This is looking great for Frenzy so far. It's all about the M's positioning with the super. She needs to time it a little bit better there. Tensai sweeps through. So it was funny to me because both sets, it kind of flip-flopped in the momentum. Like, it looked like one team was just going to dominate and then Crazy Raccoon won. Frenzy was on the retreat last time and then they pulled it back. So, but now Grey has already got his hypercharge cycling. I just don't see how Frenzy don't win this as long as they keep the respawn cycle going.
Like, the speed in which Crazy Raccoon have to ensure, like, a team wipe. I mean, the stats as well at the end of this match are going to be ridiculous, but won't necessarily say the full story. I mean, look at this. I mean, CR on the zone, but it only requires little trickles at a time here from Frenzy. And as long as they're consistent with that, it's literally a matter of time. Already now, they're approaching towards 89, 90%, and Frenzy are going to walk away from this. There's not enough time realistically here for me, for CL to be able to defend it. The inevitable is there. What a ridiculous start for Frenzy. A team that, in terms of our radar and storylines, we're not looking coming into this monthly final because regardless as to whether they even win the whole thing here today, it doesn't have an impact on the outcome for Worlds, for LCQ, or anything else like that. But that is an incredible start, and it comes down to an incredible draft. I mean, you do have to look for these moments of weakness in a team. And like I said, coming in, there are so few of them to be found in a team like CR, but that's one of them.
I mean, what did I say? They are awake now. They needed 2 sets to kind of get started against SK Kalalas, but now they're on a roll. They win the first set, just kind of like predicted. Maybe you just can't leave the Grey comp open. No matter that we even saw that the Grey comp is going to come in as soon as the ends was picked. Crazy Raccoon had every opportunity to pick something to counter it out, and it wasn't enough.
You just can't stop it, and especially when there's like tankier brawlers with limited range. The Grey, all 3 sets just got it super instantly. You've either got to have some really high damage to counter the Grey cheese, or you've got to not feed the Grey. But the problem is you've just got so much pressure on the side of Damien. It was just relentless. It was eventually going to get his Grey super anyway. So now moving on to Knockout out in the open. I believe this is like a Crazy Raccoon specialist map, so maybe they're just going to keep on with their tried and trusted here and get a win and not out in the open.
They had 42 kills in total on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but with the Grey TP, the cycle is real. Yeah, just a really good comp on the side of Frenzy. They already did that against SK Kalalas. They really showed us how genius they can be with the drafts. In the last 3 sets, I felt like they outdrafted their opponents every
Move
single
those feet
time.
to the boombox
Coming
beat.
out in the open, we always like to mention you want either a wall break or something to cross the water on the left-hand side. Brock is open, Pearl is open. Both of those can definitely have a good showing here. Angela would be open, Eve too, but we didn't get to see too much of these anymore in the recent times.
The fact that Pearl here is open is wild to me. Absolutely wild. Brock first pick, I absolutely love it on this map. It's a great first brawler to have. There are some worlds where Byron can have some moments here and get that perfect combination. Jaeyoung Spen, I know you're a big fan of that one. Going over here as well, first pick Pearl. I mean, like, how was that brawler not banned? I mean, Brock as well, I can see being banned, but like, I think in this current meta, Pearl's the most dangerous brawler on the field because it's such a good counter to assassination brawlers.
Yeah, it's just Pearl is just bread and butter on this map.
Yeah.
It's so easy just to sit inside of the grass. Anything that's coming towards you, just pop gadget and you just deal so much damage to it. The only problem is that Brock's actually quite a good counter to Pearl. I mean, if you're caught off guard, then obviously you're going to die with Brock because he's quite weak, right? But going into things, can they realistically? I mean, you can't really go a kit synergy comp here, can you not? Because Pearl deals a lot of damage. Okay, but go with a Jean. Jean is just so easy to use in out in the open. Vision gear, just spam one shot, you know, everyone's inside of the bush. But now, I don't, what else can they go?
Jaeyoung, for the speed, Max is going to be banned out, so you need something to help that Jean actually reach his opponents. And yeah, to hit your super, it's going to be a lot easier if you have that speed on your side. So far, the draft went exactly like we predicted. We have wall break on both sides. We have the Angelo on the left to walk over water. It's going to be a different strategy here. Leon comes out with his lollipop drop. It's a lot of an easier way into mid. You just hide and farm your super with the Jean specifically. An interesting comp here on the right-hand side, something that we could have seen years ago.
I love this brawler. I really do. It's got like a 100% win rate for Crazy
Never
Raccoon.
mentioned it before, Ark.
I will say it until the day I die. It's just like, I want buffies for Piper. I'll say that every stream as well, because maybe there's a world where I'll get my own way at some point, but I think that when that happens, we'll see a lot more of the meta change, really. Definitely the best place for her. Very hard to make Piper work in this kind of meta because of the way that assassins are just so prevalent, which makes it a good final pick. It's got the wall break potential as well to be able to open yourselves up in terms of that mid, and also if you just get that perfect positioning, ensure that you leave your bush intact at the same time.
So normally, Piper's kind of risky into a Leon, but the problem is Leon's got so many nerfs that he's actually a lot more vulnerable now. You can start to play these snipers, but the Piper pick into the Brock is exactly why he's done it. Really gets a good 2-tap in there. Tensai is tapping right now. And now he has the super available. He can break open that little barrel there and the grass, so then he knows whether Frenzy openly sneaking in or not. Moira is incredibly weak, manages to stay alive thanks to some taps from Tensai as well. Now in a 3 versus 2 situation, I mean, if you're Frenzy, you just need the super from Leon and the Jean. Just get your utility. It's going to be hard to clutch in this situation.
The perfect break there from Tensai. Going to break a little bit of his bush, but not too much of a problem. Great pinch. Look at that. That's what makes CL such a dangerous and amazing team. Actually going to break even all that bush as well, leaving nowhere for Frenzy to hide, coming back in off this spawn. Look, we're going to line up there the perfect snipe and ensure that round for his squad. Already, CR have had like such an amazing start because they've just opened up the map entirely the way they want it.
It's pretty, when you think of Frenzy's comp, it's very chip-based, right? You've got Leon who's kind of chipping you down, you've got Gina's chipping you down, Tensai pops a hypercharge, gets Toradesu very weak, and Danshari's going to just fall down to the Angelo poison. Milcreo on his sharpshooters is just too good. Verkle is weak as well. He's going to try and build up some super, but I don't know whether that's actually going to be enough. Verkle again, trying to build up some super. He's just not really been in the game whatsoever so far. Tensai with the taps. Now it's a 3 versus 1 situation. Verkle just has no place to go. I mean, they got outdrafted a little bit, but it's also just 3 insane brawlers that can just pinch so well together.
Good stuff. Crazy Raccoon looking very comfortable. Not overly tested, I must say, as well, as they are starting to really get things more to control. At the beginning set, it was looking to me a little bit like it could go one way or the other. Now, bringing things back into some form of order, it feels like, as that was very convincing. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Just trying to figure out Frenzy's game plan here, because the longer the game goes on, it's going to be better for them once they get that utility with the Gene Pool and the Leon Pool, but Crazy Raccoon are just not allowing them to really do too much. I think the problem was they're being too defensive. With a Leon, you need to be aggressive. You need to force the opponent's hand. But when there's Tensai in the enemy team who's just consistently tapping you and keeping you weak, especially since Leon got that health nerf not too long ago, he started to struggle a little bit into those snipers. No Crow as well, keeping him tapped up so it stops the health regen from the Leon. Toradesu gets a great swoop onto Tensai, but Tensai doesn't even care. There's a rocket rain raining down on him, but he's just tapping someone else in the distance.
Lands and immediately taps a disgusting shot as well. That's going to trickle things down for Moya, and again, Crazy Raccoon looking very, very much at home. No break here for Tensai, so a bit of a slower start off the mark here, whereas Frenzy can get right into the map and already break things open there from Toradesu with the rocket fuel. Let's see as well, can they find him? They have already. Look at that. That's how quickly a team like Crazy Raccoon can get off the mark.
It's just so, it looks so simple, but it's just not. Piper is one of the harder brawlers to play in pro play because of how punishing it is. I mean, and Shahari finally gets a Gene Pool and hits it. Fair play to him, but it's just far too little, too late. I mean, we can talk about draft all day long, but at the same, like, it's just insane. These guys are so mechanically gifted. I also don't understand Leon so much anymore. I've never really liked it out in the open, even when he was really good. But then he's received several nerfs, and into a Pearl specifically, Pearl can just scout Leon whenever she wants. How is Leon going to kill a Pearl? You've got Angelo who can potentially jump away. The only brawler you're going to kill is Piper, but in Knockout, you're all grouped up. So, yeah, I think Leon is maybe a bit overrated there from Frenzy.
I think for me, like, I love the Piper final pick, and playing the ranged game, you can just kind of see there, like, how much value they were able to retain on the side of Crazy Raccoon. And their mechanics is where you can't cheese against them. You know, that's the problem. You can get a set here or there with certain game modes and try to draft in for yourselves, but inevitably what is going to matter is the mechanics. And I think Tensai, for me, absolutely astonishingly accurate throughout, start to finish. I loved at the end as well, in the 3 versus 1, the gene of all brawlers to pull was the Pearl. But yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, it's a donut stand right there. Nothing that realistically they were able to do once that ranged affair was in play. And this is where I fear for Frenzy, is the cheese is only going to last so long.
I stand by what I said. I would have liked to see a Jae-Young. The Gene didn't really have as much value as they were hoping, also not in the damage department. And the Leon, what can he do realistically against an Angelo who jumps away, against Moya on that Pearl who will scout him out eventually. And as you already mentioned, that Piper last pick also counted out their own Brock. So a really well-rounded comp from Crazy Raccoon, played really, really well like we used to see from them. Now heading over to a map that neither of those two teams have played in their quarter-final. So it's going to be an all-new draft. It was played just before by Zeta versus Fennel. Will we see some more Kaze, Shade and Otis in this one?
Definitely down for some Kaze. I would hope that actually Frenzy would be able to see through the lines and have that as a dedicated ban, really. I can see some bans already. Shade, Cordelius coming down there as well. I think Star Nova too. Little spoiler alert. I feel like that's a brawler that you just have to ban against Crazy Raccoon. So I would like to see it, to be honest. But again, Miko, I think, definitely going to be up there for sure. Got to eradicate a particular brawler. Barry as well, I think, is an underrated ban on this kind of map, because that gadget can just leave that lingering damage that goes over time, and it's getting those all-important safe cracks on this map are going to be quite crucial. I think as well, banning that Cordelius, which I think they've done, could go quite a long way. But the first pick of Surge, that's an interesting one.
Surge first pick. I mean, it makes sense on Pit Stop because you can just jump over walls whenever you want. In Pit Stop, it's one of the messiest maps you can probably get in BSC because it's just complete base race. Like, and I mean, it's just two teams just going at it. You need really one defensive brawler, and then, I mean, they go with a Kaze here. I mean, Miko is available. I'm quite surprised we haven't just picked up a Miko. Miko's just easy access to safe damage. Even into a Surge, it can be a bit difficult, but sometimes you have to pick it into a bad matchup because then you're giving Crazy Raccoon the chance to pick up the Miko. So now I'm thinking if you're Frenzy, you've got to pick a good counter to something aggressive like that.
Personally, I like the Kaze better, especially into that matchup. Kaze can just throw her ult onto save, get some damage from afar. Kid coming in now, something we know from Knockout, don't get to see on Heist too often. What Frenzy usually like to play was Kid Rico. It was their most played comp. Rico is global banned. Makes a lot of sense because we saw how they abused that brawler in the quarterfinals. Now I wonder with what they will pair the kit instead. Is he just gonna hop on Kaze, or do we have a third pick that is catered towards him?
Yeah, I think the Kaze connection for me, but like it's not my favorite brawler in this map, to be honest. I still feel like there's brawlers which you've got to prioritize here, and the kit for me is not necessarily one of them. The Miko absolutely is. And I'm still also surprised that Crazy Raccoon went with his first draft of Surge. I'm very curious to see what they're going to do with that. I'm kind of intrigued, honestly, because I've not really kind of seen it happen on this map yet when those kind of brawlers are still open. Griff, never a bad brawler to have. I think definitely now with the ability to have maybe Coin Shower on the safe, can acting role that kind of... Finally, yeah. The acting role, that same idea that the berry will have with that longer lasting damage over time. Again, getting that just 1% for a safe crack has never been more important now since the high street work.
Now, what do you go into the Miko on defense? RT used to be a good tried and safe pick against, but it's just not going to work into a Griff, into a Surge. So realistically, what do you go? Buzz is banned out as well, a half decent counter. Honestly, I don't envy them in this position. I mean, you can't... it's tough. Max. Okay. Well, Max is good synergy, but I feel like they're just saying, okay, well, it's kind of like the Chuck situation, right? With Miko, you're going to eventually chip down the safe. But at the same time, I don't think Frenzy have the base race comp. Like, Max isn't going to be doing a lot of damage. Kit isn't going to be doing a lot of damage to the enemy safe, really. So I'm open to see if it works, but questioning it.
They still have the opportunity to just jump on the Miko with Kit, of course, try to take him out like that. But other than that, I also feel like we're just going to ignore the Miko, try to do more damage in less time. Really interesting comp here from the side of Frenzy Gaming. Crazy Raccoon has got exactly what they wanted, plus a Surge. Let's see if they can get the advantage here.
Yeah, my concern is they haven't chosen to go for the defensive option for the Miko. I wouldn't even mind necessarily seeing like an Otis necessarily, but they're just going to be against the clock now. And I think they're going to go on the Miko. Nice connection there to actually isolate the Miko early on. Didn't quite get the kill. Can they get it now? Someone's got to tap him. Tenso's going to survive and be in a very precarious spot to get even more damage on the safe. Milkrew with a nice crack on that right-hand side. It's giving him a lot of time to now go in and get maximum value.
Moy on defense here should, for the most part, be easily defending this Kaze. Can't just great job Torres on the safe, nearly getting the crack as well. They eventually get Milcreo out of the corner, but that is such a big deficit, 30% already. I mean, Max is a great utility brawler to give speed to both Kaze and Kit, but the damage, I mean, you're going to shoot over the high safe, right? But you can see it on the other side of things. Even Griff, you can't leave Griff alone on the safe. Look at how much damage he does. It's absolutely insane. And now they're just leaving Kaze on the safe because they know they've got the crack advantage. And now in a 3 versus 2 situation, they should be able to close things off. And it's just beautiful game sense right there. Absolutely beautiful. They notice that Kaze has been left alone. They're up an entire crack. Just go for the finish.
This is, again, the same concern that I have, is that there's not really a defensive strategy of any kind here from Frenzy. And you do have to find the balance between those two things. Like, especially when you've got a Miko on the other side of the field, you can't just afford to allow that base race to happen. Miko just gets too much damage and is able to get so much immediate access to the safe. So, like, at the moment, you're seeing Frenzy being a Frenzy on defense. And like, okay, at the moment, this is better. Now we're tied either side, and there's a nice takedown there with the Kit helping hand, allowing the Kaze to come in. They've got to continue this aggression. They've got to stay in position, and immediately that Miko is straight back on the other side of the field trying to cause havoc.
You think like about Crazy Raccoon's comp, they can just easily switch out their defense. You've got Griff, you've got Surge, both really high damage dealing brawlers. So they've got so much flexibility with their comp. And then again, Milcreo can go up onto the high safe as well. So Kit's gonna piggyback onto the Max eventually. Okay, not actually getting the kill onto Milcreo just yet. Milcreo's done a great job of surviving there. Even just that extra shot that Kit needed, that's bought enough time for Tenside to get onto the safe as well. After all is said and done, Frenzy are actually in a winning position right now with Kit with Hypercharge as well. Kit's Hypercharge is extremely dangerous, but there's only one safe bet on who you can jump on, and that is the Griff. And he's had to kind of stay away from the Griff here, but Milcreo's easily just going to run up and get a pop onto the safe. Hypercharge super coming down, but Miko is raining down here, and that's already that 25% just gone. Griff on the safe, Miko on the safe. It is GG's at that point. I mean, the Kit was just wondering, do I go in, do I not? I can't really contest the Griff. He deals so much damage up close. It was just an awkward one. I see the strategy with Kit, you know, you want to jump onto somebody. When he jumps onto somebody, you quickly get the kill. But in pit stop, there's just so many lanes you can just avoid that and get onto the high seat.
And no time as well. You know, time is so against you in highs, but in pit stop, even more so. And you just don't have that ability to just wait for your super or to try and close the gap enough to be able to earn it quicker. Like, it just didn't really, to me, serve much of a purpose, really. I felt like the Griff gave Crazy Raccoon so much flexibility on this map. I wasn't expecting to see that max final pick, and I didn't really kind of see what it kind of brought to them. I mean, it just didn't really have the defensiveness that I was expecting when drafting into a Miko.
They played it surprisingly defensive too. We figured maybe they just leave the Miko unsafe and try to go all aggressive. Wasn't their game plan either. It was kind of a mix between both, and it just didn't work out in the end. Really good draft here from the side of Crazy Raccoon. I was just talking about how Frenzy managed to outdraft SK Kalala so many times, did so as well to Crazy Raccoon in that set number 1. But just like Fennel in the semi-final number 1, they take the first set and now they start to struggle, and they continue to struggle. They have one more chance now on a map that we haven't seen yet at all today, Jamford.
Maybe I'm being too harsh on the kit. We got 9 kills, which is, by the way, that's 9 kills over 2 sets, because they got 0 in the last one. 2 players got 0 there. I mean, that's really quite poor.
I was going to say that. Like, Kit might have actually been an alright pick. It was probably more the Max. Like, Max, you need a bit of space to work with. Pit stop's the most closed-in map you could probably think of, unless you're opening up the map, right? And then maybe thought with Griff, the map might be a little bit more open. But hey, I'm always open to some different strategies, because, like we always say, against a better team, you need something to think out of the box with. Again, we can snipe the bans there. We see Griffin M's. Griffin M's, okay.
Wait, you're supposed to be against stream sniping.
People do it to me, I've got to do it back.
Griff is actually the most picked brawler here by Frenzy. They love to play it alongside a Max comp. And then Crazy Raccoon with the complete opposite, love to bring in the 8-bit. And there he is, 8-bit. Pair it with a Meg, a Brock. Such a strong comp on this map. And yes, they are the ones to ban out Griff here. They know exactly what Frenzy usually likes to play. I still think Max here left open would be a strong pick into that 8-bit.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that also brawlers like Lily could have a bit of a map here. I think that those brawlers can really cause a problem, kind of like what a Bolt's designed to do, but more aggressive and in your face. Max kind of come through there for Frenzy, which, yeah, I mean, definitely going to have a lot of mobility in that mid. You've got to have a solid gem carrier, but I think the most interesting thing for me is the Griff ban. I think that's a brawler which can really just deviate what the draft is going to be so far away from what it actually eventually will be. So, so far, so good. I kind of want to see some of these aggressive ideas coming forwards, especially from the side of Crazy Raccoon in the later draft.
I think we need some damage now, Frenzy. We need like an Otis, we need a Pearl, we need something that's gonna contain them. Stu and Max. Okay, I like Stu. Maybe they took the Stu to stop them from getting their 8-bit synergy, but now there's a clear weakness. I know you can go last pick and go an anti-tank or like some type of really high damage dealer, but there's not really an Ems that can stop the type of the high health. So to me, it's screaming like an Ashe. I don't know whether East Asia believe in Ashe. I don't think they have over the years. They've always stayed, even when Ashe has been one of the best brawlers in the game, they stay away from it. But it's looking like a beautiful Ashe game.
Again, usually they go with Meg at this point. 8-bit Meg Brock has been their most played comp, and they follow exactly to the book again. Crazy Raccoon already got exactly what they wanted on pit stop. Don't do that again, Frenzy. I agree with Spen here. Max now needs some huge damage against those two very tanky brawlers. Stu is not the damage, but yes, probably picked a way to make sure we don't have that speed turret for the 8-bit at the beginning. Now it needs to be Pearl, Otis. Give me something with damage here.
It has to be something along those lines, honestly. At this point, there's so little damage output as well, really. I mean, you're looking at trickle damage as Stu's going to tickle. And Max, if those shots aren't landing absolutely consistently, is again going to add little to that as well. So they need a damage dealer for me. Like, they need to have something in forms of aggression. I think they're going to struggle into a lot of what Crazy Raccoon have already been able to establish. I like the Shade pick. Definitely was going to be one that I was keeping an eye on. Wasn't sure they'd bring it in. I thought maybe even like a Crow lane against that Stu would have been fantastic. And Lou going to come in as, again, like, you know, it's a very, very strong brawler. Into brawlers like 8-bit as well, especially that are slow and sluggish, you can kind of get some good value. And if you get that freeze onto the Shade, it can have some good times. I don't mind it necessarily here, but I think overall as a draft, I can't side away from what Crazy Raccoon have got because it's just too versatile. It's got too many abilities, and Meg with that survivor ability, she's like the perfect gem carrier for me.
I was literally about to say it, Lou. Like, Lou is such a great counter to Shade. I don't think it's enough, sadly, but all you have to do with Lou is just throw a super onto Shade, and he can't super through walls anymore. But the problem is, Stu, it just isn't enough. There's not a lot of damage, and Tensai already is pushing in, working towards his first super. As always with Shade, you're a little bit reluctant to a pinch, especially when there's 3 brawlers on the side of Frenzy that can constantly pinch out Tensai, but he just needs 1 super and just needs to continue to cycle it. But a great start from Frenzy so far, but we knew that a Shade 8-bit comp is going to be slow to start off with.
Well, so far, it's great mid-control here from Frenzy, who are working really well in terms of the synergy. Their communication clearly very much on point, despite being in a really grueling process in this series. Tensai going beeline through the mid as well, getting frozen up. Some good taps again from Toradesu. And the pressure, it can't be denied, is very much with Frenzy, working harmoniously well. Now, Milkweed going to actually put down a damage boost there just for himself, for more maneuverability. Going to kill off though again with a helping hand of the buffies. It's really brought 8-bit into a much better place for being able to make those aggressive plays.
What a great hypercharge there to shut down Tensai, but now they need to go. Just 2 more gems left. The next gem's going to spawn in favor of Ciarbo. Meg's going to get so much pressure. Again, she can pop that toolbox at any time. Going to pop the hypercharge as well. And even a hypercharge Meg in small form can be pretty dangerous. It homes in onto the enemies. It homes into the wrong target though. Could have nearly got the kill onto Ferkel there, but the pressure is all on the side of Frenzy Gaming. Hypercharge, super about to be popped potentially, but there's 2 people down at low. I thought he was about to get a double kill there. He has to pop hypercharge, and Tensai gets the double clap and gets the gems and gets out as well. How many times do we have to praise this scope?
That was absolutely ridiculous from Tensai, because they got to survive this 10 seconds though. Good taps there from Milk Rio. Then Shah on the right hand side, going to be wiped out by those arms of Tensai. 10 gems going to stay firmly in the pocket. And against the odds, because Crazy Raccoon were behind in that set, big time. And Frenzy was starting to run away with things, able to turn it around in a glimmer of a moment there to get onto match point. And I did not see it coming.
It was a weird one because I think Frenzy, they grouped up for the max hypercharge, right? If you group it together, you get more of that super. But what they did, they like moved towards the right, and Tensai just sensed it and then capitalized on it. So it's not really a blunder, it's just great plays from Tensai all around. So this time around, he is going into the perfect pocket. I feel like they noticed last time, okay, well, there's a wall break from Stu. Shade's going to get pinched out a lot easier. He's gone over to the wall you can't break. So he's able to get his super for free this time around. And as you see, it's worked out much, much better. These mid-set adaptations from Crazy Raccoon are some of the best in the world. So Tensai working to chain his super here. Fergal's in behind. And Meg is without mech. Milgrayo's pretty weak as well. Gonna pop the gadget to keep him topped up, but also fully heal up his turret himself. Milgrayo's just barely staying alive. Dashing into a Tensai. Probably not the greatest idea, though.
Moya was being so sneaky there because he could not over-aggress. Now he's got mech and able to just get a couple of pistol taps if he wants, and then get into mech. Going to do so now as it's wise. Max and Stu going to beeline this right-hand side here. Tensai is actually lurking here. I don't think that they know that he exists. Going to get some value as well there. The right-hand side getting the takedown, and now then Shari right into the lion's den between 2 members. It's a team wipe for Crazy Raccoon. Gems dropped, a reset nonetheless, but these are the aggressive moments that have got to explode onto the map to keep Frenzy ruffled.
Now Moya has hypercharge as well. He's going on the flank, getting a little bit too aggressive here. Hypercharge from Luke could confirm a kill, but even if it pops onto Moya, he's going to get popped out of mech unfrozen. Still manages to pop. Moya's got really weak and manages to survive. Ferkel popping hypercharge, trying to steal that last gem. Manages to pinch out Tensai, but he's so weak. Toradesu is so weak, and now the countdown starts for CR. Have Frenzy got enough in the tank, enough utility left? I don't think they have. They've used up so much of it. Now Tensai without the gems. He needs to cycle in a death here. 8-bit hypercharge turret going to deal some damage. Moya's popping hypercharge. He's going to get pretty weak, but it's Meg. It doesn't matter. She's still got another life. And Crazy Raccoon just perfectly play that gem grab set. You'd think, again, in moments it starts slow. You'd think as a viewer, oh, maybe Frenzy might be able to win this one. It doesn't matter. The hypercharges come in, especially from Tensai, and they make it work. They don't waste that utility. It's what good players do, and they're going to be booking themselves to the grand final.
Really great stuff. When you consider that first set, especially, where I was really blown away by Frenzy's resilience. You know, coming in to face the world champs, a really, really tough place to find yourself in the semi-finals where you've never been. So I think that to even get a set against Crazy Raccoon is so commendable. But, you know, as time went on, it was very apparent to me that the cheese could no longer suffice. And the mechanics were starting to shine from Crazy Raccoon, and the drafts as well. Look at this is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I mean, that is perfect timing from Tensai. And he wasn't even, like, too, like, aggressive at claiming those gems for himself. He's being reserved there. As the respawn was coming in, he didn't want to overextend. And these are the split decision makings that you see with Crazy Raccoon. They're not one to very often overextend. And look, yeah, I mean, the one thing will never change. You might get Crazy Raccoon drop a set here and there in those opening moments, but you can bet your bottom that, you know, that's a player that's going to be smiling from beginning to end.
Same fate now for Frenzy as for Fennel. They take set 1, but after that, it's their opponents taking 3 sets in a row. Very dominant here from Crazy Raccoon. I must say, Frenzy, you showed us some genius drafts today. I really liked what they had against SK Kalalas. I drafted them, also Crazy Raccoon in that set 1, but the drafts that we've now seen in the last 2 especially just weren't it really. We were talking about how maybe the Stu pick was just to make sure Crazy doesn't get it themselves. In the end, their own comp didn't make too much sense in itself. I did love that once Ferkel realized this is over now, he was just rocking that little pig emote, playing into his own name. Really love to see you guys in the monthly finals. It was your first ever monthly final this year, immediately in front of a live audience on a stage. So I do hope we get to see them again next year. It hurts to say that. This is the last monthly final, the last stage in the regular season. And once again, we have Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon in the grand final.
Oh man, only these 2 teams have won in East Asia this year. This is seed number 1 going up against seed number 2. And even though there's no more stakes realistically in terms of who's going to take that seed number 1, there is pride and ego on the line. Siddhartampo versus Tensai is now a classic. And can Tensai deny his former teammate 3 for 3 in the summer split?
That will be 3-3 then if Crazy Raccoon win, right? So not really bragging rights, but they don't want Zeta to pull ahead, right? And for me, it's all about momentum in Brawl Stars. So if they win this, they're going to look so much more positive for the World Finals.
It is the absolute Titan clash in East Asia. Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon, again, they're not fighting for a qualification here, but the real trophy between them is gonna be Pride. Whilst we give them a couple of minutes to be ready again on stage, Crazy Raccoon just played, you get to see some more of Zeta.
Already over! Hey guys, it's Maria and this is Blind Brawlers and I have Zeta Division. We're gonna test how good they are at communicating as a team. 1 versus 1, 1 is the eyes, 1 is the hands. Are you guys ready? Ready! 3, 2, 1, go! I'm getting stressed. I love it. This is my vibe. My watch is saying it's too loud in here. It's more quiet over here. I like it. Blind skills. I think this is too difficult. Maybe these are friends afterwards, and maybe He's saying get the ball, get the ball. Yeah. Round 2, and they swapped. Yay! Done! Go! A more silent start. I'm so confused. Almost like a one tap, two tap. Already over. Easy win. This was Zeta Division, and this is Blind Brawlers.
Phenomenal weekend of esports, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals!
Their rivalry one last time, not remotely enough from Humble. Crazy Raccoon, crowned King of Brawl! Stop right there! You've got this!
There are still a few tickets left, so if you didn't get your ticket for Tokyo yet, there's still some time left. The three of us are hopefully going. Fingers crossed. If you want to meet these two beautiful people and Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon, because these two titans both locked in their World Finals tickets, you better get your tickets now. The two undisputed kings of the region meet in the grand final, and you'd think that this is happening very often, but from the 6 monthly finals we had, 3 were won by Zeta Division, 2 were won by Crazy Raccoon. This is the 6th now, and those two teams have actually only faced a single time in the grand final, and that was back in March. So it is a little bit of a rematch, but it's been a while since we saw those two battle it out.
Poetic. That's how it feels to me. It's almost like only they can stop each other. When it's any other team in the grand final, if they get knocked out, if Zeta, throws some drafts here and there, if CR cracks under pressure, which never happens, but when that does happen once in a while, you end up with the other brother winning. Now, this rivalry is full front and center. They actually get to, fight for that pride here in that final monthly final.
I think with Zeta, I think they have so much untapped potential, because we always go back to the World Finals, right? How, I don't know what happened, because I think some of it went even on broadcast, but it was quite clear something went wrong. I don't know whether it's team dynamics, drafts, whatever it was, but it's nice to see, especially in the land setting, that they've finally put some pieces together. But can they remain #1 in the region? I mean, they pretty much will anyway, points-wise, but in terms of monthly finals 1, that's the kind of thing you're looking for, right? 3 already, and I don't, there's this beautiful bit of drama between Shy Tampa, well, not drama, but you know what I mean, this rivalry, intense. We love a rivalry in Brawl Stars, and I've been saying to multiple people, we're kind of missing that little bit of an edge, that bit of drama. I mean, these guys aren't too to like get into it, but
Have you seen NA?
well, yeah, but NA's NA, bro.
Those two regions are probably the furthest away from each other possibly when it comes down to drama.
Yeah.
So still, this is probably your El Clasico, despite only happening once before. This is the best possible ending really for this region. Who will be the true king of the East Asian stage? We'll find out after this grand final.
It's going to be tight. I think it's going to be very, very close. I don't want to see a 3-0. In my mind, even though I did predict Zeta, spoiler alert, I have a feeling just based on performance alone that CR do look like the stronger team today. I don't know if you will agree, Spen, but just from watching, we get the vibe that Crazy Raccoon are, the more tight-knit team. Whether it's in terms of drafting, it's a little bit more consistent. In terms of covering for each other's mistakes, a bit better. Whereas Zeta has relied on the other team to kind of make mistakes, and then they come in and they bite down really, really hard.
I was really impressed with Crazy Raccoon so far. That's why, again, another supporting level, I've got them winning this monthly final. Normally that ends up being a jinx, but I think Crazy Raccoon warm into it towards the end of the year. They've pretty much known over the years to have a slow season and then start to pick up. We literally saw it last year. They literally went to LCQ. And then if it had myself doubting the GOAT Tensai, I'll never ever do that again in my life, by the way. I doubted him once, betted against him once, and he proves me wrong. But yeah, I can't bet against him. If I'm being serious, if I'm trying not to anti-jinx or whatever myself, I really think Crazy Raccoon have all what it takes right now to win. They look near enough flawless. There was a few times in the quarterfinal where it wasn't really mistakes, it was just complacency. So I think they're not going to be complacent against Zeta. They really want this win.
When we are looking at the draw from those two teams, usually we say Crazy Raccoon, they're the ones that like to play so controlled and slow, and Zeta Division are the ones to go aggressive, play the shades, for example, that Tampa is so well known for. Now, today, I felt like Crazy Raccoon kind of adapted. They play super aggressive comps. They play the shade now in the last one as well, and Gemfort. Maybe we see a bit of a change where they go away from that control-based style because it didn't work out in the last 2 months, and they finally landed in a really, really good spot. So I also voted Zeta Division. We're gonna have a look at our predictions very soon, simply because I feel like the summer split is just there so far, and today they looked really good too. They weren't as tried and tested in the quarterfinals and semifinals. I feel like Crazy Raccoon had the tougher opponents, but Crazy Raccoon did look really, really good today. I do agree with you there, Spoo.
Yeah, I'm with you, Sunny, on this one. I am voting a little bit to anti-Jinx as well. In my heart, I do think Zeta are the better team, but I want to see Zeta cap off the year with perfect 3-for-3 in the summer split. I think they deserve it after a little spanking that they kind of got at the Brawl Cup. I think coming back home, it would be really nice to bring it home and then bring that momentum, as you said, to the World Finals, where they didn't get to show off last year because they got milked by Hank 8 times.
Oh, maybe that I had something to do with that, but I'm not competing anymore. But I mean, it's a good job Hank isn't in the meta anymore, and he'd actually be the perfect counter to Shade. So I'm kind of wondering where they go with Shade, right? Who do they ego pick the other guy? Do they just ban it out, plain and simple?
Global ban it.
Like, so no one can have fun with Shade.
Just leave out Bolt, Star Nova. What else is global ban? Max, you know, all the signature brawlers. I want to see all of them open. I want to see pandemonium in this draft. I want to see no team outdraft each other. I want to just see blow for blow, classic East Asia style, no more pit stop. Stop base racing, guys. I want to see some actual Brawl Stars here.
Those two teams have already locked in those golden tickets for the World Finals. So they're not playing for a qualification, but for pride here on the line. Who's the true king of East Asia? Those two teams are locked in. Many others have already secured their spots as well across the globe. These are the teams that have already secured their spots. We obviously still have a couple open here. LCQ, a few teams from Challengers will have the opportunity to play for LCQ as well. And NA not completely locked in. I think they still have a chance at knocking each other out, if I'm correct. So this is what is so far pretty certain.
There's some seeding on the line as well for the rest of the regions. We have to look at the format in our minds. Seed number 1 has never had an advantage like this in this year's span. I mean, for all the years since 2019 that you've competed, it's always been on even ground. You get to Worlds and you start fighting it out. This year, things are different. If you're seed number 1, you go straight to day number 2. And if you just think about Zeta Division last year, they came in as seed number 1. If that format applied last year, we might not have seen Zeta bow out in day number 1. That, to me, is wild to think about.
So for some of these regions, the seedings aren't locked in just yet. For others, like for EMEA, we still have a spot open. So you better tune in tomorrow if you want to figure out who will claim that World Finals slot.
It's very interesting, like you alluded to, Wiggly, is that for the first time ever, there is an advantage. So seeding does matter. Unfortunately, in East Asia anymore, 1 and 2 are already decided, right? But it's very interesting to me, right? Because you like the advantage of going straight to the playoffs, but then if you get that warm-up on the first day of World Finals, that can also work into a team's favor. So I'm really interested to see how this World Finals goes. It's so fresh.
It's always such an interesting conversation. Is it better to already have experience on that specific stage, right? They know it from day 1. They feel more comfortable on it than day 2. at the same time, you just gave away your cards. Maybe you showed what you had, and then your day 2 opponent can just, oh, what did they play yesterday? Okay, let's just ban that out, you know? We're gonna see how it's gonna play out at the World Finals. Stay tuned for that. First up, we also still need to find out who's gonna be our August monthly final winner here in East Asia. These are gonna be the maps that they will play on. Jamfort, again, we just saw Crazy Raccoon play on that map. Layer Cake, I believe we see it for the first time today. Pinhole Pond was a decider before. I don't think we've seen that one a lot of times today. Golden Gulch and then Safe Zone as our decider. You mentioned it already. It would feel so wrong if this would be a 3-0. I'm hoping for a close series.
Zeta, look at these maps, Ben. Do you smell it in the air? I smell it. I smell cheese in the air. I think that's so odd to think that Zeta coming in here are coming with a mentality that they don't want to play a skill-based game. They're tired of Crazy Raccoon's mechanic. I mean, well, draft takes a skill differently, but they want to catch them off guard, get an advantage in the draft. And I'm not saying that these players have no honor. I'm saying that Zeta are not holding their punches back. Maybe they felt that the draft has always been their biggest weakness, and ahead of the World Finals, they want to practice that.
They did play a kit already on Outs in the Open against Fennel, so there are some kit cheese comps in the air. We now have the global bans here. Bolt is going to be out of the way, so we only saw him left open once today in East Asia, and he was also only played a single time. Max is also going to be out of the way. Interesting that Crazy Raccoon are the ones to ban Tensai's specialty.
It's also interesting to ban the Meg. Medic is a good brawler, right? But it feels a bit targeted. We've seen that Crazy Raccoon do really like the Meg.
More, yeah.
So it's a very good ban. I mean, I'm interested because of Layer Cake, right? Layer Cake is a very good shade map. I think the first map was also a decent shade map. We saw it literally Tensai go on Gem 4 shade as well. So I think you've summarized it perfectly. It's the fact that they're trying to try something different, because I think that's always been the weakness of East Asia until probably last year, and now they're trying a bit of everything. You know, can't play control 24/7, especially with how Brawl Stars is evolving, right? All these new buffy brawlers, there's so much mobility in the game. You need to learn how to play the aggressive brawlers, because they're gonna be who did he pick there?
He picked Ruffs.
Oh,
just
I knew
as
it.
you were saying that there's not gonna be control brawlers. Goes to training camp with Ruffs, which, I mean, granted, that is CR's bread and butter. Now that Moya's Meg has been banned out, that's another really classic pick that may come out. I was gonna say, like, we're gonna anti-jinx here once again, and they're just gonna pick Ruffs 3 times and 3-0 Zeta, I think.
The votes are surprisingly, at least for me, super one-sided here. Not as one-sided as the 2% from Fennel earlier, but 18% for Crazy Raccoon only. Come on. That's not fair. I believe last time they faced in the March monthly finals, Crazy Raccoon actually won. So I don't know if that is the right decision here.
Well, let's see what happens when you doubt my goat Tensai. They're about to learn firsthand. You've heard it here first. Definitely not jinxing at all. No, but if you're thinking in percentages, it'd be more like how to give a slight edge to Zeta. And who they're favouring in the crowd? I'm seeing some Zeta, some CR. I mean, it looks pretty split in the crowd as well. Bit more CR, maybe?
A bit more CR in the crowd, actually.
That might just be the CR side they're showing.
They panned the whole, they panorama the whole thing, and I think I saw one SKC, which was kind of funny, and then the rest of it was, it's either CR or Zeta. I love the artwork that the community is bringing to the table, and honestly, I mean, just looking at this miniature experience of the Japanese lands, I can't wait for the World Finals myself. We're going to see a lot more different colored banners at that point, not just the Japanese teams.
That crowd was a glimpse into the future. That's what you might see and maybe sit beside. If you get a ticket to the World Finals yourself, you can cheer for your favorite teams. Crazy Raccoon, Zeta Division, and many others that we've just seen before live in Tokyo. Now, Sven, those two. We have, once again, Gemford. We just saw Crazy Raccoon on this map. What do you think is Zeta bringing into a meta like this one? Are they going to go with something a bit more aggressive here? Zeta doesn't play as much Mag and 8-bit, for example, as Crazy Raccoon.
Surely you learn from what Crazy Raccoon just literally did. It's literally the last game they just played, and just ban something that they're comfortable with. I mean, it's quite plain and simple. You give Crazy Raccoon their comfort picks, most of the time they're going to beat out most players. So I'd be probably banning the 8-bit. By the looks of things, they've got a lot of, I mean, it's literally more he's practicing Stu in a training cave. Look over to your right and ban that Brawler. You saw what he did as well in the Brawl set. he was just creating so much space. It's quite clear that they've got a plan, and we've kind of been reading it all day so far, so hopefully Zeta have been analyzing themselves as well.
Crazy Raccoon had 8-Bit, Meg, and Shade in that Gem Fort set they just played. Meg is already out of the way, so definitely ban that 8-Bit, I think would be my strat here too. The Shade, they could leave open for themselves. It is kind of Zeta Division special after all. They usually really like to play Max on this map, so kind of both teams just banned each other's favorite brawler on this map. Meg for Crazy Raccoon and Max for Zeta Division both are global banned.
No comfort zones for either of these teams, but at that point, are they, is it a new comfort zone that you're creating there? A new meta that's coming out? Damien makes it through, Starnova makes it through, all the tanks are coming through, and with Zeta leaving, their map selections, once again, looking at Gold Arm Gouge and Layer Cake, I am smelling a lot of aggression coming out there from Zeta. When I say aggression, I mean the brand of cheese, actually, but we'll have to see if that really comes to fruition. And on the side of CR, their map selection, it's more solid, right? I'm actually surprised that they favor Gem Fort, because I think, Spen, you mentioned as well that in EMEA, this map is kind of hated.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, like, Gem Fort, I thought the better teams, especially the really gifted mechanical teams, try and stay away from it, but maybe this is just good preparation. They need to be prepared for everything in terms of the meta, the craziness, but Gem Fort's hard, right? If you lose a bit of control,
very snowball.
You're going to get spawn trapped.
It is just so hard to get out of spawn whenever you lose control in there. Now, one final showdown between Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division to prove who is the true king of the East Asia stage. It could have been the day of Bolt, the first time ever officially legal in Brawl Esports to play, but after seeing only limited play in mainland Chinese finals, we didn't really get to see him much today either. Global banned once again. Same old, also for the two teams we find in the finals. Zeta on the left here, Crazy Raccoon on the right. This is the true showdown that we were all waiting for. Ems on the left as our first pick. Doesn't bring a lot of range, but a lot of area control, good into tanks if Crazy Raccoon wants to pick that Shade again.
It's possible, but I don't know if it's that viable. I do think they have to innovate completely, because Zeta has H-banned Moya's brawlers, right? Taking out all of his signature picks with that Ruffs, the Crow, and the Griff. I mean, now we see this Crow and the Pearl coming in. This is very new from Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, the Grey Ems cheese again, and they just go straight forward with Damien. We've seen this comp in Ring of Fire, and best believe it works in Gem Fort as well. I think this is more of like an NA style. This is what I'm really liking about East Asia right now. NA love the Grey mid. It allows you to get back into the middle. You've got Ems who like sitting behind walls. You like Damien who like sitting behind walls. You've got wall break with Pearl, but what realistically do you go into this?
Really good question. Also, it was the comp that Crazy Raccoon lost to. They lost one set to Frenzy Esports, and that was the Ring of Fire map. So Zeta Division is playing on PTSD here.
PTSD is well said, indeed. They are bringing it back. They are literally using what was used against them, against Crazy Raccoon. And Spen, mind telling me why you wagged your finger at that Brock?
I mean, Brock's good to open up the map, but when it's just Grey, Ems, Damien starts cycling. Yes, you've got Brock jump to escape the Damien super. I mean, these are the pros at the end of the day, but I'm just like, was really Brock the play? I still feel like, I don't think you can stop Grey from getting his super in Gem Grab, right? There's so many walls that he can just sneak up on, but hey, let's see. Also the first time that I think I've seen Crow, maybe the second time, not really seen him too much after the balance changes, thank goodness. Because I'm like Sans, we hate this brawler, right? But Damien is sneaking in the left side already, trying to gain some supercharge. The first life is always pretty hard with Damien. He's got no range, no supercharge. We just get a couple of whacks onto Moya though. The map getting opened up is just going to favor CR the more the game goes on. I mean, maybe they can stop Grey from getting super, and that's the strategy that they've got to really rely on here.
extremely disciplined play coming out here from Crazy Raccoon. I think Suzuku hasn't even gotten a single hit there on his grave. Even Walking Kane's being committed, but not going to go out there. Batman's going to be going super aggressive down to 10 side, but together with that Rocket Lace, going to be able to bring him down, and Moya just cleans up inside the mid. We doubted this Brock pick, but Crazy Raccoon, they're just not allowing the Zeta comp to come online.
If there's anyone to play a composition like this perfectly, again, I'm doubting 10 size Brock pick, but it's beautiful. How you stop a Grey, you either just got to out-damage it and out-cheese it, or stop him from getting supers. They did it absolutely perfectly so far. They've still got a super to use, though. It's going to get connection onto Moya, but now with a recent damage nerf, it's going to allow him to stay alive in the corner. That was so incredibly close. Crow was one shot. There was two Brawlers so close from getting the takedown. Will they be able to replicate that again, right? Because Zeta surely are going to make some mid-set adjustments, but it's just how you combat that, right? I think you've got to either like double stack a lane. You've got to be unpredictable here because you need that Grey super. You need that Damien super so fast.
I think it shocked me that Damien got a super faster there than the Grey here, and that's why we are seeing Suzuku sneaky, just going over onto Tensai, but so read by the man himself. Suzuku didn't land a single tap there, and it's just Battleman now stuck inside the mid, confused of where to go. Suzuku gets tapped out completely, and Crazy Raccoon maintain the status quo.
That was insane. I mean, the speed gear helping him juke that out right there. Moya's going to get slapped against the wall there, but surely going to go down here. He manages to evade nearly the Brock super as well. Zeta doing a little bit better this time around, but it's just still the same. And why? Grey's not the most, I don't know, for me, like, he works, but sometimes he can be very, very annoying because you're just stuck right now. Like, you're just trying to poke at the enemies. He has to use super here to try and enable him and his team to get into the mid, but doing so means he's just going to get taken down by the Crow. I mean, Damien can jump in here, but with the recent damage nerf, is he going to be able to combine a kill? Can't even get the kill onto Moya. This is disastrous for Zeta so far.
9-1 in gems, but Zeta are finally set up inside the mid. There's no resources to play with, though. Battleman and City Tampa are now caught out in weird positions with no super. Suzuku did scoop up the gem on the other side, so they should be able to claim this one. Have a nice assassination there onto Moya. That's now 7-6, with Zeta taking the lead this game.
There we go, 2 teleports now set up. Not in the same direction like you probably would have wanted, but it doesn't matter. They want to make it as messy as possible right now. Great sneak from Suzuki there. Gets the Walking Cane as well. Now Pearl is one shot. If you're Grey, you can't really risk that. Unfortunately, Batman was a little bit too weak to follow up. Shy Tempo is a little bit weak, but he teleports in and still gets the kill onto Tensai. And again, we're seeing the power of these great compositions. The longer the game goes on, the more value we're going to get. Hypercharge super comes down, slaps Milcreo about, manages to find the kill as well. Shy Tempo teleports in with a hypercharged super, and it's nothing they can do.
Dirty play there from Zeta Division, but it is all fair game, all part of the plan there. Should be a clean extraction for them now, getting out of the base there, unless Tensai lands the Rocket Rain of his life. Tsunetampo is falling low. 65 health was all he had left, and even he himself can't believe. Looks to his teammates, okay, I don't know how he won that game, but we've got to get this Grey Supers online faster in game number 3. Both teams now showing their hands. It's all going to come down to, as you said, those mid-set adjustments. What can CR do differently here?
This is like a chess battle when you think about it. Both teams are just trying to get one up on each other as much as they possibly can. Now Shy Tempo with the speed gear, being able to juke out those Brock shots. Now Batman also getting a lot of supercharge from that interaction. Now we're just awaiting Suzuku. Can he get that super? Because his teammates have done a great job so far. I mean, they're not that great in terms of gems, but it doesn't matter. It's all about building up the utility, and then they can pounce on the opposition. This is why I kind of wagged my finger a little bit at Brock. Yes, it can work breaking open the map, but the more chaotic it gets, it's Brock at the end of the day. He really struggles at mid-range.
Suzuku's just one hit away from getting that super. He's going to be banking off the back of Battleman here, pushing it away. Suzuku jumps in down to Milcreo, and he's taken down here. The gem should be going all the way to Zeta. Stavens tries to, strategically go down there so that he can pass the gems over to Suzuku. It's a full advantageous position now set up with the dimensional doors in the mid. Battleman continues to chain off in the back, and Zeta just might run away with the set.
There's a gem in the bottom left corner, and now Crazy Raccoon up against it. Tensai getting pulled about. McCrae pops the hypercharge. We only need to kill the Damien, but it is a Damien. He has so much help. They're caught in a hard place here. Do we go for Damien? Do we go for Shy Tempo? Damien's going to sneak in. They're going to find the kill and the reset. But they need to keep control here. With a teleport in from Shy Tempo, he's surely going to pick up this next gem. It doesn't actually fall his way. Damien doesn't care about anyone around him right now. Just jumping on in, finds the kill, finds the gem as well. Shy Tempo with the hypercharge, and there's nothing that Crazy Raccoon can do. There's too much health. There's too much for Crazy Raccoon to handle. I really thought Crazy Raccoon could come back from this. I mean, Tensai still has a super. Shy Tempo just says no about that, though. Pro hypercharge is going to be too late. And wow, really well played from Zeta. You would have thought, most viewers would have thought after watching that first game, like, oh, well, Crazy Raccoon just completely outdrafted them here. They picked Brock. They're just going to stop them from getting the supers. But it was just so clever from Zeta. They just changed the positioning constantly. It allowed Gray and Damien to build up their supers. The second they get supers, it's just GG into a Brock.
They just stole a frenzy. The entire comp were just ripped off and made it work also on a completely different map here. Really well played by both teams though. I love to see that in set 1 between Zeta and Crazy Raccoon, we go all the way to the very last game.
Well, in my mind, it should have been a 2-0. I'm with Spen here, and I think that CR pulled off an insane miracle in game number 1. That miracle was Suzuku kind of, I think he was a bit nervous there, if I'm going to be honest there. You don't miss 5 walking canes in a single game, right? That is pretty rare. And I think Bottomon, I got to give him so much credit. The way that he's navigating this Pearl-Damien dynamic, every time he jumps in there, pushing the Pearl towards his teammates, spacing him out very, very well, allowing him to just chain off and get max supers there. Like, don't get me wrong, I think CR, they played as well as they could have, but at the end of the day, this is kind of the world champion curse. You will lose if your comp is this far behind.
And I think as well, it's gem grab. Always with gem grab, especially the past few years, control just doesn't really bode well because you can hold control for the entirety of the game. You need one brawler that can turn around the game. Those brawlers are a little bit behind in the meta right now, but it doesn't say that you can't still go them. You just need that one pop-off moment. And again, you see, it doesn't matter how you start really, as long as you can keep your composition going in terms of your utility, your supers, you're going to eventually come back into the game. You've raised a really good point there about Damien pushing him into his teammates, pushing him into the M's, who's just able to shred them down. And normally with Damien, right, as a brawler, he's been pretty broken in the past. So normally when I play him, I'm just button smashing. But it's quite clear he was actually aiming and positioning his knockbacks into his teammates. So really well played for not really the most skillful brawler.
You might have to do that now, though. He got nerfed again just a couple of days ago, so maybe Damien finally is in a good spot where you actually have to aim and do well on the brawler itself. We're now in Layer Cake, a map we haven't seen all day yet, so I'm excited to see a completely new draft, a fresh page in the book here in East Asia. We have Brock already picked up here on the left-hand side. Well, that hints towards a wide open map at the end of it if they decide to go with that gadget. Of course, for Crazy Raccoon, they actually really like a series on a map like this one. Now into an open map, probably not the best idea, but he's still a strong brawler. I do think throwers have a good place on Layer Cake.
Let the weak be crushed.
Good call, Sonny. Good call. They like it, they pick it. You know what else they like? The Demon Dog. I don't know if it's good enough to go on this map. Nah, they don't think it's good enough. They're gonna opt to go for that with this Meeple pet up here. And makes sense to me. I mean, Mansions of Meeple is fantastic just to, you know, secure that mid control there. And it's a way to deal with the Brock as well.
I do like your shot of the Demon Dog. Sirius, Meeple, Ruffs was their most played comp. So after that Meeple, a Ruffs could still very well come in.
That's why they've probably gone the Ali, because Ali's a great counter to that. And then the Crow as well. So Crow...
Sorry, why is there Crow?
I don't really like the Crow because, like, it's not got a good matchup into Meeple, not a good matchup into Sirius as well. So obviously they've gone the Ali, they've done the homework, potentially with a Ruff's last pick. It's a weird one, right? You need something defensive against this Ali that can help you and your teammates out, but Brock's going to rein in the damp. Brock, when the map's opened up, is good into a Meeple, good into a Sirius as well. Realistically, what do you go into this? They're going to go Stu. So another one of their, like, favorite brawlers.
If only they didn't ban out the Surge, that would have been a perfect answer right now. Stu coming in here, it's fine. They have some speed, but it's probably not the best possible pick. I do like Crazy Raccoon's comp up to that point, though. With Sirius and Meeple, they can still do a lot of work. Zeta Division just once again made it, so Crazy can't really go with anything that's super good as their last pick. And usually we want to make that last pick count.
And CR, I would say they made it count. I mean, it's a comfort pick there for, I do believe it should be, it's gonna be, it's Moya who's gonna be piloting that one. But that does mean that they give up that blue star very early on here to Zeta, and now they can just hang back and chill. I mean, they're not the ones that are under pressure anymore.
The speed zone as well is going to be good for them to push the enemies back. Ali's going to be a tough one to make work. Just find a couple of shots onto Milcrow, building up that super.
Oh,
the Crow slow is just beautiful. Still after the damage nerf on that gadget, by the way, manages to find the kill. So beautiful from Batman there. Suzuku's role here is just trying to jump in, jump out, gain a bit of supercharge. I mean, pressure is all for CR right now, but they've not really got all that much utility to make use of it. Like, Sirius just chips away, Stu really chips away. It's hard for them to really find a kill in this moment.
Yeah, this Crow slow is surprisingly good there. If it pops there onto those serious shades, it's almost a guaranteed slow on the entire team once it gets the bounce off. And a lot of pressure mounting inside the Zeta base there. You just see Suzuku darting about. They're trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but it just feels like a pick-off is waiting to happen here. Banaman is the target there, being hit by the slow. And it's going to be Siddhartampo that breaks out of the base there to try and make a breakaway play here, alleviate that pressure for his team.
Really well played from CR so far. I'm quite surprised how they even managed to find a kill. Tensai finds the kill to jump in from Batman as well. Suzuku cleans up. He's going to get traded out as well. And that's the perfect interaction for CR. They nick the lead and gain another kill onto Batman as well. Now it's going to be really hard to push into a Meeple that can box you at any point. Got super as well. Sirius is building up his clones as well. Where is the kill going to come from?
Rocket Rain's going to commit it to open this right side of the map. That's going to allow the team to run at Tensai here, but beautifully dodged by him so far. I'm not seeing any signs of life there from the side of Zeta. Need to get 2 pickoffs here in order to secure this. If they get 1, Zeta gets another, but the blue star and 2 more will go the way of Crazy Raccoon. It was just too much for Zeta to come back from.
What an insane ending. Also noted Meeple was using the Rage Quit gadget as well against it. Ali's not really had to use it too often. Ali playing very reserved. I think we'll see a change here. I think Ali, you can't just sit back. You're basically playing 2v3 at that point. Like, you're against Crazy Raccoon. You're not going to find an opportunity to get a kill, especially when they're chasing the lead, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if Suzuku straight away just goes for Tensai, goes for Milcrow, and he just needs to apply some pressure. I know they've got Blue Star, but I think that Tensai and co just knew that was going to be their fate anyways, right? And already Shaitampo getting pushed back. The pressure is relentless from CR so far. Suzuki keeps finding a little bit of space on the left-hand side. Shaitampo is going incredibly weak again, and Moya finding the kill. Suzuku tries to retaliate, but he just can't. Without his super, it's really hard to do much with an Ali into this comp.
Very interesting choices like the rocket laces here there on the other side of Siddhartampo as well. It's not going to enable the open map that will allow Batman to really shine here. But on the other hand, he's slightly more survivable. It wasn't enough to keep him alive there. That is the problem, and I agree with you. I think Suzuku has to go aggressive here, but who do you really go for with that Rage Quit online all of the time? It's always difficult to pick a target.
Back here, Shaitampo's going to go incredibly low as well. Does overextend. So does Batman as well. And this is the perfect situation for CR. They've got their tried and tested brawlers. And it's just, this is why they're going it so consistently, right? Even if the enemy can read them going certain brawlers, that's why they went with the Ali pick. It doesn't matter. They've played these brawlers so much, they're not going to make any mistakes. Batman's going to pinch in, but I didn't really see a need for that, right? There was Sirius lurking into the bush. They're just feeding them more stars, and we're yet to see this Ali pick really pay off. I don't know how we're going to come back from this one. We really need a great Brock Super or something to open up the gates.
Zuku's going to be going in down to Milcrow, though, but once again, just one shot too little from getting the kill. Tensai's got a hypercharge just for the move speed and the stats, and Siddhartampo, okay, just running it down at this point. Batman's going to join the fray as well. This is Zeta just waving the white flag. If we're going to be real here, they know that they may have cooked a little bit too hot with the comp there, and CR will take this set so convincingly.
I mean, that was too convincing at the end of the day. Like, I wanted a little bit of fight back. We saw Ali just pick up the blue star, and then it just felt like, oh, we're just going to get chipped back the entire game. CR were in complete control, and we speak about this word every single time. But when you can just constantly pinch out the enemies, when you don't allow Zeta one little bit of an inch, what are you realistically going to do on an assassin brawler like that? But again, like Ali, It's a little bit weird one, Ali, since like there's been like a fix with her recently where she doesn't gain like an extra bit of range, and that's really hurt her in the meta personally. So I'm a little bit, I don't know, confused by the Ali pick.
Didn't mind the Ali as much as the Crow that we already felt like, why are they picking him here exactly? It's just a little bit of a comfort pick, but didn't have too much value, I feel. On the other side, the Stu was what we questioned. Moya did a phenomenal job on that brawler, really played into his strength, even though he didn't have the most range against the Crow, and the Brock made it work super, super well. And then the other two, the Sirius, the Meeple, those two are the most played by Crazy Raccoon on this map. So it's tried and tested, it works, even though Zeta has the same data. They know exactly what Crazy Raccoon wants to play. They did ban out a lot of Crazy's pick on the first map, Gemfort. Now on this one, they just didn't have enough bans, I guess.
And just bear in mind, that was their map. That was Zeta's pick. And they cooked up Ali, Crow, Brock. So, Mameshi.
Creative comfort
Mameshi.
versus comfort picks, you know? It could've
Mameshi. Oh, I'm just gonna look at, I mean, where is he? He's hiding from the camera now. I mean, I think he knows that, yeah, but maybe just lean back into some M's Grey action and kick it back. This third.
M's Grey Damien again.
In pinhole punt. Let's make it happen. Let's run it back.
Well, if it works, why not try it again and again and again? Normally on pinhole punt, they've got to take the Leon away from them. I mean, it's not great without an Ems, but you can't allow them to get the Leon M synergy unless you've got something cooking up to counter it. So Meeple is just decent on a map like this. Now we go with the 8-bit as well. I mean, we're surely just going to see Damien. No, not Grave.
Oh my god!
Surely not in this map as well.
To be fair, Damien is Zeta's favorite brawler on this map. The other two are just once again ripping that comp straight out of Frenzy's dead hands as they dropped out against Crazy earlier. The only set that Frenzy won against Crazy Raccoon was when they played this comp, Ems, Grey, and Damien. And Zeta's like, well, we're bringing it up for the second time. Surely we're gonna win it again.
Is there a level above PTSD? Because that's what I think they're trying to do to Tensai here. I don't even think he's phased at this point. I think he's just thinking, shaking his head at Mameshi like, really, really, you cheeky.
You know what he's thinking? Third time's the charm. We lost twice to that comp, now we're gonna win.
I mean, potentially, Grey and Brawl Ball isn't like...
It's bad, let's just call it for what it is.
Pretty bad, right? But then
it's this Asia, so...
But then the Otis pick, I mean, it's very CR brawler, right?
Oh!
Pinching, but already... I mean, Bush Control's just going to go the way of Zeta to begin with. M's pushing up towards the walls. How is Tensai going to be able to defend this? Oh, nearly managing to get the ball in time. But since that Rage Quit nerfed, he wasn't able to do that.
Mention the doors is online there from Suzuku. Getting it faster in here compared to his gem grab set. That's quite the surprise to me. But on the other side, CR are set up with this beacon. That's a lot of damage. Another pass there onto there. But the wall of sound kind of blocked his ball over there. Either way, no way for Battleman to really push forward. The Suzuku's going to be going straight on down to Mukreo. Now there's doors everywhere.
I'm just laughing, just thinking about what I had in mind for Zeta this monthly final. And then I'm seeing these types of compositions come out. I mean, if it's working, it's clearly working. It is a big weakness to see. Oh, they don't know how to deal with it. The Ems teleports in as well.
No, not like this.
It's painful. I don't know, the 8-bit again, like on a map like this. On a map like this, I just...
Let's give Suzuku credit where it's due. He landed more shots in that game compared to the entirety of game 1 of his gem grab set. The walking cane is what really enabled that first goal, and Moya, I mean, slipping up a little bit there. Very uncharacteristic mistake from him there. Let's see if Suzuki can pull off the second time they're pulling Tensai. Okay, Captain El Clasico is out, and it's going to be Zeta that push with the ball once again.
This is surely going to be 1-0 already. Shaitambo just slots that one in. And it's exactly what you don't want if you're a CR fan. It's just, they can't compete with this comp. Surely you would think if they lose to this comp, they're going to ban one of these brawlers, right? But maybe they've got something up their sleeve. Finally, a little bit of control. People going to get them wanted in, but Damon's going to jump in as well. Let's see if he can do anything onto the Otis. He's just going to get muted, but he's got the ball. He's got ball possession, pushing him back a little bit. CR with a pretty much team wipe here. Pass forward as well, but they need to deal with this Damien super that's probably going to be pending pretty soon, and Suzuku teleports in straight the way. Let's see if CR can hold on now.
He's going to be coming in with that hypercharge. Great teleport. Miguel won't get the connection that he is looking for here, but Moya redeems himself here, gets one, looks for the mute on the other, pinches out there onto City Temple. Where is the ball, by the way? Oh, it's on the bottom right. Yeah, good luck, CR. It looks like Zeta are chilling right now.
They need to go now. Damien is going to respawn with a super, but Shy Tampo uses a lot of utility there. I feel like the long game might favor Crazy Raccoon here. Batman's going to jump in onto two of them. Will he even find a kill, though? No, Damien really struggles in 1v1 interactions now. There was some heavy damage nerfs, so I feel like you can't go in on your own anymore. You need a little bit of support nowadays, which he didn't really get there, but now he's got his Hypercharge Super. The Hypercharge Super with Damien is pretty underrated, so if he can gain a kill onto either the Meeple or the Otis, the lower health brawlers, but they're getting pinched down now. Shy Tampo's going to get pinched down. Hypercharge coming in as well. And there we have the response from Crazy Raccoon. They stay calm and calculated. It's very easy to just get unfolded in the chaos, right? But they don't care about the nonsense going on their screen. They're just still going to pinch you to death.
I love how you put it there. Just don't ignore the nonsense you're seeing on the screen, yeah? You see three-dimensional doors on the ground. You see Damien jumping in the air. You know what? Just stay cool, stay collected, pinch where you can, make call-outs, play it very patiently. Moya might be dead. Okay, he survived. That's good. That's very different from game number 1. Someone else might fall instead. That's gonna be Butterman. For the first time, Crazy Raccoon actually have the mid control in the first goal.
Maybe we're starting to see the true counter and the true test towards this Damien Cheese. That's going to be 2 members down from Zeta. Batman surely going to fall as well. Suzuku hasn't got enough to defend this. Some gained utility from Crazy Raccoon, bit of those supers. But again, I think more of the power just comes with the knockbacks from Damien, but not actually the slaying power. You can see him jump in here, but it doesn't confirm a kill. That is just crazy in that situation. Normally, he would be able to at least get one there.
Yeah, at least managed to get that pesky 8-bit out of there. He is running extra credits, so can't teleport to the front here. And Zeta, they have full mid control. The wall of sound goes out. It's a little bit short, allowing for Milkbear to get out here. And if Tensai's hypercharge, yeah, they just have to respect it. Zeta can't push forward for this, and CR have to make a choice. They choose to send the ball forward. And Sinte, oh no! Just going straight into a firing squad there. Crazy Raccoon have felt disrespected by this comp, and they've decided throw the kitchen sink at the teleporter. And that is the way they are going to deal with it.
There we go, a bit of synergy there from Batman and Shy Tampo. Does manage to get one kill. Suzuku hypercharges forward. That's going to be muted straight away by Moya. Now the pinch should come in from Milcreo on Moya here. Hypercharge pops from Milcreo. Maybe a little bit of wasted value there, but it doesn't really matter. They've got the ball control. That's all that they need at this point in time. There was a small slip up from Shy Tampo, but he doesn't care. He's going to make amends for that. Hypercharge super coming down from Batman. Should be able to confirm the kill. The hypercharge turret, I believe, picking up the... Oh no, Moya just managing to get that. Another trade as well. And CR can just keep doing this to run down the clock.
It's going to come down to City Temple and this hypercharge here. You see Tensai. That's why he's popping that super early. Just wants to create as much space as possible. The bottom line you can see, yeah, he's looking towards the ball, but Moya is so well positioned at the moment. Suzuku goes in the back, gets the pick off on to Tensai, and the jump in from Bottom line, he's going so low, but cycling out so well. Milcreo has to be the last man standing to defend this, and he does. Now pops the hypercharge. They corner the ball once again, and it's Zeta that has to break in to take the set.
8 seconds left. Tampo gets muted as well. Suzuku has a hypercharge super though. 4 seconds left, but it's an 8-bit with a turret and a hypercharge. Batman! Oh! That's across! That is insane! How did he just manage to score that one in? Even after the crazy defense, can they use that last second goal for a bit of momentum? Batman with the super, the punch back. But now we're on defense. Oh, but the pass forward over! Oh, how did that just happen? How did that just happen? Wow, Zeta, it looked like they had the momentum. Crazy Raccoon just don't care. They're just like, well, you can score that last minute goal. We're icy.
What? If even Spen is at a loss of words, you know you did something crazy. Crazy Raccoon overcome their PTSD. They do not have to fear this Crave comp any longer. It worked out twice today. Now Zeta, for Golden Gold, you gotta think of something new.
Please! Please don't do it. At least make it Grey Doug, right? Instead of Grey Damien here, right? I mean, that's the more appropriate one for knockout. But I gotta say, I mean, looking back at this series, once again, love adaptations coming out here from Crazy Raccoon. This comp was most certainly more equipped to deal with that Gray. They made every single little adaptation they could make. They saved Moya hypercharges. They saved Rage Quit here. Milqueo never wasted a single hypercharge super, and they played so patiently. Meanwhile, they're on Zeta though. Yeah, this final play you can see in the replay. Why did they just give CR the ball? I mean, they didn't have any control. They made a play, and then they were like, oh, you just have the ball, and game's over, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I didn't see. It just caught me off guard. I'm like, oh wait, the ball's in the left bottom. Oh, they've scored. They've got super. I mean, that may be a bit of a slip up there from Zeta, but you got to finally top your hat to Crazy Raccoon. They come up with a great counter too. Again, like, I think Damon is good, but I'm certain you can feel the balance changes for sure.
Yeah.
Because you can't just go in alone anymore. The only time that Damon truly got kills, I mean, there was a few, but it was mainly with an Ems paired with him. I mean, Brawl probably a step too far with a grey cheese, but Knockout is perfect for it.
Meeple is just also such a good answer to Damien. You can shoot through his gadget, you can shoot through his super walls. Really well drafted here by the side of Crazy Raccoon. They learned how to play against this comp now after they have lost the first game as well. It looked like Zeta had it in the bag already. Now Golden Gulch, let me think. I'd like to see Graham's statement.
I'm just gonna keep quiet right now. I'm just staring at you, okay? If they do that, I will write a letter to Mameshi asking him to explain himself here. We see it's actually open right now. Crazy Raccoon lead out with the Surge, but I don't see the Doug ban. I don't see the Gray ban or the Damien ban.
Don't go it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. They're gonna lock in Gray, surely.
Or Kit, or Doug, or...
Potentially.
We're just all waiting. We're just all waiting for Zeta to do something bad.
Wow.
They're gonna go with Pierce. Ah, we can breathe.
Can we though? There's still 2 more picks. I mean, like, are we holding our breath? Yeah, I was gonna ask Spen, what's the order of cheese that you go for priority-wise? Like, I'm sure there's a cheese tier list, right? Which is the Gouda here, which is the blue cheese, which is the cheddar that nobody likes.
I mean, it's still getting Knockout, right? Like, pairing it with a Grey or just on a map like this. We still see Doug to this day used a lot. Glowy is basically mini cheese when you think about it. It's like...
Sliced cheese.
Yeah,
It's a baby bell.
Yeah, it's a baby bell. That's it. Exactly. Like the little bit of something. But we've already seen it on this map paired with a Colt.
We have a cheese scale at the end of today.
We're going to be all cheesed out by the end of this. But yeah, into a Surge. I mean, they've got the range that counters the Surge. The wall break's probably going to come in. That's what you've got to sense if you're CR, right? So I would pick something that is good into wall break. I mean, Piper, they literally went it before. I think Piper... Oh, no, Piper's banned. Damn it. Okay. And Ruff's banned as well.
Okay, let's focus up here, guys. Ruffs, Piper. I do agree with you here, Spen. Are also the favorite 2 brawlers of Zeta Division. Crazy Raccoon band exactly targeted at Zeta Division here. They themselves go with something they never scrimped. Never picked Meeple or Surge once on this map, by the way. So I love this from Crazy Raccoon. Now they don't show us just comfort picks. They show us we can also come out here and try and clutch this one 3-1 with a completely new comp. Very creative.
Enjoy your
with Byron
treat.
as our last pick. Let me check. Didn't play him once either. The complete comp is fresh.
Improvisation so that we can maybe go to a set number 5. I respect it, honestly, Tensai. Love it coming out from him here. But when you're on your opponent's map, this is his opponent's map, right? This is Zeta's map. Yeah, when you're on Zeta's map, you do have to innovate here, and I love it. Sprout gonna be coming in here. There's no wall break on the side of Crazy Raccoon, and have Zeta figured it out?
I think they might have figured it out. I was already sensing it with a Surge and a Meeple. I thought, well, they're either going to get wall breaked here because Meeple and Surge are both vulnerable to wall break. And then they go with a Byron. So they're like, okay, Byron, you're going to open up the map, right? But then they've just gone 3 brawlers that are accountable by a Sprout. But is Sprout good enough in this meta to carry? I mean, it looks like it. This is a perfect... Being one of my main brawlers, I think Sprout should be able to carry in this, but Surge, since the rework, he's got a jump on respawn, so as long as Surge keeps that jump for as long as possible, he's still got a fighting chance. And then you've got Byron with melees into the Glowy, which can normally work out. Let's see how it fares off. Let's see if Surge can manage to sneak in.
There's some counterplay for sure on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but I'm totally with you as well. I think it's CR that are a little bit on the clock here when, you know, the map closes in with the smoke. So Zuko's going to get, you know, insane amount of value here. And once he gets a wall on a line, it's going to be very easy for him to control which side of the map. And yeah, I saw Spen, you're shaking your head there. Tell us why.
I kind of had to use his super right, but that's the one thing that's defending you as a Surge on knockout as well. But if they can get some good map position, I mean, they've got a Byron that can potentially heal up this Surge as well. He's doing a good job so far. He's pushed up all the way, and now it's just a fight for control for when the gas posts in. But the fight just seems to be going one way from one team. Down the left, you've got Moya getting a lot of pressure. You've got great box there from Tensai. That is perfect timing because now they're all grouped up perfectly. Moya manages to get his super, jumps on in, and that's all of them pushed together. That's exactly what you would have wanted from CR. And that all came from Moya. I shook my head. And again, it's like they can sense me. I'm just jinxing them.
Explain this. Why are Zeta going for the one target on the CR roster that they cannot convincingly confirm the kill? Instead of the, big bad Tensai that's chasing from behind that most certainly could transplant and could definitely be an easy pinch. I have to ask a world champion to figure that out. Maybe it was miscommunication, maybe whatnot, but we are headed now into the second round, and CR, they're on the run. Yeah, looking at Suzuku just going in. I wanted to get the tap on Mokrayo, but the heal was enough to keep him tapped out.
Has to retreat. The Tensai pops the gadget, and that's just instant control. But it doesn't matter if Suzuku's boxed up, he can just shoot over it, right? Like, that's not really hurting him whatsoever. He likes walls. But now, I think Zeta, they need to get this map positioning back. Tensai's pretty weak. They need to take advantage of that. Keep pushing forward. What's there to be scared of? You're a Sprout. You can shoot over these walls. But now Batman needs to get a pinch onto Milcreo because Tensai's just getting healed up consistently. He's just not dying right now. Batman's just stuck in a hard place. He doesn't know what to do at the minute. Now the gas is closing in. They managed to get the pinch onto Tensai finally. Batman does miss out on the slow burn. Moya jumps in.
No way.
There's surely no way here. Great wall from Suzuku. That is insane. I thought it was all over. Perfect Sprout gameplay.
Perfect, and Moya there now with the slip up. He could have saved the super for the last second there. Opted to jump there to dodge a little bit of damage there, and that could have just been the difference maker if he's gone to Suzuki. But I mean, we made it sound like the Sprout comp was absolutely crushing, but is it just me or if CR, they're just, this is a comp they never played before, and they just understand it so well.
Moya opts to use super a little bit earlier this time around, but I think he holds the power there, right? Like, no one can push up to him because he's got the shield gadget and he can just tap at ease. Even with a recent unload speed to Surge, by the way, he can still just auto-aim you down so incredibly fast. I mean, CR probably don't auto-aim, that's more of a me thing, right? But Tensai, he's just lurking down this left-hand, right-hand side. He's just waiting for one of them to overstep their mark. Now Moya has sneaked in as well. Can we see a box combination here with Moya? Yes, we do. But just managed to stay alive. Suzuku barely staying alive, but now the pressure is for CR.
Milcreo might just go down here. The Pierce is doing so much. Suzuku just needs to land 2 more bounces. The end game is nigh. Banaman leads the charge. Let's see the down push going to get the first one down to Milcreo. It's a 2 versus 3, and this Pierce is going to shred through all of them. Batman leads the charge, blocks so many of those shots, and as predicted, as foretold, Zeta will take game number 1.
That was so back and forth. I was just constantly leaning forward, back, forward, back. Which way was it going to swing? It swung the way of Zeta in the end. And that's how we kind of predicted it. But again, I've got to give a huge credit to CR. I believe they are heavily outdrafted here. Like, we've got a Sprout. It's just all down to late game. And I think Zeta finally realized, like, what they've got to do is just not mess up. They've just got to make it there. They've got to make it there, make sure that their walls are well positioned. And they're going to win this one, surely.
I think so much pressure is on Tensai. I mean, he's got this button that can essentially win them the game. I mean, we saw how that Mansions of Meeple was just 1 tile short. Now, Sierra is showing us a different side of them. They're just saying, you know what? We're not going to play the end game. We are going to be crazy raccoon and run you into your base until City taps both 2 of us, and then we have to run away.
Talk about tapping. Milcreo has already tapped his way up to the map and into their spawn. This is not looking good for Zeta. As always, a knockout. You don't want to be pushed back too early. Now it is a 1 versus 1 versus 1 in 3 different lanes here. Let's see, as the map's a little bit more open, this might allow Saitampo to hit some shots onto Moya. Connects 1, doesn't connect the slow. The wall's going down, but Tensai's got his own wall here. It's going to trap Saitampo into the corner. It's not looking very good for Zeta. They are boxed in. Super's going down, and Moya tanks a lot of it with the gadget. 2 members going down from Zeta. Saitampo left in a 1 versus 3. Can he do it? No, he can't. Of course he can't.
Yep. Conceded it there to the smoke there. Let's do some hedge analysis here on the side of our Sprout here. those walls are a little bit strange. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, maybe just, you know, double walls the right lane a little bit, push us up, get some safety before the end game. But he always, Shizuku, I mean, he always go for the spicier walls, right? Trying to make plays with it, walls out the side of CR in the mid. And once again, we're back to that same situation as game number 1, but is Moya cheesing him? He's just hiding in the back. He's giving Zeta anxiety.
He's sneaking. Which lane will he go down? They have no clue. They have no eyes on him so far. I think I can see him in the left top corner. He's waiting for either Zeta to push down the bottom of the map, then he can sneak into the bush in time. Do they read this though? I'm pretty sure they've got to read it right. Surge, he's lurking. He's got that super to jump over the wall. If Shaitampo pushes up a little bit more, he's going to jump in now. He's going to combine with Tensa. That was nearly the perfect execution. But now it looks like it's falling apart a little bit as the Pierce Hypercharge reigns in. Moya's going to go down. Tensai has a Hypercharge of his own. Will he opt to use it right now? No, he saves his utility. Maybe. I mean, he could have maybe got a double kill there, but that was very wise of him to save it.
As expected from our 3-time world champion here, 2 more titles than Spen has, he will be disciplined indeed. I mean, he's not going to go clip farming here. He wants to bring this one home. And I'm just curious, is he going to wait for the end game here? You know, opt to have that smoke. Maybe the whole team can hide inside one wall and pinch out the entirety of Zeta. How often do you see a Meeple with Hypercharge in Knockout? I mean, that to me is pretty wild.
So sneaking in here, Hypercharge is going to be played early. They've boxed Batman in, and that's the kill that they need to secure this set game, surely. Great play from CR so far. They can do a bit of everything. I'm really liking CR. It's like you can feel some weaknesses in them sometimes, and then they just prove you wrong every single time. So now we're going to clearly win this game here. They're toying with their food. And now, I mean, I'm surprised. I honestly think Zeta have the better composition here, but they're being caught off guard too many times. And it's a Surge at the end of the day. Like, he has a jump, yes, but you've got to know that he's sneaking, right? Surely.
Oh yeah, and they communicated that so well on the side of Tensai. I mean, he made the call, probably tell his teammate, hide in the back, wait for Mansions of Meeple, and now I see another call coming out there from Zeta. Cheeky, opting to go for right-sidedness. 2 brawlers get caught out, but Moya's in no position to follow up. He does, however, get full dominion of that mid, though, and that... Zeta's positioning not looking the freshest right now.
They're really pushing in on Tensai here, but Tensai has enough health to fall back. Batman's going to get pinned down, and an overextension. Maybe a bit too aggressive on their idea there, but Suzuki, maybe no, he doesn't even get the kill. Tensai with his own super, he can shoot through walls. He doesn't need a brawler that can shoot over walls. It doesn't matter. Now it's Shaitampo again in a 1 versus 3 situation. It's too much even for Shaitampo here to really do anything, but he needs to get a bit of utility here without feeding the Meeple. I mean, he's trying to just get a super of his own. Hypercharge already from Tensai.
In 1 round, this man has a Hypercharge, and we've already seen what you can do with it inside that previous game. Honestly, this is Crazy Raccoon showing us a masterclass on why we should never talk about draft ever again. The Sprout, it was an effective idea, but instead what I'm seeing from CR is they're capitalizing on the weakness of this Glowy. Once again, it's just, you know, not doing the best, and Meeple, with this Hypercharge, is surprisingly good into the Sprout.
It's been playing off a lot better. Like, Tensai's been connecting pretty much every single gadget. And you say there with a Glowy, like, Glowy's good, but then they kind of deviated away from the Glowy strategy, right? Normally you want to open map right, you want a bit of aggro, so Glowy's just stuck there, kind of doing nothing. Shaitampo hits the Hyper super, but he gets boxed in himself there. Tensai opts to use just a regular super, and there we have it, 3 versus 2 situation. This is really, really tough for Zeta to come back here, as Glowy just doesn't really have much value here.
So impatient there from Zeta. They will be punished for their hubris. Crazy Raccoon now may just claim their 3rd monthly final of the year, and they do. Jubilation from Milcreo as he cheers behind the home crowd. They will take the final monthly final here in East Asia.
Now it is free. Tensai, the Glorious King, champion again. That was beautiful. I just love the little small adjustments they make every single time. But for Brawl Stars nerd like me, it's just beautiful to see the communications on point, even against some adversity with Surge having clear weaknesses. They just know how to adjust there. I mean, Tensai as well. On a brawler like Meeple, you'd think, oh, it's so simple. All you do is click gadget, whatever. It was just still his sneakiness and his attention to detail. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. I mean, thoroughly deserved.
Both times those two have been standing in the grand finals. Crazy Raccoon takes it now despite only being the number 2 seed at the end of the season. Congrats to Crazy Raccoon. They did it again. Didn't even have to go to a set 5, take it 3-1 off the hands of Zeta Division. Huge shout out also to Zeta Division though, as they both now prepare to defend home turf at the World Finals in Tokyo.
They're both coming in incredibly strong. One does look stronger than the other. I think Zeta Division, just looking at this series, there was some innovation on their side, but not enough to overcome Crazy Raccoon. As Sven said, I just love it. The amount of innovation that they're bringing to the table, the consistency that they have, making these supposedly, you know, easy brawlers like Meeple piloted to the absolute extreme. 3-time champ Tensai never disappoints. We'll look forward to see them back in the World Finals, but until then, that's all we're going to see of them.
Tensai is just... What words do you have left for bro? You just have nothing left to say about him. Milcrea as well is always the glue that's sticking these guys together. I mean, that's just as good as it gets. You want to be winning the last monthly final. That's the one that's going to give you momentum going forward. You can quite clearly see here with the comp. The Glowy just... He got 3 kills, but the DPS was so low. I know he's a support brawler, right? But it just felt like it was a 2 versus 3 for the majority of the game. And fair play to Moya as well. 7 kills on that Surge. It was beautiful. I mean, that was the grand finals that I really wanted to see. And it really delivered because Zeta, I feel like they're back in the form that they maybe were like a couple of years ago. They had a lot of question marks last year. I think they've proved a lot of doubters wrong. And this is 2 dangerous teams coming into the World Finals. I would not want to face off against either of them.
It would have been so nice to have an all brand new grand final, but in the end it is kind of poetic how we have the 2 best teams in this region, the number 1 and 2 seed, come out on top in the end, battle it out once more, and in the end it's Crazy Raccoon winning it. Zeta had the opportunity to make it a perfect summer split, winning 3 in a row. They were stopped, and now both of them are sitting on 3 monthly final wins. It's just beautiful to see this. The only reason Crazy Raccoon has a little less points is that Zeta overall was a bit more consistent, but Crazy Raccoon, I wouldn't want to face them at Worlds. They now both go into a hiatus. They can take a little break until they prepare to play in Tokyo on their home turf.
What will they do in this long break span? I wonder. I don't know. On the other hand, though, SK Kalalas, they're the ones holding that LCQ spot. They need to buckle down and really start grinding. I mean, looking at today's performance up against Frenzy, I'm sure that you've already seen the tweets. You know, they're not happy about it. Kuru is so upset with himself, and rightly so. I think they cracked under pressure. The last set is the hardest to win, and that's what I think that we'll have to look forward to next.
I was pleasantly surprised in the first 2 sets. I thought, oh, they're just going to steamroll this. But it was the pressure I was talking about. And when the lights shine brightest, that's where the best players come out. But maybe they can use, like, it's good to have these slip-ups before the big moment, right?
Yeah.
LCQs. So maybe they can, well, you'd be wanting to learn from that, right? So
you'd rather lose here,
yeah,
right?
You'd rather lose here.
I mean, as humiliating as it is to lose in front of this crowd, I mean, they want to win in Guangzhou. They want to go to Worlds and join their other 2 teams. But I think clearly from the performance today, they're not there yet.
Yes, but they can still celebrate. They are the ones going to LCQ. Rival lost their chance at that in the monthly qualifiers already. Sorry for bringing it up again.
Stop it.
Venel had a huge opportunity today and got stopped by Zeta in the end. So SK Kalalas, you are the 3rd seed. You are the 3rd best team in such a strong region, so they can still be happy with themselves, I feel. Gentlemen, any highlights of the day, and what are you looking forward to tomorrow in EMEA?
I'll tell you what I'm not looking forward to. Let's not have M's Grey Damien anymore. Please, Spen, show me that your region leads the meta as always. I think we've had enough entertainment in terms of wacky drafts today. And for tomorrow, that's what I love about EMEA. I'm looking forward to just see the level of the meta. I want to see more roly-polies going around and see how they deal with that.
I want to see a GG pick.
Your tier list has said everything that I need to know about that. Let's not have that happen.
What kind of cheese is GG?
When it's like an 8-bit and Meg and Max. I mean, we're not going to see it in the EMEA, but I don't know. I just don't want to see any Damien. I'm fed up with this brawler. Just can EMEA just do me a favor? Someone, I'm gonna start DMing some pros and just ban him, please.
You can't do that. You're a caster now. Professional, not reach out to the players just before the day of
ban Damien.
the game,
it will
please.
make my experience better.
This was a phenomenal ending to East Asia. The season, the regular one, is over for them now, but the postseason hasn't started just yet. We still head over to EMEA tomorrow for their August monthly final and to settle the final postseason spots over there, as there still are world final spots on the line over there too. And remember, if you want to catch all the action live, all this world-class Brawl Stars, you can still get tickets. They're live right now, so head over to the Brawl Esports socials and grab yours right now before they're all gone. Now, from myself and the entire East Asia crew here, thank you for tuning in today. It was an absolute pleasure, and we see you for EMEA tomorrow.